Well, hello.
Hello.
So this is snack stream a little early. My delivery didn't get here until like literally 10 minutes ago. So I'm
Can we
trying to eat.
turn down the music a little
Sure.
so I can actually hear?
There we go.
Thank you.
How is everyone doing tonight? We got Rick Rolls America with us, painting happy little minis, but not on our stream.
Yeah,
Ow.
I don't paint happy little minis anymore.
Well, you could. We'll have that discussion later. And I'm eating my fried curry egg roll.
I have my own primed time miniature painting coming up.
Good.
Yeah.
Rick should tell us more about what he does.
You should tell us more about Rick Rolls
Yes.
America.
So Rick Rolls America is a project I am launching January 1st of 2020. There will be a Kickstarter leading into that, but where I'll be traveling around the United States, checking out all those beautiful, friendly local game stores in different cities and going to different conventions and playing games. But
It's pretty cool.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and the biggest part of it is it's going to be to raise money for Extra Life,
Yay.
the Children's Miracle Network,
Woohoo!
with a goal of $100,000.
That's awesome, dude.
Nice.
And tell them a little bit about the RV.
So next week I go up to Jayco's headquarters in Indiana to talk to the president of Jayco, and hopefully after that meeting I'll be leaving with a 2020 Greyhawk, a Class C.
And I love
RV.
the fact that they named the RV the Greyhawk.
Yeah.
That's
so good.
ridiculous. So
So it'll be, World of Greyhawk in it, which will be so awesome.
that is pretty
And
cool.
for anybody that doesn't know, Greyhawk is the original D&D setting as set forth in AD&D, basically.
Yes.
The city of Greyhawk.
Well, second, right? Wasn't the
it's
first
Oworth.
one?
Oworth is it, but the city of Greyhawk is in there.
Awesome. Very cool stuff, man. And I'm almost done with my egg roll. And then we'll get started.
Just a note, I've got awesome friends. Jayberry. Have to see the bird.
Oh, here. And Jayberry is slogging down her food in the kitchen.
And before we get started, I'm going to run and go get my charger so that I can keep the restream I've got going on.
Okay.
This should be like someone's catchphrase, probably mine, since I say all these words. And then this is Borb.
Orb!
He's so cute.
Orb.
Oh, wait.
Aw.
3D print.
Orb has a little comic too.
Yes.
Aw.
It's very cute.
That is very cute.
Okay, I better put this away. before
Yes,
I
and
lose
I'm
it.
taking my last bite of my
Oh,
egg
wait. I'm not going to put it away yet, because that'll leave you lonely at the table. Eating food. That's only slightly awkward. I didn't know it was that kind of stream.
roll. It's not. Okay, there.
Oh, wait.
What?
Okay.
A bunch of nerds being awkward around a table?
All right.
Oh,
Who does
me.
that?
I mean, more leaving someone lonely at the table eating food.
Actually,
Yeah.
I guarantee there are streams like that.
Jayberry, do you
but-
want to show this or shall I?
Yeah, why don't you show it?
All right. Why don't you tell them what it is first?
Alright, so, once upon a time, I messaged the artist, Jesper Edgething, because I was like, were you gonna auction off this sketch that you said you were gonna do, and it just kind of somehow didn't happen, so I was like, can I make you an offer for it? And the answer was yes, I could make an offer
It's
to
a
him
pattern
for it.
matcher.
It's Pattern Matcher,
Yeah, cool shit,
from,
yeah.
is it M20?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's still wrapped because I just picked it up from the framer.
But it is awesome.
Yeah. And so, so I got that framed, and he was really cool. And I think we have someone coming in. But also, what was great about it is that I can make him an offer because he was like, yeah, I'll take whatever you get me. I need to buy more Magic cards. So we
God
should
bless
play
his heart.
Magic with him sometime because,
That's awesome.
that would be awesome.
Do you need a pluggy plug? You're good. All right.
You have a thing on the camera you use to show the picture. Oh yeah, if you want to show the card.
I have a thing, and that for my information, DM,
That
I have
sketch is slick. Yes.
a thing on the camera that let's take a look. A thing on the camera?
I don't know.
It was probably the package, the wrapping for the thing. But the funny thing is, we realized tonight, look at the color of my hands, and look how they change based on what's underneath them.
Ah, that's funny.
So we're an all iPhone setup now, right? So
Yes.
all the cameras are iPhone 6 Pluses or biggers, and they're great. I mean, they're the most expensive part of your mobile device, but you can't change the way they color correct.
Right.
So, but the images are lovely.
Okay.
All right.
And look at my NPC shirt.
Okay, so we're gonna start out playing Commander. Let's see.
Oh, Banshee.
Look like
Welcome.
a thread. Hey, Banshee.
Banshee
Always
is one of
are
our
nerds
supporters
being
on
awkward.
Patreon.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of Patreon, we have one. We have some very
We
cool
do, and there are people we
rewards.
need to thank. Who are the people we
Yes.
need to thank on our Patreon?
Oh no, there's a pop-up window.
There's a pop-up window.
Turn it off. Make it go away. Make it go away.
Banshee, of course. Clover, thank you, Clover.
Yep.
Jordan Johnson. Jordan, you're probably watching on Facebook. Thank you very much. And Rochelle Herrick and Secret Weapon. Thank you
Yep.
both. So huzzah.
Yay.
Thank
Huzzah. So we have 3 tier levels. For those of you who don't know, we'll just go over real quick because you probably heard this already a bunch.
And while I
$2, you get a shout out. $5, you get a shout out. And get raffled into, you'll be entered into a raffle once a month to get a signed card or artist proof from a real MTG artist. We have some lying in wait for you, including Alan Williams and Todd Lockwood right now. But we will have more soon. And then at the $20 level, we're going to pick out something special just for you. So think about supporting us on Patreon, and thank you.
Spell it for me.
F-R-E-Y-A-L.
F-R-E-Y-A-L.
Freely's.
I-S-E.
I should not mix my commander in with the rest of my deck.
Nope.
That might be good.
And Jay Barry, what are you playing?
Nicol Bolas.
Oh, God.
The new and improved Nicol Bolas has new cards. We'll see what it does.
There's
I
no
don't know.
H in there, right?
Surprise.
Yes. The Ravager.
Yep. The Ravager. All right, so let's go around the table. Jay Barry, I can point that way,
Yes.
is playing Nicol Bolas, the Ravager, which transforms into this idiocy.
This awesomeness, idiocy, whatever. Whatever.
Rick is playing Freylaise, Landmar's Fury, all elves all the time.
Yep. Elf hot, elf on elf action. Here comes the elf ball.
Nice. I have never played this deck, so it won't be as
Yeah.
awesome as it could be.
NPC is playing Morphon. I have not seen what this deck does yet, so I have no
I think
idea.
I played it once on stream.
Where's your shenanigans card?
I have not.
That's what it does.
I have not seen what this thing does yet, so off we go.
I've played it once on stream, I think. Maybe?
I don't know.
And
Whatever
our
it is.
mateys, in honor of Talk Like a Pirate Day, I will be playing Admiral Beckett Brass.
I think it's required that you only talk like a pirate from now on.
Oh, jeez.
Surrender the booty.
You're not the one sitting next to it. That's all I'm saying.
How much bourbon have you had already?
None.
Oh wait, we need to get you some rum. Screw bourbon.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I brought that rum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the good rum.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what? It's
Yeah.
Talk
Well,
Like a Pirate.
yeah.
I will
It's
bring
Talk
out
Like a
glasses of
Pirate
rum
Day.
for everyone.
We will have to partake of the
Yep.
good rum.
Out of like little stone cups.
Ooh,
Like
that's
we're
fancy.
drinking grog.
Man.
So if you think like you're small next to NPC small next to you, look at me compared next to
Yes.
Rick.
Yeah, I cannot.
I am so tiny.
If I adjust the camera so
Yeah.
that Rick is all on camera, you will see the camera hovering over them for the playmat.
Yeah. You can't see this great, giant, colorful mohawk right on top of Rick's head. Like, it just cuts off just before
Those
it.
were the
Oh,
days.
he leaned down. He ruined the surprise.
Did you mention your shirt?
Oh, yeah. That's it. NPC.
We got a branded NPC shirt almost.
Yeah, Dragon Con.
Yeah.
Hooking it up.
Hooking it up at Dragon Con.
All right. Anybody have a preference for color?
Blue or purple?
You should probably give him.
I have. Yeah. Sorry. Here's purple.
No, take it. That's
Okay.
good.
All right, I'll take these.
I mean, he's elves.
And
I'll take
I'll,
black.
I'll probably need a bunch of dye for planeswalkers.
Yeah.
What? There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing. It's gonna be fine.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Nothing's wrong.
Nothing to see here.
You're all gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
Everything's fine here now.
How are you?
Wait, what is that? The bolus that you have on top of your deck?
Oh yeah, I have multiple boluses in this.
Yeah, she's got all the Bulls
Oh,
Planeswalkers
no, I
in there.
know. Like, I've got
maybe
that one.
all but one.
Oh, I thought you had them all in there.
This is the new one, the Dragon
Yeah.
God.
I've got that one.
Nice.
The one that lets
I
you
put
play
it in
other
a
players'
deck.
Planeswalker abilities.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Including my own.
You play it, and you can play the loyalty abilities of other Planeswalkers.
Yeah.
Let's bring that up, shall we?
Yes, bring that up.
Maybe you'll see it. Maybe you
Oh,
won't.
hello, Jordan.
Hey.
Hey, Jordan, we just thanked you.
Yeah, we
profusely.
thanked you for supporting us on Patreon, so thank you. Yes, we have a new person.
It's
Um,
Rick Rolls America. So it's our
Yeah.
friend Rick, who is
Previously of Game Trade Media.
previously of Game Trade Media,
Oh, wow.
who is going to be
Wow.
touring the United States in his RV called the Greyhawk. And
Going to friendly local game stores across the United States
and filming it.
filming it, doing kind of like a living documentary.
It's going to be awesome.
Yeah,
I'm
and,
very excited.
Raising money for Extra Life.
Cool.
nice.
In honor of Goth. 9.
Nine.
9.
Nine.
Yeah.
4.
6.
Yeah.
4.
Woo.
Well-
Holy shit, I get to go first.
Yay, I get to go second.
I go
Alrighty.
last.
Yes. You were at PAX Unplugged, weren't you?
Oh yes, I was. Yes.
He does some things in the media world.
Yeah. So previously, I was on Game Trade Media as the host of Painting Happy Little Minis, Board Games and Beyond, and Building Character. And also, I was the production manager for
All of that
for
shit.
all of that and all of Diamond Comic Distributors video content as well for Previews World.
Turn that down a little bit.
Yes, please.
All right, I'm gonna play Land and Go. I'm gonna play a Watery Grave tapped.
Alright. I'm gonna.
Wait till your turn. That's what you're gonna do.
Well, I need more land. God.
I'm just giving you
The hate train already starting on me for
Because
playing
it's fucking
this
ball
deck.
ass.
I just need a land, okay? Just need one land.
Is that a blue?
blue?
I played an Arcane Sanctum.
I played a Forest.
Oh Jesus! I would not have
Yes,
driven.
you played.
I would not have drawn another land for another like.
Right? It
turns.
was just bad traffic.
Oh, what is that?
Yeah, there is an accident on the first road that I get onto.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Do you have the lands you need?
Yeah. Well, I have a lands that'll help me get by anyway.
Gotcha. Jordan, your buddy Bob.
Oh,
Get a
wow.
chair.
What?
Boobs and necklace. I'm sorry.
I'm just. I didn't say.
This early, really?
I'm sorry. They were at eye level. I turned to the side and they were there.
And there they were, miraculously.
Like magic.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's
wait,
like
wait, wait.
magic.
Wait for it. Come and say hi to us, Blue. And there they were, right at eye level.
Yeah, like,
A Shiv and Reef, go.
what do you want from me?
Tits
And magic. All right, Anna.
I was holding that in for like 30 seconds.
Steam vent, pass turn.
NPC, huh?
Yeah.
We got it for a dragon.
Yeah, we got that at Dragon Con.
Very cool.
Okay.
Jordan says hello.
Hello, Jordan. And hello to a non-female person that
right.
I know.
Upkeep draw.
It's Red
I want
Ross.
to play the whatever that is. How do you pronounce that? It gives me
Kazandu
life.
Refuge.
Someone?
Thank you.
Someone's
Dang it.
ringing.
It's probably yours.
Oh,
Someone?
it's me.
DM.
Holy crap.
You forgot it on your.
5 minutes and already banned from Twitch. What?
What? Wait.
I have no idea.
So you're done?
Oh yes, sorry.
Okay, no worries.
Hey, I'm actually on a live stream right now.
And Pat.
Do you want to talk tomorrow? I'll be working all day.
January, that's you.
All right, it's me.
Just give me a call anytime during the day. Well, yeah, but nobody has any idea who I'm talking to.
My room.
Alright, I'll talk to you later. Bye. He's like, is this phone call streaming? I'm like, no, dude.
Totally is.
Yeah, it totally is.
A talisman. I have a talisman of indulgence.
What
That's
does
one
that
of the
do?
new ones, right?
No,
it's one of
it's
the old
from
ones.
Lorwyn. I can't
And
remember.
that was
I
probably
don't know what
from
that symbol
Mirrodin.
is. It's a little stabby knife.
It's Mirrodin.
Mirrodin.
Okay,
Yeah.
stabby knife.
Stabby
The
knife.
stabby knife set. Yeah.
Yeah, pull
so
that up. What does it do?
Adds 1 or tap it to add a black or a red, and it deals 1 damage to
Oh,
me.
sorry.
Nice.
Not dominance, indulgence.
Yeah.
Indulgence.
It's the, they were the original ones. They just reprinted, not
Some,
reprinted.
they printed new talismans, I
Right,
think.
the other ones. They printed the ones that they didn't do back in Mirrodin.
What is all this?
For you to dig through?
Yeah, you can dig through. Anything you want in there, by all means.
Yeah.
Rick brought it. It's just
yeah.
bulk rare.
Kill
or
me
bulk
first.
commons
Kill me
and
first. I
stuff.
want to go through the cards. Kill me first.
Oh my god.
Don't worry, Planeswalkers done.
Yeah,
I know.
I think
once
we-
I start putting up planeswalkers, I'm the target.
I think we can oblige.
I
Arr, matey, we can oblige.
I don't know. Elves are pretty for serious.
Well, it depends on-
elves would help you against me. You'd want to keep them alive.
Yeah, until I don't. Like, until there's 30
Accurate.
elves
I'm
on the
gonna
table
play,
and I'm dead. Like,
Let's see.
Where's my
and then,
I'm gonna
or
play
he
Bloodstained
gets,
Mire and lose a life and go search for another land. Last turn.
or until he gets, what is it?
I'm gonna
The
put Blood
captivating
Cryptid play
crew.
tapped. What are the odds? Well, apparently the odds are like 1 in 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do I want to play? May as well just get
Oh, that's
this
awesome.
bad
I didn't know
boy
that.
out of the way.
Let's go back and look. Is it the Sword of Caldra?
I mean, that's a different symbol.
Oh, the symbol for Mirrodin is the Sword of
Yeah.
Caldra.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Okay.
awesome. I didn't
Okay.
even think about that. Here,
I don't know who that is. Who's Caldra?
there's a whole mythology around it.
I know,
I
I
am
figured.
tapping 2 to play
There's the original.
Renowned
With the stabbing sword.
Weaponsmith.
Ah, let me bring that up because people don't.
I also played Savage Lands as my land per turn, so and it came in tapped.
Nice.
So I am done
All right.
for now.
And for everybody that's watching on my watch party on my page, there's 5 of you, 6 of you there. Make sure you
Hello,
go to Coven
welcome.
MTG on Facebook and follow them so that you don't miss out on all the fun that they have here.
We're absolutely going to do an Eldraine stream. Yes, I mean once it comes out.
So I accidentally ordered 2 boxes.
Do you want me to buy one off you? Because
No,
I haven't ordered my
I'll
box
probably keep them.
yet. No, I'll probably
I mean,
keep
I
them.
sold a bunch of cards to my local game store enough that
Marlin.
I already have $60
God.
in store credit, so
Oh,
it's
right.
most of the way paid for.
Spell it.
MARWYN.
It's gonna get legit. Mana ramping.
Nice.
That's going to be a problem. All right.
I don't know
That
if I got that. I wonder if I have that in mind.
You should have it.
I thought we put that in right after it
Probably.
came out.
Wow,
Probably.
she has a little elf baby. I didn't notice that.
She's a little mom baby.
Midwife to mother and leader to all.
Nice.
She's like, I can do it all.
So I have $60 in store credit at my local
I
game
can
store
suckle
by
while
selling
I
cards.
shoot with an arrow. Anyway.
And I also have a gift card for that same local game store. So one box is already paid for by not my money, basically.
Awesome.
Nice.
There you go.
So I'll just get 2 and just
One
live
box
with
is
it.
already paid for by your cardboard crack addiction.
Yeah, by selling cards that I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna get rid of these because hey, money for new cards.
It's your turn.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm talking.
I need to do that too.
Stop me from
though.
talking.
I have a lot.
An island.
What are you guys playing?
Commander.
Tap 2
Oh.
for a talisman.
But it'll be quick because
of dominance. So this one adds red. I'm sorry.
Either the
adds,
elves are gonna
blue
overrun
or
us,
black.
the planeswalkers
and
are
it'll
gonna
deal
destroy us.
damage to me if I do it for that, or
Which
I can
one?
just get one colorless.
Oh, it's the
Talisman
other
of
talisman.
dominance.
Yep. Did you just put all the talismans in?
I think just
appropriate
two
ones?
appropriate
Gotcha.
ones. Not all of them, because they wouldn't be useful to me.
Yep.
Well, you couldn't use them.
And that's my turn.
That's the weird thing about them. They actually have the mana symbol, right?
They have the mana symbol, but it's not in the color.
Oh,
the
it's
old
it's,
ones.
Yeah, the old ones were not.
Which I was
yeah.
looking at it and I'm like, wait, is this wrong? Like.
No, actually,
yeah.
here.
The old ones don't have them in a
Yeah,
color.
they're in black and white.
Yeah.
They're actually there. Let me pull it up on the stream. It's true.
It's really weird.
So if you look at it, it's
At
black
first
and
I-
white. The black one looks like it's actually the right color, but it's not. They're
Yeah.
black and white.
Yeah. Which I find very confusing.
It was just a print error.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Alright, pass turn.
Oh, on tab of you draw. That's a thing. Play a Seed of the Synod.
Ooh.
What the hell are you doing? Are you like sniffing your cards and groaning over there?
Is it cardboard crack time?
So that look reminds me of that meme, like, why Cobra Commander never wins at Magic. 1, 2, 3, 4. For a Marauding Looter.
Marauding neuter.
Okay, I'll let it go. I'll let it go.
I'll let it happen.
In your green mana?
Your green deck.
Yeah, hold on, let me bring that up.
Oh, okay.
It's a pirate.
Yeah.
At some point in this game, I will be saying, fear my untapped blue mana. Fear it.
Hey, Carol, if you're still watching, when is the Come On Expo next year? What date? I need those dates.
Alright, there is the Marauding Looter. It's a 4/3 pirate, and at the beginning of my end step, if I attack a creature, I can draw one and discard one. What is that called, that ability? I always forget. Loot? I can loot? Raid? It's
It
raid
says
that.
raid.
Yeah, but it's...
Kahan will know.
Oh, raid
Yeah.
means attacking action. Never
yeah,
mind.
but I mean, looting is where you draw and discard, I think.
Is
Anyway.
that the faithless looting? The card?
Yeah, pass turn.
Yeah.
Yep, loot.
Yep.
So, random question.
Random
Since
answer.
this is a shapeshifter, does that mean it's an artifact?
No.
Anyway.
And it would be
Because
like...
that would have been funny.
The artifact would be a golem or a construct or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
Merfolk looter.
Yep. The original draw one to discard one. Hey!
There's
Rick was
hockey
asking me
cards.
earlier what the little thing was for.
Ah.
Jay just reached forward and hit
You
the...
did it? What's that?
There's a whole deck of Yu-Gi-Oh cards in
There's
there.
hockey cards in here.
There's Vampire the Masquerade cards in there too.
Are you gonna use hockey cards as demon tokens?
That'd be hilarious. I don't know, what would I use them for, hockey card? I
In
would
an
use them
ice
for,
deck.
like, kobolds.
in a frozen deck.
There you go. They'd be something in a snow-covered land deck.
Yeah.
So when I go to Japan, should I find some weird thing?
You should absolutely find the weirdest, most IP-infringing magic stuff you can find.
Or should I find you some really offensive cards that you use as demon tokens? I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
Or, like,
Casey and
something
I...
silly.
Casey and I have a contest over who can find the most unbelievably inappropriate sleeves.
Ah.
Oh God, you're in Japan. You'll
You
find some.
anime
You'll find them.
sleeves. Yes,
Yeah.
you'll find the most ridiculous.
So I should get
You
some for
know-
you, is what you're saying.
I'm gonna sit.
I can't guarantee you I would ever
Or,
play
wait.
with them, but feel free.
Am I gonna sit? No.
Like-
no.
They can
I
be
lied.
funny,
Sorry.
but like if they're lewd, I can't play with them.
No.
I lied.
Well, we'll see what I can do.
You like calling the looter Mlooter.
I will tap
Looter.
3 to play Silas Run.
What the fuck does he do?
Malooter. Malooter.
If it deals
It's
combat
like
damage
Malord,
to
but
player, I
Malooter.
can return an artifact card from my graveyard.
Wow.
Or choose target card. I may cast that card this turn. So it's not as fancy. Like I'd have to pay for it and stuff.
Gotcha.
But I looked over and I'm like, that's a 4/3. This Death Toucher would be nice. And pass turn now.
Okay.
That does combat damage.
Nice.
Alright.
I'm gonna cast.
And look, he had like a smug look on his face, and the foil card, because this was he came in the commander decks.
He
like,
does look kind of douchey.
the lines. Look at the lines, like on his armor. So you can't see it by this flat card, but like the foil version of him, the lines in his armor kind of shimmer and stand out.
Jibber, hold it up.
Like,
All right.
Oh yeah, you can't really see it in the.
yeah, but they pop.
They pop.
Yeah.
That black and blue card, the colors really pop. No,
Yeah,
they actually
what?
do. No, I know, I agree.
He's smug because he's got like a golem that he's basically put online.
That was punny.
Who did it, pun?
Didn't bother to give him a head. Oh, it was Einith wants a card that says sacrifice a sapling to draw a card, then discard a card. You know, a valid looter.
What elf did you play?
I
A
played.
Timberwatch elf, the plus X one.
What?
Oh
That one.
yeah.
Yeah,
People need to know that
my favorite elf,
That's
my
stupid
favorite
shit's going
elf.
on already.
as it should. Karn's Bastion.
Oh god. All right, so hold on. We got to bring 2 cards up. So Rick just played the stupid Timberwatch elf. Rick.
Yeah, with different art than I've ever seen.
Rick. Oh, Rick, right below me.
Yeah.
And then Jay Berry just played a fucking Karn's Bastion.
I don't know what the problem is.
Proliferate! For every turn for 4 mana, you proliferate. Like, I don't know, put a whole bunch of counters on your planeswalkers?
I don't know what you're talking about. What planeswalkers?
Yeah.
I don't see any planeswalkers.
Nah, me neither.
There are no planeswalkers here.
I'm just curious,
Not
I'm
a
gonna scroll
land.
down.
It's,
Oh,
it's also a land.
Huh, it's still only selling for $250.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I
well,
would
not
pick up a
much.
couple of those.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks for the bits. Or the cheer.
Got a
Yay.
cheer and a bits. All right.
wait.
What do I want?
Let me turn up the...
Who cheered?
I missed it.
Isn't it in the...
No.
I missed it because I'm an asshole. I was looking at something else and I just saw the last little bit of it.
Whoever
That's right.
cheered-
Anybody watching, if you're watching on my watch party, if you go to Twitch or Mixer or YouTube,
YouTube, we're Coven MTG on YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn of all places,
nice.
So-
Twitch. We're everywhere. It's COVEN MTG.
Okay.
Red.
So whatever platform you prefer to actually watch this kind of content on, go give them a follow.
So I'm gonna tap a red.
Yeah, but I mean, if you
Take
want to show
point of
black
damage.
fire, you make it purple. So if you want to do a really
Another
cool,
red.
interesting black foil card,
Take point of
you just put
damage.
purple in it.
And colorless. For Chandra, Fire Artisan.
Oh, really? There's the first planeswalker.
So
Chandra Fire Artisan.
yeah. So
That
whenever
one.
one or more loyalty counters are removed from
Mono
her,
red.
she deals that much damage to target opponent or planeswalker. Well, I'm gonna roll the dice, I guess, on this one, and I'll pick a red die. Or partially red. I will tick it up to 5. I probably won't be able to play the top card of my library, and I'll probably regret it, but
It's gonna stay exiled.
My favorite
It's gonna stay
planeswalker is
exiled.
Chandra.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
I'll
Aww.
show you
Dragon
my
Gem.
Chandra's deck.
All
Maybe
right,
you could play
so I may play
it's
it this
someone's.
turn.
I
I
don't know if
can.
we're
Guess
allowed.
what? I can play it.
Huh, what is it?
It's so great. It's a Throne of Death.
What is that?
So I tap it, sack an
I'll bring that
artifact,
up.
and proliferate.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
You're gonna die.
I know. I'm so gonna die.
Yup. That's okay. You don't have any
Yeah.
creatures in play yet, do you?
Nope. I'm so gonna die.
Well,
Go.
Chandra's gonna die, but
Yeah, Chandra's gonna die.
I need to take some snaps of these cards because I feel like my a few of my decks could use them, like my Atraxa deck
Oh, the
for that
proliferate.
proliferate land, and
Yeah, take out your phone whenever
Yeah.
you're ready.
I need to.
all right. I'm gonna swing at Chandra for 4.
Yep, she goes down to 1.
Yeah. Can I see?
I'm gonna play a Rigging
I
Runner,
need that. and
which
you'll
will come
need
into play
that.
with a counter on it because I attacked this turn.
Here you go.
Sorry, I will bring up both of that card momentarily. So what I have played is a stupid little 1 casting cost Rigging Runner.
So I don't know if anyone else has to do this, but I won't remember cards by name, so I just snap photos of them, and then my photo stream is a bunch of random cards.
Yeah.
Like, that I'm like, I should buy that.
What does Chandra do? What did we miss? Did we miss a trigger? Let's find out.
Maybe we
Oh,
did.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Whenever one or more loyalty tokens are removed from her,
Yep.
she deals that much damage to target opponent.
or planeswalker.
So if she got removed by 4,
Uh-oh.
yeah, you'll be the
I'm
opponent.
already reducing
Yeah.
my life total.
Yeah, you'll be the opponent.
9. I'm at 35.
Thank you, Got Socks, because it's the first time I'm playing this card.
Yep.
And I need to read my fucking card. RTFC.
Oh, right. This is my Chandra stack.
And just for shits and giggles,
I have like 5.
Let's play Captivating
Chandras in
Crew.
there. Oh, Jesus.
And that does.
Bad things. Lots of bad things.
not
He gets
lots.
to take stuff.
It's not as good as we thought. I can only do 1 a turn, and I can only do it when I cast a sorcery. I can't do it on anybody else's turn.
Yeah.
It's what's the word?
It's a snatcher. Swiper, no swiping.
Armity, surrender the booty.
And he already had his combat phase, so...
Yeah,
And
pass
that-
turn. You're up.
Do you get to keep that?
No, until end of turn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But basically, if your commander isn't protected, well, not yours because it's a planeswalker.
Right.
But I can take a creature, I can attack with it. If I have sack outlets, I might sack that creature.
Right. That makes sense.
It's a pirate from oh god, really? Thank you, Banshee.
Great. Now that you have that card out, it's limiting what I actually want to play.
It's funny. I think half of our phone's photos are snapshots or screen caps of Magic cards.
Yeah, it's like...
I just write. I could just create lists in a big note thing.
Sigh.
If
If I do this, you are totally gonna take this.
it's a foil card that's really small print and really hard to read in the dark over here.
Show everyone. I'll read it for you.
2, 3, 4.
Oh God.
It's what? It's a Minotaur pirate planeswalker.
All right, where's that other Nicol Bolas?
Yep.
I really don't. I want to do this. I don't want to do this. If I do this, you're totally gonna take it. Like, that's the problem. And you, what are you planning?
What are you doing?
We should all just
I don't
do
even
this.
know.
Waiting for your turn.
I don't even know. I don't even know what these cards do. I don't even know what.
Read the fucking card.
RTFC, motherfucker.
I definitely don't want to play my commander though.
You find anything interesting over there, Blue?
Some of it I'm just doing because of the art.
Yeah. So I actually went through. Rick brought the box in the kitchen is free for grabs too.
Fine.
And
You know what?
oh,
I
put
don't
that
wanna-
aspect of wolf
1,
aside for me,
2,
please.
3, 4,
You just went
5.
through it. It's a picture with a wolf on it, or is it a white lily wolf?
Why
Yeah, no, never mind.
Fine.
I don't want a white lily wolf.
Okay, so I'm paying 5 and tapping my renowned weaponsmith to play.
There's nothing wrong with you.
Mirror Battle Sphere.
Oh, the
Nice.
Mirror Battle Sphere is in.
Yay.
Do you need mirror tokens or do you have them?
I may.
Blue, did you put that in your
What?
your Jorkadine deck yet? The Mirror Battle Sphere?
She may not have one.
No, I gave it to her last week.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I
Right.
didn't do anything with those cards.
Haha.
I forgot.
I
Nice.
have like the one odd mirror.
Well, these aren't the blue ones. These are technically the non-blue. These
Oh
are,
wait, I did the
yeah,
wrong
don't worry about
ones.
it. Don't worry about it. You're fine.
It's fine.
We
We'll
know
know.
what you
We'll
got.
know which type of mirror it is.
Wait, here.
Yeah, just put 4 on that one.
There's 4 mirror.
Yeah.
Because you know what? They're either all going to attack together or they're all going to get tapped to make that thing big.
Pass turn.
Outside.
Or you're gonna take my Mirror Battle Sphere.
But I can only do it for a turn. So.
Yeah, I know.
And it's, 4/7 is nothing to sneeze at, but I'm more likely to take this and see if I can get somebody to kill your Death Toucher.
And because I have Sylvan Library.
You draw 3 and put 2 back. Or
Bay Life.
take life, yeah, fucker. When did you just play that?
Last
turn? We missed that. I should have brought that up. It's okay. It's something that folks on the stream should know about that's going on.
Yeah, great.
So yeah. Which, you know, the drawback's not so bad in Commander.
It's not. But
Yeah. Oh no, they go back on top.
no, it says put the card on for each of those cards. Pay for life, or put the
Back
card,
on top of your library.
Then I'll do that.
Yeah. You probably want those.
In whatever
If
order.
it was the one I think I saw. And you get to choose the order, of course.
Yeah.
All right.
Problem is now, you're still really only looking at one card because...
Right. Play land.
I would... That would be awesome. There isn't... We actually were eating dinner earlier and looking through that box, and there's a full-sleeved deck of Yu-Gi-Oh cards in there. So I think Blue should play a Yu-Gi-Oh deck against our Magic decks later.
No.
No.
Right, because I know exactly what that game is.
I couldn't even tell you what Yu-Gi-Oh... Like, you could pull up a chair and just sit and hang out with us.
I know what Yu-Gi-Oh is.
Or-
Oh, I thought you were looking. I thought you were bored.
Or-
I'm
All right,
trying
so I'm
to-
going to
I'm trying to share this.
tap 3 to play Elvish Guidance on this land.
Oh fuck.
What does that do?
It allows it to just generate one more
No,
for
well.
each elf. For each
Oh, for
elf.
each elf.
Yeah, for each elf in play, which is it's okay. I've only got 2 elves, so it's
Yeah,
we're
okay.
I think this elf ball is stronger than my elf ball.
It's my
good.
own
And then
fault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, three. It doesn't seem like that great an enchantment, right?
Until Elfball comes to play.
Right. I'm
Do you have a
curious
Priest
now.
of Titania in there?
Oh yeah. And this stupid. It's still only selling for a quarter. But it's a
Wow.
staple in Commander Elf decks. I mean,
Well, did not know
4.
about it.
if I can find an extra one, I'll give it to you.
Alright,
There might be
so-
one in the box. You never
I'm
know.
gonna tap those for 4
Yeah.
and play Sylvan Messenger.
Yay.
When Sylvan Messenger
Oh,
comes
God.
into play, reveal the top 4
4.
cards. Put all elf cards revealed this way into your hand, and the rest in the bottom of the deck.
And of course, you
I'm
stacked
picking
it
up
with the
your
Sylvan
thing.
Library.
4. And I have to reveal those.
Yep.
Farhaven Elf, the Forest.
Hold on.
Oh no.
Oh my fucking Christ! Really?
Imperious Perfect.
Yeah,
Yep.
Imperious Perfect, and the Chameleon Colossus.
Which is also an elf because it's a changeling.
Yep.
It's a big ass elf.
All right, so 3 elves go back in my hand. This
Yep.
goes back on the bottom.
Yep.
Dang Forest. Could use you.
Really?
What?
You think you need more mana?
And then
And then.
And then there's more. Oh wait, no there isn't.
there is.
He can because he can tap her
Oh, yeah.
for 2. So if he has a 2 cost.
Well, no, she taps for every elf in play. She's an elf.
Yeah, add
Yeah,
an
3.
add an amount of mana equal to the mirror's power. She's currently a 3.
3. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
But I'm going to tap this one, which gives her
Yeah.
3/3, so
Oh.
she's a 6.
Yep.
And then I'm going to tap her for mana,
So we're 6.
and I'm going to play the Fairhaven Elf and Imperious Perfect, which
Yep.
would bump
so
her up
she-
2 more.
But you don't
But-
get
But I don't get that
Yeah.
mana
You're right.
bonus.
Because you already tapped her.
Right.
Ah, now I see how those 2 play together.
Yeah.
that. Yep.
And
It's a great card. The Timberwatch is a really good card.
Yeah.
I also
It's-
should snap a shot of that.
It's a sneak attack card.
It's not even sneak. Like, once we see it, we're like, oh, that elf's gonna...
Yeah.
Whatever elf it gets through is gonna become a 10/10.
Yeah. well, one time I sat on it and I was like, I was
There
being
you go.
oppressed by socks
Jeez.
actually, and
Being oppressed by socks? No.
or I was like afraid to attack, and I'm just gonna sit here with my Timberwatch elf and a few other elves. I'm not a threat. And then Kahan attacked socks with something she couldn't block, and then I pumped it up to something.
Can
Like
anybody
double.
kill the Imperious Perfect?
You could by taking it, and I could throw my Death Toucher.
Okay.
Or the mirror.
He's just
Whichever.
gonna it doesn't trample. He's just gonna throw one thing at it.
No, I'm saying you take it, throw it at me, and I will kill it.
Okay.
One way or another.
Alright. These dice represent the one that he gives.
That's... Yeah.
And then when Fairhaven Elf enters battlefield, I'm going to search my library for a basic land, put it into the battlefield tab. If I
Oh
do
no,
shuffle.
he's so hurt for that
know.
forest.
And I'm
He
gonna
had
do
to
it.
put
Are we
at the
to
bottom.
assume...
Tapped.
And, yeah, you want to shuffle that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we to assume there will be no combat phase this week?
There will be no combat phase.
Alright.
Well, because the elves that are out can attack. They're summoning sick.
I go?
You go.
Yes, you go.
So, is there any Chandra solution to this problem?
Not
They're just
No.
over here having a party in the woods.
because it would be
You guys are
player, so she'd pick it up and
There's no Chandra solution to this
Not
issue?
on that card, no.
Alright.
Not on that card.
Is there a board wipe solution to this?
good. Hashtag I'm not the target.
Yeah, no, you're the fucking target. You are the biggest target at the
yeah,
table.
right now, like
It's not me.
I know, right?
I know.
It's the one-armed man.
Alright, what do I need? What do I need? What do I need? Okay.
So I had a Lizzie Funkhauser over there.
Hi, Lizzie.
Lizzie
Hello.
is from the Board Game Spotlight.
Oh, awesome.
If you would be so kind as to share this in Board Game Spotlight, that wouldn't be upsetting at all.
no, never. Share our
Would you like to cut
fuckery.
it?
Share our fuckery.
I don't care.
Perfect.
I have Davriel Road Shadow Mage.
Ooh, what does that do?
Is it? It's a planeswalker, right?
It's a planeswalker. At the beginning of each...
Oh, that one, discarding. Right.
Yeah. If that player is one... So, yeah, I take it down one to target player discards a card.
Yep.
Let me put a die on him.
Hello, friend. I think it's
I think Rick's the target.
probably
Yeah,
gonna be
Rick,
you.
I'm pretty sure.
Discard a card, please, from your
What?
hands. Yes.
Anyone I want?
Anyone
Yes.
you want. I don't get to choose for you.
All right.
And
I'll
then
get rid
I
of
will
the chameleon.
tick up,
Really?
I guess,
Oh, he has things that are good enough to.
Chandra. And I will look at the top card and probably regret it. Can I play it? I can play it.
If you can play it, does the damage still happen with that Chandra? I thought it didn't.
It goes when it goes up. Nothing happens when it goes up. Only when it goes down.
Oh, okay. There was one Chandra
take
where
another
if
look at
you
it.
play the card,
So whenever one or more health cards are removed, it deals damage, and then you
Okay.
exile and you can play.
Okay.
Yeah, like we just don't want to let that get to
Tybalt,
7.
Rakish,
nice,
Instigator.
can't gain life.
Opponents can't gain life.
All right. Well, I'm not afraid of the Well Wisher now.
What? Wait a minute. I want to change my mind.
You
bad.
can. You can.
Too late.
Too late. I'm gonna.
Chase Stone.
Not create devils.
Not the
probably.
greatest card,
Just
but
leave it.
I'm gonna create a devil.
Really?
I need a blocker.
yeah, she wants to
I
be
need
able
a
to
blocker.
make sure people don't kill her planeswalkers.
Yeah. So I'm gonna make a devil. So I take it down by 2, so it's down to 3, and I make a devil. Here's my devil.
I love the art for that.
Yeah, it's really good.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
like in this case, I feel like the Japanese
All right.
alternative was
So-
not as cool.
No.
Yeah, I liked it. Well, no,
I like
I
this
liked
one.
the Japanese one.
I didn't dislike the Japanese one, but like, for example, the Japanese
All right.
like,
and that's my turn.
All right.
like,
Mm-hmm.
well, they were all pretty good. There were none that I was like, wow, I don't like this, but like, the Tamio one was cool because the scrolls, they made it to where they came out everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whereas on like the English version of it, the scrolls just kind of
How big
like,
is
hung out.
Marwyn, whatever her name is?
She's a 40-40.
How big is she on her own?
Just by herself?
Yeah.
A 1/1.
All right. All right. Let's do this first, just to make it somewhat worth my while.
What are you doing? Are you...
I'm gonna bounce it. Oh, it's a 1/1. Let's just sit tight. So I'm gonna steal Marwyn.
Okay.
Marwyn or
I'm not worried
the
about
perfect?
the perfect.
You want
Yeah, give me the Imperious Perfect.
Okay.
Right.
So this all goes away for
And
now.
it's hasty, and I will definitely kill it.
All right. I don't have any green mana. And you have a devil.
I have a one little devil.
Yep.
And when Chandra takes damage, what happens to her?
So
first
Hey, Project
it'll,
MTG.
it'll
I
deal
didn't
2
know
to
this.
you.
I owe you an email. It'll deal 2 to me,
Yeah.
personally?
Yes.
Alright. I'm gonna send the 2/2 first striking rigging runner and the 4/3 marauding looter at oh crap.
Well, Gabriel's only at 2, Chandra's at 2, Tybalt is at 3.
I'm gonna send them both at Chandra.
Okay.
Fine,
then she does.
Are you sending the perfect? my
And then
way?
the perfect's coming your way.
And then
Okay.
2,
Sure.
you take 2.
I'm blocking the perfect with the mirror.
And it dies.
Oh no! Whatever will you do with your life?
Whatever.
Only enjoy still the shit ton of elves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'll do.
I think you'll
Yeah.
be okay.
Yeah.
Somehow
I'll say.
you'll come through.
I think I will.
Yeah.
Alright.
Are you done?
Yes, pass turn.
Okay, untap. So don't have any upkeep effects. Oh, actually, I lied. Do I?
No, but you would tap them all and make that thing big and do
Yeah.
damage.
And I didn't need to do that to kill a perfect. So now I'm gonna draw.
How
Well,
many
it's player
cards do you have
planeswalker,
in
not creature.
DM? How many cards in your hand?
4.
How many cards in your hand?
4.
Okay.
2.
Okay.
Yeah. Just empty that hand as quickly as you can.
I'm trying.
Uh,
You can only
I'm
do it on my
going
turn.
to tap this.
so Project MTG, Val gave me your info last week and I fell asleep on that,
1,
so
2,
I
3,
will
4,
admit
5,
that
6.
action is on my part. I need to reach out to you so we can get involved.
What is
6.
Project MPJ?
Project MTG, why don't you give a little spiel about what exactly you're doing there?
Yeah.
Samurai Dance Rules. I love that name.
So I'm going
Hey.
to tap 2, and I'll go ahead and play an Is It Signet.
Okay, you've got the signet.
So, and then I am going to. It'd be nice if I got any of my other cards that could handle some of these shenanigans. Do any of your elves have Death Touch?
No.
Okay, good, good. That's a start. Because I feel like my Mere Battle Spear at, like, elves would be awesome.
Like, roll the battlefield. It doesn't trample, which is the problem.
That's fine, but I kill...
We have a new challenger today.
Well, I guess these elves he doesn't necessarily maybe care about, but, like, at least I'd kill an elf that's boosting his land to...
Or,
but he
yeah.
only has 2 cards.
Well, and nobody can gain life, so... I mean, it'll be the druid that goes.
Hi.
Hello.
Do you want to just pull up a chair and sit with us?
Find some fun stuff.
Oh, wow.
Good.
She's found things.
Well, these are just things I just pulled out to look at.
At
I'm looking
least
through
they
a
kill them
giant. I'm half in the screen. I'm looking through a giant box of cards.
I mean, technically I
things
could
from-
play my commander, but if you're just gonna take my commander...
off. I'm not going to take your commander, don't worry.
Oh, you can take it.
You are not the threat right now. Yes, Blue is over looking through a huge box of magic cards in the chat.
Yes.
And we will have her join the next game. Either Rick or I will sit out. Hey, old man Layfield.
Oh, that's cool. Bring together 30
Hello.
other MTG content creators. Second annual 31 Days of Christmas giveaway in December.
And that's exactly
Each
what we
day a
want to be
different
part of.
creator will be posting a video,
Oh,
opening
cool.
their gift, and revealing their winner.
Oh, that's cool. Sounds awesome.
It is.
Captain Harris, you know that it's
So-
Talk Like a Pirate Day.
So
Are you a pirate, Captain
Pastor?
Harris?
Is that past turn?
No.
Captain Harris should only
Attack,
speak in
attack.
pirate
Yeah, I should have
in your
done.
chat now.
Throwing Mirror Battle Sphere at you.
How much damage does it do?
I played
4/7.
Commander
I
Q
hate that.
Huh?
several
Never mind.
times.
I'll block with the druid.
Sure.
In one of my
One less
weekly magic groups,
And
we
pass turn.
play that like every 4 weeks. And regular cube too.
Like, it's definitely hard playing the slow game.
Yeah.
Like, because I do want to put my commander out, and as much as DM says he's not going to take my commander, but when you have a 6/6 commander...
Wait till it's my commander.
Yeah.
That's why I'm afraid of playing my commander.
Yeah.
What is his commander?
What is your spear?
Oh, he's
The
playing a
flip one.
pirate.
So
Admiral
is the
Beckett.
card that he can take things with target creature? Does he take target creature? Or
No
Yes.
land permanent.
Card.
And this is a creature.
Yeah, I know. So I have to be able to flip it immediately for him not to be
Yeah.
able to take
I'm
it.
going down 8 life.
You're bumping up your cards. You're like, I can't
yeah.
anymore.
Yeah, these are gonna be fun.
Take 8 life. Oh, okay, got
Yeah.
it.
Oh, congratulations on your sponsors.
Oh, you're looking at
I'm
DM's
looking
cards.
at DM's cards.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a problem
So,
at the table, and
old
this
man,
time it's not.
we definitely like. Normally, it would be kill DM
Rick Rolls
first,
is the
but elves.
What? I'm not a problem.
So
I'm fine.
when you let elves become elf ball, where it basically they can roll over the entire table, you kind of have to kill them first.
I'm playing Reclamation Sage.
Nice.
When Reclamation Sage enters the battlefield, you may destroy target artifact or enchantment.
That's fine, but remember, my friend.
Yeah. And because that's an elf, ping, which is cool.
Only in my house.
In fact, by the way,
Have
thank
hat
you, friend,
boxes.
because
What?
when I bring it back, I'll get 4 more
Yeah, I was
mana.
gonna say you have to have a pirate hat.
Nice.
That's, no.
Thank you kindly, sir. You have helped me.
Sorry.
Ooh, can I get a hat?
A pirate hat? I don't have any other pirate hats.
There you go.
I mean,
Arr, matey.
Arr.
he
there
is
you
playing
go.
the pirate deck. You could,
No, but
we could pull up another chair
your
for you.
house. You could have put this in your Flippy.
Oh my god.
7.
I am the witch.
Yes, you are.
Oh my god.
Oh wow, this is extra fabulous.
Yeah.
Like,
It doesn't even fit on the entire camera.
10.
yes.
2.
How
You
have
got
I
those cards, I'll throw
gone?
them back in the box.
What's that?
Those
So that's-
cards.
How
Oh, you
have I
was-
gone in streaming and
Right.
not
10.
have a
10.
giant
Yeah, that's 10.
Tap
headpiece?
10. Rick has tapped
10.
10. I want to point out.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Oh, Christ.
17.
Which is going to be the Jorga
Uraga.
Warcaller
Sure.
with a 16 kicker.
Yep.
So that's a +8.
So you're gonna take that Death Toucher.
Well, they all.
Aww.
Yeah, but all the other elves get +16, +16.
+8, +8.
+8, +8.
Come smurf with me.
Oh my god, that was in the box.
It's a Valentine's Day card. It's a, aww.
It's,
There we go. Arr, matey.
come smurf with me.
You are fabulous.
I am. Even though I'm wearing a t-shirt today, which I don't normally.
Mr. Rolls has been. Game Trade Media, you have seen Rick at Gen Con, all kinds of conventions.
Yeah.
Origins.
Aren't you at MAG too?
I was at Mag.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because we saw you there, and I think you stopped by the stream when we were doing
did.
it there. So
Yeah.
yeah.
By the way, the
I may not
Are
remember
you gonna go to
names,
combat?
but I do remember.
I only have
faces.
2 that, or 1 that can combat. And he has trample.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
So that's kind of cool. Let's see.
Arr, matey.
And I will.
Leave the pirate ship alone.
These are all 1/1s?
Yes, but I have a 2/2 Death Toucher.
I don't like that. And what do you have?
1 creature.
One
And 2
creature.
planeswalkers.
And 2 planeswalkers. And can I
You can
directly attack a planeswalker?
Yeah, you can directly attack a
Yeah,
combat against a
they're
planeswalker,
like
yes.
players.
They're like players.
And
I
What do
recommend-
you have?
I have a 4/3 creature and 2 blue mana open.
That doesn't.
That doesn't mean anything.
It is.
So
Yes, it does.
I will attack you, Seth.
Okay.
For 10.
Trample.
Trample.
Waste of a Cyclonic Rift, but I'm going to bounce the Uraga back to your hand.
Japers got this to me. Ow! Wow.
How big is that now?
What?
How big is the elf now that the thing's bounced back to your hand? The elf that
Oh,
you're attacking me
right.
with?
It's not.
It doesn't
2.
change it.
The Uraga goes back to your hand. That is no longer in play. So
Draga, other elf creatures you control get +1/+1 for each.
they don't get the counter.
Yeah.
They don't get
have
counters on them. They get +1/+1 as long as
just
that's in
hitting
play.
the head.
Get it when it's in
So
Oh,
now,
I thought it.
yeah,
okay.
all those 8s are gone.
Well, that's inappropriate.
But it's a waste of a fucking Cyclonic Rift. But what the hell?
So 2 points of damage.
No, I'm killing it.
Why?
Because you attacked me with this 10/10 creature.
There you go.
That seemed right.
It was the right thing to do, and wasting my Cyclonic Rift was also the right thing to do.
All right, cool. Then we have successfully wasted a Cyclonic Rift.
You have.
Pass turn.
There couldn't possibly be a way in my deck to get it back. Let's see how big those things are. 2-1.
Huh.
1-2.
Hey, Gil. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Y'all might know Gil Gerard as Buck Rogers.
Oh. Hi, Gil. Thanks for enjoying it. Thanks for saying
Can
hi.
you scroll up into the chat?
Sure.
That we missed? Because there was a bunch of talk going on right now.
Yeah. So let's see.
Dimmer. No, wait.
Do you want me to go further up?
No. I
Okay.
responded to the queue. You can go down.
Ken, thank you. I have your permission.
We made sure I was extra fabulous.
Oh,
man.
Perfect.
Aww. And now that's going to be sticking in my head all
I
night.
got another Planeswalker,
Thank you.
Saheeli.
Jesus. Which one?
Saheeli Rai.
Gotcha. Let's look at your board state real quick, though.
Alright.
Wouldn't
You wanna
wanna
walk through all the
spend mana
planeswalkers you got
to
going on over there?
proliferate?
Yeah, but I'm going to tap
What's that?
this, sack an artifact.
Like the thing you just created with Saheeli?
Oh, yeah. You ticked her up.
Can't you just
No,
be,
no,
oh, she's
that's
not the one.
not that Saheeli. It's not that
Oh.
Saheeli.
Gotcha. Let me look. Saheeli Rai.
Yeah. I will sack this artifact
That one. Gotcha.
to, well, let me,
Well, you could tick her down to make a copy and then sack it to tick her
There's
back
a
up
whole
one.
other bigger
I don't
box
know.
out in the kitchen.
hold
Magic
on.
cards.
Create a token, copy.
same.
Maybe I'll just.
Lots of
Nah.
I agree
that.
wholeheartedly.
I would probably rather scry. Alright, let me do this in a different order. Okay.
Go ahead. Rejigger your turn if you want
Yeah,
to try to make
I'm
it work a little
sorry.
better.
I'm just
These are
new deck. Everything's changed, dramatically changed deck. we'll
and
say
these are
that.
friendly games. We
Yeah.
want to
Alright.
have people see like
So
what
I'm gonna
kinds of
take that up
craziness
to
happens.
4. Deal 1 damage to each opponent.
Okay. We're gonna take advantage.
I will keep that on top.
We all take 1 point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then
shut
I
it.
will. I'll go ahead and just do Tibalt down to 1.
And we currently cannot gain life? Is that correct?
Yeah.
What's preventing that from happening?
Tibalt.
I don't like that.
You can, hey, I took it down to 1. You could kill it.
What are those little?
I'm gonna
Oh,
make
these
another.
are just.
Oh, okay, they were
make
stuff.
another double.
He had
I did
reminders.
that.
New
Okay.
deck, who dis?
I will tick this down to
Ooh.
1.
What happened to your big one?
Discard a card.
He
I
killed
just killed
it, and I was like, oh no.
Gotcha.
Discard a card.
What?
I mean, everyone
What?
has stuff currently.
Alright. Next, I'm going to tap that
They're so good, all of them.
to sack
Look.
this
Oh,
one
thank Christ!
to.
But if he put
Proliferate.
that in there,
I
what
put that in
other
there.
things? No, but I'm saying,
Oh.
if he put that in his graveyard, what does he have in his hand?
Okay.
Just saying.
So I tapped the Throne of Geth. I sacked an artifact.
Yep.
I'm gonna take up all of
And
my
you proliferate.
Planeswalker. Yeah, proliferate.
I'm so fancy.
So, okay. And
That actually belonged in my hat, but
You're sharing. Sharing is
yeah,
caring.
sharing is caring. Swearing is caring.
Yes, I should have wore my pen tonight. I thought about it. Like just penning it here.
Do I want to do this now? Sure, why not?
Oh God, what?
Nothing.
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 Say it out loud so the stream knows.
I'm gonna do a contentious plan. I'm gonna proliferate and draw a card.
There you go.
Nice.
So I take everything up again.
Came at the wrong person with that thing.
What's what thing?
With that 8/8. I would have let it. I would have let it stay. I would have let it live in the game.
If I would have went after someone else?
Yep. Well, the planeswalkers are going to be a huge problem. We all need to do it, and the problem is we're afraid of you
I
because you haven't
haven't
committed to
I
that
haven't
yet.
played a land yet this turn, so I'm gonna play
I
a
just
land.
feel like because we're on the same side of the
Sure.
table, we're like buddies in crime.
Hey, is Banshee watching?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna pass my turn.
All right.
You found a banshee?
Found a Banshee.
A banshee for banshee.
Yeah.
Do you actually have any creatures over there?
2 doubles.
Gotcha.
2 1/1s.
I'm gonna God, I really should do this to Rick.
What?
He should.
But
Damn.
Are you going to commit to go? Are you going to commit to killing some planeswalkers this turn?
I can't. I don't know if I can. I don't know if the cards in my hand are going to allow me to.
You have the Uraga back in your
Oh, I
hand.
do. That's right.
Yeah. Are you going to commit to killing some planeswalkers this turn?
else he's gonna
You-
take your big elf.
I'm either
and-
going to do it to you or Jay Brary. What I'm about to do.
So I mean, if I commit to killing some planeswalkers, then that's going to make me a target by her.
DM is always
I'm
the target.
I'm asking. Do we have an alliance?
Do not never make deals with
Well,
them, man.
first off,
Unless they're business deals.
if you're wishing to
in a legal way.
parlay, there,
I am.
sir,
Indeed, I am.
you should be parlaying in the right tone of voice, sir.
You make your decision, and I'll pour us all some rum.
Yes.
That, sir,
Because
is
it's
a
Chunk
good
Like a Pirate Day.
Wait a second, but it's your turn.
So I'm gonna play one card. You have a decision to make. If you're gonna kill some planeswalkers, there you go.
What?
Play Angrath and blow up Library's Devils.
There was a question. Did you
Here.
off from the stream?
I don't
Did
want to
you-
look at his hand.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah,
Did you
play your
answer
hand.
I got it. I'll do it. And then I'll pour some rum for
Scroll
Talk
up
Like
for
a
a
Pirate
second.
Day.
Old man, what? What do you want me to do? There was a question old man asked for Rick a second ago.
We'll get back.
Scroll up.
What do you want me to look
The question was.
Something about do you know
Curious does
fellow known as
Mr.
EDH Ghost out of Dallas Fort Worth.
There you go.
What's the
Do
question?
you know
A
guy-
gentleman named EDH Ghost out of Fort Worth.
I do not, but I would love to meet them.
There you go.
And so when I am in Dallas, Fort Worth,
What were you showing?
come out
Oh, I just
and
wanted
see me.
You were
By
gonna.
the way,
Oh, I thought you were showing me
do you
specific.
Oh no, I'm playing Angrath, Minotaur Pirate.
well, do you
Okay.
like them?
I am gonna. I'll pull it up,
Go
and
to
then
the
I will tick it up
church.
for 2 to do 1
Where's
damage
that?
to each creature Jayberry
Dallas.
In
controls.
Dallas?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
Sunday
assuming
night,
I'm
so
gonna eat that damage, but that's
Depending
if I'm
on
here.
how things shake out.
What do you mean?
The devils die and they do a point of damage or something.
Yeah. So you take 2.
But you might want to maybe do 2 points of damage to an elf,
What?
or start taking out elves with those,
Hey, do you want me not to kill one of your elves if you go after him?
What?
or take out a Death Toucher.
Hey, my Death Touchers have not touched yours.
This table talk is really confusing me.
I know.
All right, so Angrath is
just
in.
deals, and side deals.
Indeed.
All right, 2 to you, GM.
To my face.
Yep,
All right,
to your face.
and I'm at 30.
If you're gonna
I am not
start
attacking this
my
turn,
stuff,
and I'm gonna pass turn.
You're not attacking this?
Oh, well, there's enough shit over there. I don't know if he lied to me, so I want to have some blockers.
Hey,
Hi.
Hey, girl.
Hello.
I'm gonna go pour some rum for everyone for Talk Like a Pirate Day.
Okay, untap, upkeep, and then draw. Okay.
Banshee, did you see the Banshee card I found?
Fuck. What are the ultimates on your planeswalkers?
All right, so we have Tybalt. Tybalt only does one thing on his planeswalker ability. It's -2
Great
to make a
devils,
devil.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't.
All right, so
This
Davriel
card
does
goes-
only one thing. So Saheeli is the one that the ultimate is -7. Search your library for up to 3 artifact cards with different names. Put them onto the battlefield, then shuffle my library. But this is not an artifact deck. I just want to point that out. It's a planeswalker deck. So the ultimate is not really super crazy. I'm not putting out Mere Battlesphere for free. Just saying.
Hey, I didn't put that out to free. That cost 5 good mana that I had and 1
Yeah.
tapped creature.
And then the -2 is just I can create a token that's a copy of target artifact or creature I control.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay. So. Here's what we're gonna do. Hang on. Let me count things. Okay, so this would be that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And
I disenchant.
10. Great. 1, 2,
Arbites.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
God.
8. 9, 10. Here's what I'm gonna do.
Step back towards the door for a second.
Jaybury,
Can you
No.
grab my phone right there?
I'm going to come at you for
Me?
You have no
or
blockers,
planeswalkers?
right?
Yeah, I have no blockers.
you
Okay.
for 2 Death Toucher.
Alright, I'll take 2.
And then I get to choose target artifact, my Mirror Battle Sphere. I'm gonna cast it.
Cool.
I'm going to tap. Whoa!
I know.
God,
I carried everything
so
in safely,
many-
and then I kicked the table sitting down.
Yeah.
No, I'm not eliminated. I'm bringing rum for Talk Like a Pirate Day.
I don't have anything. It's gonna be right now. This one. Maybe that one.
5, 6.
I just don't know what
There
it is.
can't be,
7.
because the Planeswalker
Yeah,
deck
never played
does
it.
not have white in
So
it.
I'm sure there's
Mirror
something
Battle
good.
Sphere
There
is
is
for a
back,
reason.
and
Yeah.
give me another 4
You should
6-sider.
do this. No.
So
Well, I'm gonna definitely do that.
okay, I'm.
Yeah, take
I
that.
mean,
yeah.
I guess
Might
I'm
need
gonna have.
I did
Yeah.
last
Some
time
point.
too.
Um,
Crazy.
and then
No, he's not.
I still have mana
He just
left,
went to get us
but
rum for Taco
Just.
Pirate Day.
Just.
Man,
Oh,
that
the
rum is
politicking.
potent.
How's your tooth? Your tooth?
Okay.
Good.
Okay,
In-
and done.
Of course, in
Pass
skull
turn.
glasses.
Nice.
Pass turn,
Oh, it's my turn.
and don't
well, no, take your
spill
time,
it
drink
over
your-
my stuff.
Now we gotta drink it all together.
I cannot chug rum,
No,
and
no,
I'm
it's,
not.
this
No.
is sipping rum.
This is
I,
sipping.
I'm sipping slowly.
we all
sipping
have to
rum.
take our first sip together.
Alright, fine.
Don't spill over my card.
Avasti!
Happy Talk Like a Pirate Day. Happy Coven Day.
Oh, that's good.
Cheers to all of you while we drink this rum.
I'm drinking my hair, unfortunately. And by the way,
Wow,
It is.
sweet.
Captain Morgan's private
Very
stock.
sweet.
It's good.
Very sweet.
It is. It's also 90 proof.
Oh,
Very sweet.
Oh, 80 proof. I thought it was the higher proof.
80.
It
booze,
is good.
booze, fireman cries, all came banging in the door. Don't let him in till it's all mopped up.
And-
Somebody shouted McIntyre.
And I'm just gonna sit here like this because every time you turn around, I get hit in the face with that feather.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm hitting your husband.
In the face with a feather. That's
Shenanigans.
some sort of euphemism. Sorry, I'm hitting your husband in the face with a feather.
No, I'm a bird lady. She understands.
Tease.
Oh,
Like, it's not even awkward. It's a wing feather.
How are your birds? Dragon
Crazy.
Jim wants to know.
Oh.
They all went to the vet recently.
Oh my goodness. So, having 8 parrots is always exciting.
on Talk Like a Pirate Day.
Oh, you should have brought one. And put it on your
Oh
shelter.
goodness.
really
That
travel
probably
well, I
wouldn't work
suspect.
well with Hester, a cat.
That would be fun.
But we basically had 2 half days of appointments because you bring 4 birds
Just
together
stick it out the front.
so you can whack me in the face.
Feather fight!
Anyways, they're
It's
cute.
not that kind of stream.
They're cute and crazy. Oh, come on though. Really?
Really?
You can't attack
Oh,
me?
really?
Are you wimpy?
Stop that. Who's up?
It's me. I'm still over
There we
here
go.
There's a lot of things that could happen over
doing
there.
some stuff, making some things happen.
The burbs are cute.
So you tapped a lot of mana.
I
And
did.
crazy.
What was it for?
To do the same thing you did last
So
turn.
I
Uraga.
I played Soul Ring. Tapped
Okay.
it. Played to play these two guys.
Okay.
That takes
Priest
her
of
up.
And it did.
Titania.
Yeah.
And I'm now contemplating.
Oh, Priest of Titania's out.
Yep.
But she's summoning 6, so
No
can't-
tapping her right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that one.
Yeah, you know
cat.
what?
Yeah.
Your captivating crew is probably not touching my stuff right now.
They're summoning sick.
Because you want to kill
But-
some of those things.
I'm just gonna
I,
note that you all want me to live. You want me to live a lot. Because
Don't listen to him!
read Angrath's ult.
14.
Yeah.
You want me to live for a little while.
Wow. He plays Shiraga, and then
You
it's
should-
like,
you
you
should
dead.
look at the ultimate of that card.
So if
Yeah.
if Angrath goes ultimate,
Destroy all creatures target opponent controls, and then
Who
it
has that
deals
out?
damage to you equal
He
to
does.
their total
You have
power.
Engrath out?
That's what I
Yes.
did last turn to clear the way for you.
Oh.
So Dragon
but he
Jet,
needs-
how big
he's
are
at
your
7
birds
right now.
Yeah.
So he needs 2 more turns.
19.
7 to 9, 9 to 11, 3 more turns.
19.
Yeah, kicked at 19. So 1 plus 18, so it's 9.
You need 2 to kick it each time, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So
so-
it's 9 extra.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Here.
Oh, you have a cockatiel? Nice.
You'll need 9.
Yeah.
He was acting on it earlier. I don't know if he knows the prime rule, but
Do you?
Well,
We'll see what
Dragon
happens.
Jet,
I'll
I've
use these
got
at 10 cents, thank you.
2 cockatiels and 6 conures.
next turn
So-
he might just be able to win no matter what, unless we can do something about it. So it almost doesn't matter.
Yeah, unless someone.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, hi Hester.
Hi, Hester.
Hello.
Oh, Cave Girl.
Friends.
Look at the art I brought over there.
Thanks, old man Layfield. I appreciate the vote of confidence.
It's so cute.
So,
Hello.
I mean, I am going to kill one of your planeswalkers.
Kill a couple of
the thing
planeswalkers.
is,
I can only
you
kill
need,
one.
You need to kill that
Golem
planeswalker
Golem,
because that
yeah.
planeswalker will kill all of your stuff and deal damage to you equal to the power of
Right.
your creatures.
Good girl, Hester.
Yeah, that's the ultimate
That's-
of Angrath.
job.
But
You
I've
need
got
to
3
go-
turns before I could do that.
Yeah.
You need to wipe out some of those planeswalkers.
I
Well,
only have one that can attack. I only have
There you go.
this one.
Yeah.
This one and
It's not a trampler.
Yeah. No, that's
No.
fair.
Yay.
and
Coming at me with.
yeah, I'm just wondering which is the one that would be the
what is the
Well,
result?
minus
for artifacts.
7. I just searched my library for 3 artifact cards with different names, put them on the battlefield, and shuffle your
I
library.
go Chandra.
I mean, I would-
Chandra's dead.
Chandra's already dead. So I would say Saheeli doesn't do a lot in terms of the ultimate for me in this deck because it's not an artifact deck. It's not stupid
What are the
crazy
middle? Oh,
artifacts.
but you're making little tokens with her.
No, I scry, deal 1 damage to each opponent,
don't like
or
the
minus
scry.
2, create a token that's a copy of target artifact or creature I control, except it's an artifact in addition to its
I
other
mean-
types.
I gotcha.
It
So,
gains haste,
guys-
then it gets exiled.
Let's be real.
Jordan-
For you,
Jordan is
if
also
you have a
against you,
card where
Well,
you
it's
gain
okay.
life,
Jordan sucks.
Tibble is the worst for you.
We've
Tibble.
gotten
Yeah, that's the
everyone.
one.
He's prevented.
That's
Go
what
along
I'm. That's what I'm
with
holding
Kill
on to.
the
Okay.
Emperors.
So I will.
I'm
attack
okay.
Tibble
I'm wearing a
for-
pirate hat. I'm okay being the
Tibble
villain.
dies.
For
We've
11.
got people
Till
who
dies.
are
Okay.
always team blue, and then everyone else is also kill DM.
Okay.
Like,
And
Well,
we've
you know-
drawn lines. We've
That's
gotten our viewers to draw lines.
God, our viewers hate me.
It's okay. No one even roots for me at all.
Say hi
At
to
least you get to be
Matt
the villain.
Stagmer.
How do you root for chaos?
Hi, Matt.
How does one say, I don't know, just inject some shit into the game. I want that to happen.
Team Rakdos. That's how you do it. Although, am I truly Team Rakdos?
No, you're more like Joker fucking chaos, not devil.
probably.
Yeah. Like just chaos for chaos's sake.
Stagmer was watching.
Oh,
Hey,
cool.
Dragon Gym roots for chaos.
Yay!
Yay!
See?
Chaos.
Go NPC.
And
My ankles started itching today.
Oh.
But I,
Uh,
You
try
should show off
not
the
to do
tats
that.
later.
I have not
Oh,
touched it.
but
You should
that's
show
you.
off the
you
tats
just
later.
slap it.
Maybe.
You just slap it
Yeah.
when it itches. You
Apparently
don't scratch
Jordan
it,
likes
you slap
chaos
it.
too.
Woohoo! Jordan, chaos. Yes.
All right. Well, we'll see how long I get to keep it. I'll play my commander.
Cave Girl, would you like to join us in ROM?
No, thank you.
Smart. You're very smart.
2.
I have meetings.
I made
So I
it on
took-
Sunday walking
So I took
around.
Davriel down to 2. Discard a
I made
card.
it walking around. Just fine.
Rick, you're discarding.
Discard a card.
Huh?
Davriel.
Beastmaster's Ascension.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
jeez.
Whew. He
I'm
wants
gonna,
that life gain, apparently.
I'm gonna
Because he's hanging on to that
scry.
life gaining
Let
card.
me see.
What is it? Is it the Well-Wisher?
Yeah, I'll scry.
It's the life gain thing.
Hmm.
I don't know what it is, but I know it's
Aw.
life gain.
Okay.
because-
I'll keep that.
Near perfect chaos.
I'll keep that
Oh,
on top.
thank you. Oh, wow, I like
Is there an elf in here that gives life?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
Well-Wisher.
Oh, okay.
What's your life at?
You doing all right there, girlie?
Tap.
I have some of my Chinese that I didn't need if you want.
I don't.
I got you.
Let's see. Yeah, I'll tap and sack my Talisman of Indulgence. Tap the Thorn of Geth to sacrifice my Talisman of Indulgence. I'm gonna proliferate, so this goes back up to 3. This goes up to 8.
I like NPC meaning near perfect chaos. I'm down.
I'm going to play a Terramorphic Expanse to before the end of my turn. I'm going to crack it
Yeah,
and
later.
pass my turn.
Does that Terramorphic give you enough to flip boss?
Yes.
Now, if he hits Well Wisher, we're not going to be here for a while. Because if no one can stop the elf stuff with, like, Uraga out, we're dead.
Yeah.
So the good news is, we'll move on to another game, and...
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I'm probably gonna die.
In keeping with the theme of the pirate deck and Odysseus and traveling around, I put a Curse of the Swine in here. So I shall exile 5 creatures, and each player who has an exiled creature gets a boar. So, have a boar token. Have a boar token. Have a boar token. Have a boar token. Have a boar token.
Sweet.
Do you have board tokens?
I do.
I need a board
Have
token.
board tokens. Of course he does.
Have a boar.
So these are exiled.
Have 3 boars.
Thanks.
Oh,
You're like
I only
the
put 4 in the
Oprah
deck.
of
I don't get a
boars.
board?
Here, have a treasure token as a boar.
I have my own treasure
Fine,
token.
we
Keep your
can
damn treasure
trade.
token.
If you really want a
No.
cute little board.
No.
Look, he's wearing armor.
Is it a 1/1? A 2/2?
2-2. 2-2 board.
Here.
Apparently,
This spirit is a boar.
There you go.
It says 2/2, but it's a boar.
He's wearing armor.
It's
Look,
a floaty boar.
It is. It has greaves and everything.
so, you know, the whole theme of the deck is pirates and nautical stuff.
Hey, Adacat.
Thank you.
Thank you for following.
yes.
And so I have exiled 5 creatures and put 5 boar tokens in play.
Thank you, Adacat.
And you get a boar, and you get a boar. Everybody gets a boar.
You're a boar.
So what are you doing now?
Nothing. Pass
And
turn.
then I'm gonna.
Pass turn.
Nope.
Nope.
I'm gonna pump this up to 9. Alright.
What is its ultimate?
I need 2 more turns. I gotta get it to 11 and then go ever. Pump this up to 9 and do 1 point of damage to each creature you control. Are those elves 1/1s again?
This is a 2/1.
This one is.
And what's the other one?
A 1/2.
And this one is an 8/8.
No, it's not. That
It
one
is.
is a 3/3.
No.
No, it's
This-
been ticking up as elf.
this one is-
cover.
Oh, it takes. It gets a counter. It isn't
Yes.
plus.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I should
Right.
exile that.
Yeah,
Fuck
it gets
me.
a counter.
So you want to just kill this one?
So no, but
No, I
yeah,
should have
yeah.
killed. I should exile that. I thought it only took 2 creatures, but that's my fault.
Yeah.
All right, 1 damage each creature you control.
Okay, so this one will die.
Yep.
Cool.
And 1 damage to you personally.
What?
Right, that's
Yes.
what it does. It should have
Poke you
done
in
1
the
damage to
eye.
you personally, Jay-Bray, last
Me
turn. Yeah, I forgot to tell you 1 damage personally when I killed humans. And I'm gonna pass turn.
Okay.
And that was Neheb or no?
No.
That's Angrath.
Angrath.
Untap. Okay.
How high is Angrath now?
9, but he needs to be 11. So 11 next turn, and then the turn after I might be able to. Assuming
Tybalt's not still out, correct?
Tybalt is still out.
Tybalt is gone.
Oh.
Tybalt is gone.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I only have Davriel and Sahili in play.
Okay.
Huh. Do I want to go that route? One, I'm gonna play this and
I think
just
you should go
gain
that
the
route.
life.
Whatever the fuck that route is.
I mean, it'll be interesting. I've never gotten to play this card before.
Well, I'm sitting here like, shit, I just gave you 6 power worth of boars.
Yes. The boars are gonna retaliate.
I should have gotten rid of whatever her name was. I thought she ticked up, like, the Jiraga ticks other elves up and whatever.
Yeah, Marwyn.
I thought she's actually even better than I thought.
Marwyn, yeah.
Yeah. You read her again.
I need one of these and one of those.
One of these and one of those.
I am
WYN.
Oh, M-A-R-W-I-N.
Someone killed
tapping
everyone else.
3,
We
and
will.
I'm
Don't
going
worry.
to play
gonna happen.
Mirrodin Besiege, and I'm going to pick Phyrexian. I'm intrigued. I like the card draw
I
aspect.
have no idea what it does. So let's see. When it enters, you pick Phyrexian or Mirren.
I'm picking
Phyrexian.
Phyrexian.
So at the beginning of your end step, draw and discard. Then if there are 15 or more artifacts in your graveyard, target opponent loses.
What?
So I'm picking that one,
Sure.
and I'm going to draw. And then, yeah,
What do you got in your
I wanna
graveyard?
Discard nothing currently.
Right.
Um,
What did I? Oh, I exiled the Batter Sphere. Thank Christ.
do I want to do?
Yes, are you sure? I still have 2 green open.
Those
Oh.
green counter spells.
Yes.
the
Whatever
artist?
shall you do?
Brian Sells. Bran. I don't know. I really like that though.
You know, I'm not gonna do that as much as I want to. I'm discarding that planes, and I'm done.
All right.
Past it.
Exactly.
So you're gonna do the Sylvan thing
Yeah.
again?
Yeah.
Draw 2 additional.
Okay.
What are life totals around the table? 30?
41.
22.
32.
Nobody's running away or too low. I'm sure they cleared that sample.
You sure they did?
I'm certain that this industrial band cleared the sample of the movie they used in there.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Good.
What movie is it? I can't
It's,
hear it well enough.
It's Exorcist.
Ah.
All right. So
The Exorcist has a local connection.
The
Well, DC
stairs.
connection.
Oh, Solid Plasma just shouted us out on his stream.
Yay!
Oh,
Yay,
thank
Solid
you.
Solid plasma. Would anyone else like some more rum?
2 green and 2
Nah,
colorless. Holding on to 1 colorless
Okay.
to play Jagged Scar Archers.
Did
What
you
did
take
they do?
what? Did you keep anything?
I did not.
you
I put
take
the
what?
other
You
2
put it
back. Yeah.
Okay.
Jagged Scar Archers, power and toughness are equal to the number of elves you control.
3.
So 3.
3. And then if you tap him, Jagged Scar Archers deals damage equal to its power to target creature with flying.
Yep.
Okay.
That's kind of neat. And
Yeah.
she goes up.
Blows up creatures with flying.
And now,
You have 1 floating colorless.
I can't even imagine. And Marin
What
taps,
is-
right?
Huh?
She taps for mana equal to her power.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, equal
Yes.
to her power.
But he only has 1 card left.
I
Yeah,
only
but
have 1
who
card.
knows?
What is the biggest, baddest card in this deck? Because I do not know the deck.
If you're, are you Genesis thinging or Primordial or something?
Chord of Calling.
Oh.
I mean, I don't think there's anything in there bigger than 7 mana. I mean, you can pay the extra mana.
Is there anything that goes big? X makes it bigger and
The
stronger.
problem is
You can't.
the Court of Calling
it
isn't going to put it in with kicker stuff. It's just
Yeah.
going to put it in.
You have to.
Yeah.
All right, then what's that one that gives the life that you've all been thinking of having?
Wallwisher. It's
One-
not
yeah.
that much mana
And-
though.
It's only cost 2 mana to play Wallwisher.
And I'll give you a different suggestion if by some weird chance I didn't put it in there.
Do you wanna? You gonna
Okay.
play it?
So then I
Just pay like 5 now and
3 and 1,
all right, yeah.
whatever that is.
And if you need more, you can.
That would
tap
be
it.
can have her.
6.
6.
Oh, do you want me to look real quick for you?
Yeah, because I do not know even what that card looks like.
And it's not going to have haste, so if you want to enter your attack step.
Kill.
And it's only for a
So are
creature,
you
right?
playing that card? Or?
Yes, I'm playing
Okay.
the Court of Calling.
You have a Will
Okay.
Wisher. That's it, right?
Yeah, and then shuffle the library. Yeah.
Okay.
There's nothing else he'd want to get for 6
There's probably something else.
because he
You're
paid
gonna play
6.
your commander.
6.
I mean-
I'm gonna play my commander.
Oh.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, there you go. And that's
Then-
just that
I may
Yeah.
have
blows
to
up artifacts and enchantments on a stick.
just tap
Yeah.
her
Well. Oh.
because
Okay.
I don't have enough total.
I mean,
Yeah, so
you
you-
might want
I could have just tapped
you might
that.
want to consider that.
Maybe instead.
So instead of the Wall.
I'm going to give you like two or three choices. You might want to consider that.
Sorry guys, what is that?
It's okay. Oh, I'm
Because
sorry,
I
It's,
can't see on
it's a
the screen.
Thunderfoot Baloth.
The Thunderfoot Baloth. There's also Terastodon, which would allow you to kill 3 planeswalkers.
Oh. Yeah.
Yep.
That might be worth it.
There's also
Worth
Grave
it?
Sifter that gets every elf back from your graveyard to your hand when it comes in.
Killing 3 planeswalkers.
Yeah,
The
that
one-
sounds really good.
Do you want the Terastodon?
And so, how much mana am I looking at for that one?
10.
Oh, 10.
9. Well,
And plus this, and then that is
Yeah.
enough to put that into play.
Yeah. You have 50.
is the Well-Wisher back in here?
Yes.
There you
And wait, well wisher.
Yeah, I gave it
Give it back.
All right,
Yeah.
so you Court of Calling the goddamn Terastodon 99 elf.
So
99.
read it.
When Terastodon enters the battlefield, you may destroy up to 3 target non-creature permanents for each permanent put into a graveyard this way. Its controller puts a 3/3 green elephant creature token onto the battlefield.
Right. So I'm assuming you're blowing up 3 planeswalkers.
I am. Yeah.
Poof.
So yours, mine,
And I'll
two of
give you
mine.
each a... Yeah,
There should be a stack of elephants over there.
There are. Whoop.
Well, at least we get a
They
bunch
get,
of
they get
elephants.
Olifants?
Olifants.
There's 2 for you.
Okay.
And 1 for
Elephants
you.
can't kill pirates.
But Olifants can.
Yes, they can.
Since you played your commander, you can tick her up or down.
Whoop, wrong card. That card.
You want to tick her up.
And that does.
I have
few
that
things.
card in a deck.
Don't you have it in
Well,
I think
3
it's an
to
extra.
4.
Sahili? No, Sahili.
I can.
Astrid.
I have
Oh,
to
an
tick her
Astrid?
up twice,
I
right?
think so.
What?
I have to tick her up twice to get the 1/1 green.
Or
Is that
Savoot.
right?
Yeah.
so you
So
can-
she goes up
Yeah,
to.
so
She goes up by 2.
Oh, okay.
To
Make
five,
her a 5,
and
or
you
you
get an
can -2 her right away to destroy target artifact or enchantment if there's any.
So NPC needs to see that card die very quickly because it just starts to obliterate her deck every turn.
Yeah. So
Although,
you
oh
get the elf
no,
druid.
my
What?
mirrors and
Yeah.
That makes them mana.
Yeah.
this I
Well,
don't
this
need.
is the big.
They
Oh,
could
yeah,
do
yeah,
that,
no,
but
H10.
I don't have that much in my
Yep.
graveyard. So like, this is
Yep.
not a threat currently.
It's the enchantment. Like if I manage to somehow
are you
go get the
gonna combat?
None of my creatures are
Riku.
combat.
You have boards.
Except for boars.
Yeah, right.
What's wrong with boars?
I mean, I could get rid of them. Just to get rid of them.
They're great blockers.
Yeah.
Alright.
That's what I want to use them for. So, pass turn. That was fun. Thank you. Great educational purposes right there.
There you
Learn-
go.
Learn more about the deck and fear me. Oh, wait, I have no cards in my hand. No!
I have 2, so we're getting to that point in the game where you have 2.
Yep.
Yep.
Although I get at end step.
Temple of Epiphany,
It'll-
I'll scry. Put it on the bottom.
No.
What are those? Pumpkin seeds?
Yep.
In shell? Are they in shell?
Yeah.
I just use them myself.
They scratch my throat.
Oh no.
All right, let's look around the table, shall we?
So 2, 3.
I've been relatively
4,
calm. There's not been a lot of chaos.
6.
Yep.
That's all I can do.
He's back, and
Yeah.
you still have enough mana to pop him, right?
Next turn, yes.
Yep.
Commander.
All right.
What's your commander do?
Nicol the flip one. Oh wait, oh shit. Ah fuck, I forgot the trigger when I brought it in last time. I didn't read the fucking card. Everyone was supposed to discard a card the first time it came in, but it's too late to do that now. But everyone has to discard a card now.
All right. Discard a card. Sailor of Means.
So before your draw step, you would have had to discard a card.
Gotcha.
Gotta read the fucking card.
We're not great at that all the time.
No. And I've played this before, I should know better.
Fine.
All right. I'm gonna put a dead man's chest.
Nicol
What does it do? Can you pull it up?
Yes. I'm gonna put a dead man's chest on Marin.
What?
What does it do?
I'll show you.
When an enchanted creature dies, exile cards equal to its power from the top of its owner's library. You may cast non-land cards from among them for as long as they remain exiled, and you may spend mana. So you can spend it.
I can spend mana of any color
To
to
cast
play.
my exile
Right.
cards.
How big is she right now?
10-10.
All right. I'm gonna take
11,
her with the
11.
captivating crew, and I'm gonna swing at NPC with her.
Okay.
But you're swinging at me.
Death touch.
But I want him because I want that back.
So don't block.
Just take the damage. And then
Just
it comes
take the
back to
damage,
me.
and it comes right back to him.
I don't want the damage though.
Or just block with a mirror or something. Well, actually, hold on for a second.
Oh, jeez.
It's
I'll get that in a second.
Hold on for a second. Where the hell's the rest of my hand? That was my hand.
Yeah.
So I guess it really doesn't matter. Yeah, I wasn't... Oh, wait. No, there's the rest of my hand. Okay. Yeah, I'll... You can replay... It's not your commander, is it?
No.
Right, Morphon Sick Commander. Look, here's your opportunity to get rid of it.
Just get rid of all your Mirrodin thingies. Your little, like, those things. Just one of those, whatever.
Alright. They both die.
Wait.
Alright, exile the... How big was the power? 10, right?
10.
11.
11. Exile the top
Because
11
it
cards
had
of your
10
library.
counters on it, and it was a 1/1.
The top cards?
Top 11 cards.
They get exiled.
And I'll just show them to everybody.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Dead men tell 11 tales.
Wait a second. But I just gave you 11 cards.
Yep. And I'll even put them up here so everybody can see. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
What'd you get?
All right, a grave
Then
sifter.
we can't see them where you're putting them.
Let me do this.
You gotta put them on top of Kelly's face.
I'm gonna do this.
Sorry, on top of Cave Girl's face.
All right, grave sifter. When I play it, each player chooses a creature type. Everything from the player's graveyard comes back to their hand. So if I play this and choose pirates, I get pirate. But everybody else, you can choose elves, you can choose dragons. Right. Ornreef the Vastwood, Tear, Tajur Preserver. Spells and abilities don't allow me to sacrifice creatures. Drove of Elves, Hexproof, Power and Toughness, Equal number of green permanents. Overrun, doesn't matter. Heritage Druid, tap 3 elves.
Please choose one. Finisher.
Oh, I might play a Weirwood
Got
Channeler.
anything for sale?
So I can tap this, and it gives target creature Power and Toughness, +X, equal number of elves in play, not that I control.
Yeah.
Immaculate Magistrate, and 3 lands. So yeah, there's a lot of good stuff up there. And I'm gonna pass my turn. Oh, actually no, I'm gonna pay 1 for a Thieving Saboteur.
How are you paying 1?
I had 1 blue mana left.
What is
But it's
thieving?
2.
Oh, I can't play it, sorry.
Yeah.
My fault.
Yeah, thank you for keeping him accountable.
No, I literally did not see the 1 on it.
Because I can't see
And I was even
what
just
he's
about to
got
bring it
over
up,
there.
so we would have caught it in a minute.
Okay, untap. Keep. Draw.
I spelled thieving wrong.
No, I think you got it right
Let me look at it.
the first time around.
Daring Saboteur.
You should probably know what the name of the card is.
Yeah.
Probably. That's pretty. Look at that.
Alright.
So whenever it deals combat damage to player, I may loot.
Nice.
So we got elephants and boars and pirates. It's a right Mediterranean adventure.
And Nicobolus.
Fucking Nicol Bolas.
Does anyone have
Pirates
card...
and Beers and Nicobolus.
Does
So
anyone
mine.
have card draw? Or discard?
Card to discard?
Well, every time Nicol Bolas comes into play, we discard a card. It's just the nature for commander.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
What are you asking?
just trying to figure out if I should go for broke.
Ooh.
I have a very secret card in my hand
Yes.
that couldn't possibly be a blue card named Daring Saboteur.
That you just tried to cast.
That I just tried to cast and didn't have enough mana for it. Matches your
You
hair.
have 2 mana?
I had 1 blue left and I didn't realize that it was 2 because I'm an idiot.
More elephants.
Or in
I haven't bought
Blue's
himself
words,
with
oily
no.
fonts.
Oh no.
7, 8.
There's a lot in the comments that I've missed. Elephants. Can't kill pirates. What? In my Riku deck. Terrastodon is an all-star.
God has not violenced us with her Riku deck in a long time.
Oh yeah, that's the one with the 2 faces. I think.
What is it? What do you call it? Everything you can do, I can do 5 times?
Probably. Knowing Socks and how Socks plays, yes.
Hey, Philip.
Infinite
Hey, John.
times.
Hey, Philip and John.
turns.
Ha! Ha!
Hello, people.
Okay, fine. I'm just gonna do this because it's fun.
Play your
Okay.
commander.
3 to 7 times. 3 to 7 times. Or weird science.
Everything
Okay.
you can do, I can do 3 to 7 times.
So
It doesn't really roll off the
It's
tongue.
oddly specific.
That's 3, 4, 5,
But it's
6,
really true.
7.
Yes.
7.
All right,
Later.
Morphon's in. Let me bring Morphon up just so folks know.
Okay. And then, for my next trick,
Ooh. There be more up that sleeve of yours, are.
Yep.
Arr.
Is there gonna be a bunny coming out of a hat?
No.
Bunny's on a flight here for one day and then flying back.
I mean,
to
an
Show's meeting.
actual bunny. You're wearing a hat. They're gonna be a bunny
Okay,
in
then
there.
I'm tapping my renowned weaponsmith
Yes.
and 1 mana
Yes.
to play a Fist of Suns.
What is that?
Oh God.
What does that do?
I'll bring it up in a second as soon as I'm done pouring my grog.
Nice.
And while we're at it,
And
when my
drinking it in
commander came in,
despair.
I'm just saying artifacts.
Wait, I don't think you.
You pick.
Artifacts is not a creature type.
Creature type.
Artifact creature? Construct?
Constructs is a creature type.
Construct is a
No,
creature type.
it says artifact creature. How's that not a creature?
It's a mirror.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's the thing after artifact creature.
They back in the day
Like
they
creature
fell down
elephant,
on that. They
creature
didn't actually
elf,
do that, and that's why
creature-
people don't think. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's less fun. You know what? Fine. I'm going to pick construct then. Just so I can keep doing this.
Alright, oh,
because
we're
it's
Gollum?
funny. No,
I don't know
construct.
what's in your hand.
So, with having my commander out, it's saying that, like, each costs 1 less for the colors, but then Fist of Sun essentially.
Holy crap!
Yeah, so I shared it as a...
God, give me a ruling on that. Morphons, no, because that's an alternate cost.
No, I paid this.
Right, you've got both of them in play. Spells of the chosen type cost you 1 less,
Yep.
so you may pay
then I-
blah blah. Right,
It-
All her
but
creatures are free.
you're replacing.
But it should
no.
I don't know.
I feel
Yep,
like they
okay,
should
all
work
your creatures
together.
are free. Yep, they are all free.
Well, all of my construct creatures are free.
All constructs are free.
And bam.
Well, wait, hold on.
Excuse me.
Choose a creature type. Yep. All right. All your Scuttling Doom Engine. Doom.
Paid. And it's
that?
a 7/7.
So how did that happen?
All right. So let's look at Morphon.
Yeah, I need to see
Morphon
the order.
says spells of the chosen type you cast cost 1 of each color less.
Oh.
And then how that interacts apparently with Fist of the Sun, Fist of Suns, is you may pay that. So each spell costs that, and if it's constructs, it's 1 less of each of those,
Sucks.
so
It's a
functionally
long
free.
story.
Wow,
Like, this
okay.
deck will play different ways. But I was tired of having it in my hand, and we're at that point in the evening
Yeah,
where
like
I'm
this,
just like,
this game will
let's
be over
go.
in like 2 turns at most.
Yeah.
Aw.
So,
All right.
and it's there. And I'm done.
All right.
Not gonna attack.
Nope, not yet.
Goth, did you just tell somebody they're wrong on the internet?
I may be wrong.
That will actually get everyone in the game to just throw shit at you. Doing that
Yeah.
in 5 colors with slivers.
Oh god. Oh god.
I
freely admit I'm often wrong.
Pardon me.
Yeah. We need NPC. You need to sit by DM every game so you hold them accountable. Be like, you can't play that 2 mana cost creature with 1 mana.
I think we would have figured it out when I pulled it up.
I wouldn't have because I can't see your
Hey, Captain
board.
Harris.
I can't see your board that well.
Captain Harris, from one captain to another on Talk Like a Pirate Day.
Well, Wisher.
You're not
Yay.
talking like a
Bump it.
pirate very well, though.
Yeah,
Did it just
I wouldn't be a pirate. I would be
Yeah, just-
literally
no.
like the evil guy that
Do
gives
this
the pirates
every
money to
turn.
go raid shit.
Once.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm pumping
Why
it.
would you be a
You get-
pirate?
So I
That's
get one.
fun.
It sounds dangerous. You go,
You play
you
that
go be a
last
pirate.
No, I
Bring
just
me the
played
money.
Just now.
Bring me the booty.
Right, you took it back. I forgot. Yeah.
And then
So we're considering. So we know we're up against Critical Role. So we're considering. We're having discussions. I don't think it's anywhere past discussions of moving the stream
Other
day.
than we brought it up.
Yeah.
That's it.
But we know we're up against Critical Role, and that's a huge fucking problem.
Yeah.
So I literally had 30, 40 people tell me over the last month or 2 that they'd watch us every Thursday if it weren't for Critical Role. Who's up?
so I have questions.
Sure, I have answers.
So
Who's
I have.
Critical Role?
That's good. That's
No one you need to worry
So
about.
No one
let's-
you need to
let's
worry.
ask this
Yeah,
question
let's
first.
hear the
All right, so I
question.
played my characters. I bumped this up. I can't
What did-
swipe it off yet.
No.
What did you bump it up to do? You put
To
in.
made another
made a
druid.
mana dork.
Druid, good.
Yep.
Yeah. Does anybody have any flyers?
I do.
No.
I don't think I do now.
Nope.
I do.
How much life does it have?
4.
the number of elves I control. 1, 2,
Oh,
5.
Damn it.
Oh, pick off Bolas.
No.
Yes.
Ping.
The ignominy of Bolas being killed by what?
An elf.
What's the name of the card?
Jagged Scar Archers. Jagged dash
Damn
Scar.
it.
Sorry. But I want to use them.
Oh, the ignominy of Bolas being killed by that elf.
Pew.
wait.
No, it just does it directly. I can't do anything about
Oh.
it.
Yeah, it just shoots that much damage.
To
Right.
flyer. Target flying creature.
Who's that? It's a one person artist. Parente? I like that.
Meh. Oh, goodness.
What do you have on your field?
I have 4 creatures.
What's the strongest?
3/3, 4/3, 2/2 first strike, and 4/3. So 2 4/3s, a 2/2 first strike, and a 3/3.
Nice. And what do you have?
6/6, 7/7, 8 1/1 mirrors,
Nice.
2/2 boar. Oh crap! I did this wrong. I should have drew a card, discard. There we go. Done.
So I'm gonna push the testosterone at you.
How big is it?
9/9.
And she's going to block it with a 1/1 mirror.
No.
Or a 2/2 boar.
I'm going to. How much mana do I have? 1, 2,
You're gonna kill it.
3, 4, 5,
Attacking with one
6,
thing.
7, 8, 9. Okay, so I could cast my commander. How big is it?
It's a 9/9.
Great.
What?
So I'm gonna put my commander and 2 of the mirrors
Okay.
and kill it.
And I'm going to tap this to bump it up another 1,
Yep.
3, 4, 5.
Yep.
Okay, does it have Turnbull?
It does not.
Okay, I don't care then.
Nice.
Oh, that's interesting. Why, thank you. I like this pirate set. I bought it at Ren Fair one year. It's a lovely leather pirate hat. Tricorn.
The reason I wanted my commander to
So you
die
could
is-
recast it for a different name.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Dang it!
Right.
Very cool. And Pastor. Sorry.
Let's see if I can get back in this game somehow.
Well,
Not
you can play
dead
your
yet.
commander one more. No, you need. If you draw land, you can
I
play your
can't.
commander. Oh, because you scried, you know what it
I
is.
can't because that'll just kill it. And then it'll just kill
Oh,
it, and
right.
then it'll just kill it, and then... That's a dumb idea. That's
is.
a dumb idea, everyone.
It is.
DM had a dumb idea.
Would you like me to do something about that?
Yes.
Of course I would.
Okay. Are you prepared to make your deal with the devil then?
What does that mean?
I don't know. We'll find
Well,
out.
I
We'll
have
find
deal.
out when I draw my card.
So are you saying I should play my commander or no?
No, don't play your commander. I don't know if I can.
Okay,
I mean,
then
I can
I'm-
take the Jagged Scar Archer, but we don't know if somebody wants to kill it or not. How big is the Jagged Scar Archer? Let's look at it again. Does it say elves in play or elves you control? Elves you control.
elves, they
Go ahead, play your
control.
commander. Well, no, don't play your commander because he can tap that as an instant.
So 1, 2.
It's already
3.
tapped.
It's already tapped.
Oh, then go ahead and play your
He has
commander,
1, 2,
and we'll see what we can
3,
do.
4
Actually, no, because then I have to discard the only card in my
4
hand.
elves.
Why?
Whenever Nicol Bolas comes into play, everybody discards a card.
But you could possibly play it.
I can't, because if she plays it right now, the card gets discarded.
Oh.
Up to
yeah.
you.
Pass.
Alright. Untap. Upkeep. Draw.
But if you deal with it, then she can play your commander and your
And
cards
then
might already be...
you'll hate me anyway, so there's no... You might
Alright,
just
I'm
think
gonna
me.
tap 3.
Honestly, it's better for you if you just don't let me play Nicol Bolas.
Probably.
You know this.
Well,
Yes.
I might be top decking.
What are you doing?
Alright, so I'm gonna play a Forerunner of the Coalition.
And that does?
I spelled it wrong apparently.
Yeah, it's not a 4-funner.
Well, it might be. It might be funner. All right. So when it enters the battlefield, I may search my library for a pirate card, reveal it, and put it on top. Whenever another pirate enters the battlefield under my control, each opponent loses 1 life. So it's a 2/2 pirate. And I apologize for my search. I don't know how long this is going to take. So say something fun, people.
Hey, we have a Patreon.
We do?
Could be that.
Let's see. Whenever 4 on the coalition, pirate. Okay.
For those of you watching, if you want to go over to, on Facebook, go to Rick Rolls America, roll with a Z, and follow. I wouldn't be upset.
Yep.
We would not be upset either for you plugging yourself.
And
Yes.
for
You should
everybody on
absolutely
my
do that.
watch party watching, make sure you're following Coven MTG on
Yes,
Facebook,
please.
Twitch.
Did you
Patreon.
show off your cool business
Everywhere.
card?
I did not.
Here, let me figure out which one's the proper zoom one. Okay. Nope. Is this us? Nope.
Oh God.
There we go. Look at this cool card.
It is cool.
Rick Rolls America. There's a little D20. What kind of car is that?
It
Is that a
is.
specific kind of
It's
cool
not.
car?
No,
it looks like
it's
a charger.
Is
might
it
be a
an
Charger.
Aston Martin? No, I don't.
It could be very
I don't-
007.
I
But
don't
I have
know
that same
cars.
logo. I don't either.
I don't know cars.
I have that same logo, but instead of a car, a plane, a RV, and what was
A
it?
DeLorean?
No, not a DeLorean. A plane, an RV, and I think a train is coming as well.
Okay.
Ooh, wow.
Because
Cool.
at one time or
Sweet.
another during the whole process, I
You know
will be
what?
on.
Fuck it. I
I'll
was
be
gonna
on
put a
one of
Time
those.
Stream Navigator, but we're gonna put Angrath's Marauders on top.
Okay.
What does that do again?
It's a 4/4 pirate. If a source I control will deal damage to a permanent player, it deals double.
Oh yeah, that one. I should remember that.
So there we go. I'll bring it up, and I am going to. God, I'm gonna sit. Well,
Sit.
actually, hold on.
No,
Anybody have a
you
death
should
touch?
not
Anybody have
sit.
any with death touch?
Nope.
Not me.
I just have a lot of blockers.
I'm gonna take this, and I'm gonna attack Freyles with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Her?
Fair.
Yeah, read that. It cannot be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less.
Ah.
So it's gonna hit her for 6.
It's gonna hit her for 6.
Good night, Anya.
And does that
Good night,
die?
Anya.
Night.
No.
I know.
She doesn't do damage.
Nope. She just takes it. I mean, oh yeah, because you can't block with anything you
Right,
have
because
open.
they're all elves. And
Yeah,
then boars.
everything bigger was tapped, yeah.
Good call.
Pass
Not-
turn.
But I
She
could
still
have
has one.
I could have drawn so many cards next round.
You could have, and that's why we did. That's why I did that.
Untap.
And if folks were wondering, this was the card that we attacked with, not the Coalition Forerunner. It was the what is it? Scuttling Doom Engine. That thing.
DM lies. This game
Oh
would be
yes.
over soon an hour ago.
I thought it was gonna be.
I would rather do this. This is fun.
Heckle us.
Oh
Heckle
yes.
us.
I don't know how to have
I don't know how to heckle.
Or you can help me.
So, what is this thing that you hit me with? And I don't.
It's
like
just a
it very
9/9.
much. Yeah, I don't like the 9/9.
Arr!
But that's all it is.
And again, happy Talk Like a Pirate Day stream, even though I'm awful at talking like a pirate.
Although that gives an elf like big things.
Yeah.
Do you hate the 9/9?
That
Yeah, that's
that
annoying.
pumps everything up. Yeah.
So let's take a look at
Tap
the board
that
state
wheel.
over there. What do we got?
1, 2,
So you've, Jayber, you've got some elephants,
3,
a morph thing?
4.
Or
No,
manifest?
this is your boar. You didn't remember you
Oh,
didn't
right.
have a
So
board.
you've got
you
two
didn't have
elephants
a
and
board
a boar.
token for me.
And Rick's got a bunch of boars and a bunch of elves.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll do that.
That well-wisher's gonna be a problem, though. And a fucking 9/9 Terastodon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, what are you
Woo!
doing? Crazy woman.
Look at
Ugin.
this, Ugin.
Oh, there we go.
What?
Which Ugin is it?
The new one.
New one.
Ugin the Ineffable.
I kind of want to
More
take
than
it down
spark.
so I can destroy the thing that's gonna pump an elf, but it's only pumping a elf.
It only pumps one thing, but
One
he does
thing.
it. But he does it at will whenever he wants, in response to
Wait.
things or for combat.
Is Uraga?
Aye, mate.
Uraga's
You're right.
not out. Uraga's gone.
Then why is it here?
That's a Jagged Scar Archer.
Oh, okay. Oh, you really
Uraga's gone.
dislike that thing.
That's the thing that's
And I'm
stirring
jazz
me.
hands.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you make me discard. Ooh, discard.
You can't discard. You don't have nothing to discard.
So what is... Colorless spells cost 2 less for you.
If
Exile
you kill that, it helps.
Did
I
you-
make all your opponents
Did you
discard
hit your
cards.
Mirror and Besiege trigger? It's at the end of your turn, right?
At the.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Destroy target permanent is one or more
Will
colors.
you leave me alone?
Well, it's summoning 6 and I can't attack, and I want to leave my blockers. So yeah, I'm not gonna attack anyone. I can't stop the global effect my deck does, but
I'll tell you what. I'll leave Ugin alone for a round if you want to blow up the archer.
Okay. Done.
You have been politicked, good sir.
Archer is gone. And then, because I want protection, I'm gonna go into my
I have
end
a little
set,
hook upstairs. Like
draw a card,
yeah, I should go get it.
discard, Inventor's Fair. That sucks. And go.
Oh, I will.
You get to
Oh,
go.
you will, friend.
I will go.
Oh, what's the joke? Everybody thinks it's R. What's a pirate's favorite letter?
Arr.
No.
It's C.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks it's R, but it's the C.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Right.
Terrible.
Aw. That was a dad joke. That was a dad pirate joke.
Go scrub the poop deck.
All right.
What new pirate movie?
Mm.
It's rated R. Oh, that was even worse. That was even worse.
Dad jokes.
I am highly amused, by the way, that both top cameras are drifting at the exact same angle. They're drifting to the left or to the right at the exact same angle.
Hey, I can see part of my lap because there's my hand moving.
Awkward.
There's a stream for that.
Maybe you should fix the camera.
They're
By the
fine.
way.
Well, and it's actually good because I want to be able to
We're doing
get
that
part of Rick's head in
Saturday.
at least.
Although I know you already went.
Because he's a giant.
Yeah, I'm not going.
So,
To what? Never mind.
what we were talking about Saturday.
Oh, that's not happening?
What you got?
She's not. I am.
Tapping this for
with
6,
a bunch of other
Because
folks.
it's 1, 2,
Which is
3,
why
4,
I'm saying come
5.
drink with people.
Plus this for
In the
1
woods,
for
huh?
6 to play the Caged Sun.
Because
That
we
needs
needed.
to die.
I am sorry for this deck, folks. I'm sorry I built it.
So Caged Sun.
You thought my elf deck was annoying.
Choose a color. I will choose green.
Imagine that. All green creatures you control get
What?
plus
You're not
1.
gonna choose black?
They all get +1/+1.
I think
and
you should
whenever
choose blue.
and whenever a land's ability would
Add green, you
add,
add 2. So
add 2, 4,
6.
6, which is enough
Oh, God.
to play the Thunderfoot Baloth
Oh, all creatures you control get +2/+2.
And trample.
and Trample.
As long as you control your commander.
And I do, which is amazing.
Are you gonna take it up?
Just barely.
I am.
What are you killing?
Take it
Oh,
up.
No, he
Oh,
makes
6
sense.
makes a.
He can't take it down because it
Costs
was
too
only at
much.
1.
All right. So all my creatures before
Do you want to
he
gain
came
life?
in
Also,
all came into 1.
you might want to think about
Yeah.
tapping that for life.
I don't play MTGO because I have enough addictions in life, but
so
I
that'll
have
be
some
1,
vintage
2,
decks
3,
that I play
4,
normally.
5.
Yep.
How
five.
did he get the Well-Wisher?
It played it last
I
time.
don't know
Last
that
week.
any one of us plays MTG.
Nope. It's a time suck. I mean, I've been playing since
But they all have
Arabian Nights: The
technically what,
Dark.
+3/+3.
So I have a lot
Because
of
Yeah,
all
just
plus 1.
remember it.
Yeah.
It's
Plus
gonna
three, plus
get
three.
complicated.
All right. So with that in mind,
Kill.
I am.
I know you want to play.
Okay.
How many blockers do you have over there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5. That's ridiculous. And they're what?
4/3, 4/3, 2/2, 3/3, 2/2.
Okay. That's interesting.
So yeah.
I'm gonna attack you
One
Oh,
of
you
those,
can't.
one of those
One
is summoning
summons
Yeah.
it. So
with all the boars, all those, and the running 9/9
Yeah.
guy who's
and
actually
now it
much
has
larger.
trample. It's an 11/11,
Yeah, that's a problem.
and
Give me the totals.
So
painful.
11/11.
Seth,
Do you want to zoom in?
Yeah, show me what you're having. DM.
Okay, so 11/11.
Oops, sorry, you got it.
Sorry.
2 3/3s with trample.
they're 4/4s.
4 4s because of the
Okay.
cage
Yep.
sun.
Oh, okay. And then
3 4 4s.
4/4s.
3
with trample.
with trample.
Oof. Give me the total of power, everything together.
11, 12, 13,
Gonna
14,
let
15,
someone
16,
else
17,
map
18,
this.
19,
Thank God.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Sorry. 27, 28. Sorry. 29, 30, 31, 32. 32.
32. All right.
So you've got to block something.
-3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Why don't you just not
-8,
block so you die?
and I go to 8.
And then I will, whatever you let through,
Oh, I'm dead, yeah.
I'll pump.
Two.
Gone.
Wait, so how many elves are in play?
So there you
1,
go.
2,
I knew we had that. I was
Five.
like,
So
I
plus
didn't know I was going
five.
to do it.
No,
Plus five.
it
Plus
only
five.
does plus 5.
Only
Yeah,
plus
that's
5.
I'm at
You were-
3.
You're at 3.
All right, I'm at 3.
Let me make sure I did that math right.
But
though.
that's going to kill some of my stuff in return,
No, not going to kill a thing. But the problem is now you are completely open for everybody.
except for that one guy.
Except for that one guy, which I will probably just steal on my turn and bounce off something.
Oh, you're the worst. Oh, and that elf druid over there.
And one elf druid.
The one elf
Yep.
druid.
You got it.
Yeah.
Those 3 are dead.
Ow.
My turn?
If I were so inclined to actually try to win, I would play the Grave Sifter and let everybody take all things of their choice, but I'm not letting you take all elves back from your graveyard.
Because you guys have put a lot of elves in
Yeah.
there. A ton.
Fix the board.
Oh, yep, sorry.
The camera.
All right, Jay Brary.
What am I gonna
mighty
do?
uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, I ain't gonna win. So now I from Hell's Heart, I stab at thee, and I'm gonna do as much damage as I can before I go.
Hint. And it's not to Jay Barrier Eye.
What?
No, do it to one of them so that you make it easier for him to kill them.
It's just because Blue
Why would
wants
I
to
want to
play.
help the person that obliterated me?
Because then it'll make the game end.
Oh, so you can play. Got it. Ah, right.
Well, Bolus is back.
Come on.
I have no cards.
Discard.
I have no cards.
Everyone discard a card.
No
Oh,
cards.
yeah.
Alright.
Oh wait, I did have one card. Discard.
Yep. Go.
Whee!
I ain't doing anything.
Angrat's Marauder. Whee! I'm gonna swing at you.
Are you gonna block?
Oh, everybody take a point of damage.
Not me.
No,
You're
yeah,
swinging at him.
I'm gonna swing over it. Everybody take a point of damage when a pirate came in.
Like,
2, 2, and a 4, 3. That's it.
Alright, I'll take it.
It's double strike.
I hate that.
All right, 4, 16.
Okay, I'll take it.
Pass turn.
You're gonna take 16?
Yeah.
Not gonna block with your one
he's
blocker?
gonna wipe somebody out.
I want to wipe
He's
something
gonna
out.
wipe us all out on his turn.
I've got something.
You don't have that.
Well, this
I
can
block
kill the.
it. I block it.
Yeah. No, you can't because you're not gonna be able to kill the
I block them all.
thingy. Go.
Okay.
It will take longer, and I can't play. Right, Blue.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm gonna die soon. Very, very soon. I will ask the stream what color should I play next. I don't care. I'll play whatever you guys suggest. While I drink rum and fail to talk
What
like
do
a
you
pirate
have?
properly.
Mono black.
Really?
I have this 5/5.
Really?
Here, give me some more.
Technically 7/7 because my commander's in play, and then this is a 4/4.
You are doing the right thing and properly hydrating while we drink rum.
Yeah,
Me
because
too.
I would die.
That's true.
Because I
We're
weigh...
all of like 90 pounds
Because
soaking
I
wet.
weigh 115. Thank you very much.
My arm.
I'll play green and black.
Your
Let me play
arm
green and black
weighs
next time.
115.
Here, I will hydrate as well.
Here, let's wrestle. I'll throw my entire body on your arm.
Like I curl you.
Hey, I'm very petite. Okay. Okay.
They're
You
all-
have 6 life left?
Yeah.
6 life.
Bunch of fucking hobbits.
And your creatures can't block multiple. I know how I'm going to do this.
I think this is a really good Captain Morgan. It's very
No, it
sweet.
is. It's really good.
Yeah.
It's got a sweet taste, but there's not sugar in it.
Yeah, that's good.
I mean, it's made from
Okay.
sugarcane, but
I mean, it is sugar. It's pure sugar.
no, it's alcoholic sugar is very different.
Ah.
Yeah.
I am tapping 9 and
No
putting my
cards!
commander in play.
Yep. Did you fail to do this at the end of your turn, by the
I
way?
am going to
Hey,
say.
did you fail to do a
No,
thing?
I did it.
Oh, you did it at the end of
Like
your turn?
my invention fair
gotcha.
went
Oh,
in
that
there.
sucks.
So yeah. And I'm gonna say mirrors.
Mirrors.
Mirrors,
Yes, mirror
So
get plus
I
one.
get +1/+1.
Wipe them out.
And what does that
And
do? Does that do anything?
yes, because I'm gonna send my 6/6.
Yeah.
I am going to send.
Oh, that might be a little premature, but I'm gonna start getting ready.
I'm gonna
Hey.
send.
Might be premature. Let's brag it off
What is
screen.
it? And I'm going to send. That is 6 2/2 mirrors
If
your
you're
way.
interested,
All right.
So
that's what it looks
12
like.
points of damage. This is 6 points of damage. Yeah.
Okay, so I would block the bigger.
That was
this
amusing.
one,
Yeah.
and
That
that
was
would
the
die.
point.
Are these command?
Oh,
no,
that's
these are
fine.
60.
And then
Yeah,
just
don't
block
open more than
of
one at a
yours,
time. It'll fall on you.
Yep.
And
You should
It
be
would
sensitive
die,
to that.
and then
that leaves 10 coming through.
yes.
This is your
So
only green
I
backpack.
absorb 10.
And you're
Slimefoot, right?
dead.
Yeah. That's the one I was
Totally
going to
10
play.
points into
How
my
often?
person,
Battle.
which
It's
reduces me to
saprolings.
dead.
Saprolings,
Yes.
saprolings, saprolings, and more saprolings.
Rick's
And
dead! Rick's dead!
By the way, I
Ding
am
dong.
taking
The Rick is dead.
my Ugin dragon to create a colorless 2/2
How are you
with
dead?
this card.
Who swung at you?
I did.
NPC.
With
Here's
that
your
much?
here's your boars.
Aw, my boars.
And
Cute little boars.
Can I have a boar? Can I switch out my spirit
Sure.
for a boar?
Take your elephant back. Have a boar. You still have your boar.
Wait,
I
don't
do.
you get it? Don't you keep the elephant? Oh, you didn't have an elephant. did you?
Oh, I do. Right, I'm not dead.
Yeah, you're not dead. Get the elephant back.
Yeah.
Get
Yeah.
the elephant back. I'm not dead yet.
Jeez.
I'm not dead yet. I think I'll go for a walk.
And
Oh no, the elephant died in the. I had to block all that shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
and now I'm done.
Do your end step trigger.
Oh, right. And I have options now. And yeah. I love my Borb.
I kind of wish I had kept a board. I bought a board for
So that's
myself.
Oh.
putting it on top of your deck
there were
is to help
different
you remember
styles
the
of
end step
board,
trigger.
and I thought this one was the best.
Yes.
Is,
the best
does,
board.
do all those cards of mine that were exiled still remain exiled for your use?
No.
No. Yeah, put them back in your deck. Poof.
There's some good stuff in there too.
There was, but the one I really wanted to play, I couldn't because I didn't want to give you all the elves back. Sorry, what we're talking about is this card, the Grave
Oh,
Sifter.
it's my turn?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're dead. Yeah.
Bridge,
Sorry.
bridge. No, it's
Sorry,
Yeah.
friend.
okay.
You have to kill your friend's
That was
dragon.
that was brutal.
So I really wanted to play that and get all my pirates back, but I wasn't about to give Rick all his elves back.
Yep. So you discarded it?
No, that was sitting there in the pile that from the top of
Oh,
his
yeah.
library.
I'll play a Bud Crypt, and yeah, I'll
Crip, what does that do?
2 damage to me if I want it to come in untapped,
Uh-oh.
and that's what I did.
Things and stuff and things.
Stuff and things and stuff.
Okay.
That's a board,
Okay.
that's a board game I'm making.
You're not. She's not done her turn. Why are you
Yeah.
untapping?
Sorry, I thought she was finished.
No.
Am I rules learning the lawyer?
No. Yes.
Yes. I feel like I have to do that more often than not. Like, did you count your mana correctly? I don't think you did.
Math is hard.
Like, and this is coming from me, who.
Math is hard. Shut it.
Alright, 7.
You know, I was thinking something else we actually should do. We should
Oh, you flipped
I
your
flipped
commander.
Nicobolus.
we should rejigger the seating more often because
I agree.
Blue sits over there and I go right after her all the time. And like it's nice to just move it around so that people can have different strategies based on
Val
what they know.
refuses to do it though.
Well, oh my god, really?
She does.
I think-
And
you both
no, that
do.
wasn't to you. That was her hitting me in the face with feathers
Oh.
intentionally.
Yeah.
Intentionally.
Yes,
But-
distract the
Alright, I'm doing a thing, everyone.
Do your
pay
thing.
But
attention.
I agree. I would love that. I
Alright,
would love that.
so Nicobolus. So I flipped Nicobolus.
Ah, Jesus.
Okay.
Which that
So
does.
I could -3 it right away if I
Here's
want to
your
deal
deck.
10 damage to target
thank you.
creature or planeswalker.
Sorry.
Really? What did you do?
Or I can put
Uh-oh.
-4 to put
Sorry.
target creature or planeswalker card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under my control.
Gotcha. Did you literally just open it up and look at my entire
Or
deck?
well, I can't do the ultimate yet because that's -12. So, but I really need
okay.
cards in my hand.
Yeah, so you should probably do that.
So I'm going to tick it up to 9. It starts at 7, now it's at 9. I am going to draw 2 cards.
So I just want to bring it up so people can see.
Yeah, I
Yours
want to
and-
see.
Yeah.
And that's the transformed.
Alright.
So you've ticked it up to draw 2. So it's
Yep.
at 9.
And next I am going to tap 3 more
Yup.
for Jace Beleren.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey, look at
What does
that.
that mean?
Bring it up. I am going to tick that up to
Ooh,
a 5.
we each draw a
I
card.
think. Sure, I'm
take a card.
helping.
Sure.
Helping. Everyone draw a card.
I'll take the penultimate black card, sure.
Oh boy.
I want to see. Didn't really. Oh, well, yeah, that's kind
I'll
of
take
cool.
the recycle creatures over and over and over again. Sorry, what I was showing folks is I drew this.
I'm making tea.
Okay.
Arrgh! That's awesome.
Oh,
Tea in the pirate mug.
Oh dear. All right.
All right, Rick. So now that you're dead, tell the stream one more time while Jay Murray's finishing her turn or entering her task step about Rick Rolls America.
I am going to sack my Demir Signet to proliferate.
Nice. So Rick Rolls America is a project where on January 1st, I'll be traveling around the United States in an RV to visit friendly local game stores across America and certain conventions as well, to play games with the local community, live streaming it, doing some pre-recorded content as well, interviewing the retailers,
Maybe making a documentary.
maybe making a documentary, and also raising money for Extra Life with a goal of $100,000.
That's
Extra
awesome.
And I pass my turn.
Extra Life is a charity that raises money for the Children's Medical Network.
Captain Harris wants to know if you're going to San Diego.
I will be in San Diego
Which means whale's vagina.
at least twice. I will be there for San Diego Comic-Con and doing some visits with like USAopoly and IDW Games and Renegade Game Studios and Broken Token, which are some game companies in the San Diego area.
Yep.
And then I'll be returning later in the year because when I'm there for San Diego Comic-Con, at the end of San Diego Comic-Con, I have 2 days to get to Indianapolis for
You're
Gen Con.
taking my commander, aren't
So,
you?
yes, I
you
will be in
have
San
two
Diego.
elephants.
I do. And a boar.
I'm gonna take Morphon and attack Nicol Bolas.
Man,
that's gonna
can I
be
block
6-6.
it?
It's a 6-6.
I can block it though,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
All right. Is it turn?
Comic-Con,
Nope.
drive like a
Okay.
demon for 2
Four.
days,
Yeah.
and then Gen Con.
And then Gen
Now you get your
So,
boar
wow.
back.
Oh, you didn't want to kill it? It's a 6-6.
No.
You,
Oh, okay.
you should see if you can make someone drive your RV and you
Well,
fly.
I do
doesn't have
have
trample.
others coming with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
No, I'd rather
That's
keep 2 creatures.
I got you. Pass turn.
This is my schedule. So.
Oh, wait.
What?
Never mind. It doesn't trample, right?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Pass turn.
So we're
Pass
starting
the turn.
Untap. Okay. Nope. Draw. Well, that's not useful.
I'm trying to
It's
figure out.
very empty.
Well, this is empty because I'm waiting for a date for a show, and then that'll dictate the travel schedule. And then because we're in this time frame,
Yeah.
a lot of show dates haven't been announced for next year
Right.
in the September beyond.
I'm assuming you will have a presence at Origins and
course.
Gen Con.
Yep.
Do you have flying anymore?
No.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I'm going to play a foundry.
Dr. Foundry.
Of
Foundry
consoles.
of the consoles. You know, it's funny. This card is that people forget that it's actually pretty decent.
And then I'm going to tap 2.
Like, come on, like late game for 2 little 1/1 artifacts that might save you from dying.
Yeah.
And
at
I'm
instant
going
speed?
to tap
Pretty
3
mild, right?
And that's some gorgeous art too. Like, look at that
to
shit.
play Thopter Engineer,
That's in the
which
community.
then
I'll bring that up.
That's
I
good.
get to create
Fuckers.
Thopter, and it's
You
got
earned Captain Harris's follow.
Yay! Thank you so much.
This is one of my favorite cards from from the Kaladesh expansion. Woman of color, gorgeous art, awesomeness.
Did you play it?
2, 3,
Yeah, I love the art on
Did
that.
you play it?
Oh, Steve Prescott.
5.
Yep. Imagine
Yeah,
that.
so great.
Mine's signed.
Such a great.
signed.
I am going to.
Well, maybe I'll get one
that
signed too one
happens.
day.
I'm
It
going
is.
to
It's
sack
beautiful.
this
Yeah, it's
to
gorgeous.
also get. Since I played it,
Oh,
I'm
weird.
going to get the 2 Thopters.
So I get to go eat your Thopters.
Look at
Yeah.
the screen.
Thop, thop, thop.
Dead,
What?
dead, dead. Oh God. Oh
Oh,
no.
that's interesting.
No. No. No.
What? I miss?
You missed it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
do it again.
I
Look at the in between.
Oh, that's creepy.
Oh.
Oh, that's so
it
weird.
Makes my brain hurt.
Are you ushered? Are you masked? Are you wearing are you
All right,
helmet
so
the
now,
host?
so now you have to see if you can get the cleavage right in the middle.
Oh, right.
Come on.
Mirrors.
No, we are
No.
not gonna do that. Do not exploit your friends in that way.
You're two-toned.
Mirrors have untapped, and again, they're still pretty big. How big are the elephants again?
3/3.
Fine. You don't have flying, though.
No. Do you have?
Oh,
do you
fuck, I
have
should've
something
tackled
sick?
everything when
Do you-
Morphon
is-
was under my
do you have
control.
non-
Nope, they have
flying
haste.
summoning sick?
Because of the thing I
The
played here.
Thopter Foundry gives all artifacts summoning. Yeah, it gives all artifacts haste.
So what does Jace do? I know Bolus
Allows
is
you to
just...
draw.
Oh my god, get the
minus 10. Target player puts top 20 cards of his or her library in his or her graveyard.
kill boss quickly.
Or you can let it live, and you can draw a card next turn during my turn.
I'm gonna leave Jace alone, probably, but
I don't think you can
Bolus
kill
is-
Bolus, but-
I can't, but I can take him down
Yeah.
3
And she's still
with
gonna make us all
minimal
draw a card.
effort.
And,
I think that's a smart move.
Why are you still
Nice.
alive?
I don't know. I'm at 3 life. I don't
and
know how I'm still alive.
just for everybody
I mean,
that might have
I
an
could
interest in
take you
knowing
out for your
my
misery.
background into why this is all going on,
So how big are the flying things?
so I was in the
They're just
military for
1-1.
20 years.
Oh,
Fuck the
okay.
camera.
So
Yeah, I was
he
in the
takes
military for 20
3.
years, a Navy corpsman.
Right.
Retired in 2011, and then
And then I'm
worked in this
going to
media for a while.
again take
Media.
Ugin up. He's to 3. I'm gonna create another 2/2 spirit.
Geek media.
Okay.
no, I did production for Five Finger Death
And you
Punch
are they morph?
and Saving Angels for
morph?
No,
years.
they aren't
I
morphed,
did
but when
television
they
shows for a couple years.
die, they come to my hand.
I didn't know about television shows. I know you did the road stuff.
Yeah.
Like, they're technically exiled, but
Yeah.
it's just easier to be like, okay, when they die, they come back to my hand.
And what's Ugin's ultimate?
Ugin's...
He
doesn't
doesn't.
have
He's one of those.
He's
Oh,
at 3
just
now,
does
so
one
I
thing.
can destroy target
It's just tick
permanent
up and
with
down.
one or more.
Yeah.
To do
So
things
it's
and draw.
bad for
Yeah.
people.
I would consider putting that in that deck with all the proliferate because
Oh
you
no,
just
I
blow
do.
up a permanent,
It's in
blow up a
there.
permanent,
It's
blow
in
up a-
there.
Okay.
I just forget what it does.
And now I'm at my end step, so...
So music therapy
I
would
draw
like to know
a
more
card.
about your work for Five Finger.
So I was originally hired with Five Finger to be their head of security. When I showed up, the tour manager was like, "Hey, you're not a dummy. So would you like to be our production manager? Because we don't have one."
That sucks.
And I said
I'm gonna
yes.
discard the
So,
prototype
do that.
portal.
And for those who don't know, I'm 6'3" and I make them look like hobbits. He makes me look like a hobbit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although, do
My
I
turn?
want to exile that? You know what? No, I'll put that in my... no. Yeah, fine. That goes into my graveyard.
Okay.
Cool.
My turn.
Yep.
Yup.
Yeah.
So earlier we had Philip Sablik,
Mm-hmm.
who is the he works for Boom Studios,
Oh, cool.
the comic book publisher that does all the Power Ranger stuff.
Yeah, neat.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. They're in LA, right?
Godzilla.
What's that?
They're in LA.
They are. Yeah, they were previously owned by Fox Studios.
Why did Fox spin that out?
They
that's
do
probably
a lot
not a
of
stream conversation.
interesting things.
Probably not a stream conversation.
And I actually don't really know the answers to that
Gotcha.
kind of stuff.
No.
So that's way above me.
It's above my pay grade. Is it worth it? Fuck it. All right, Jay Berry, what are you doing? Killing us all yet?
I'm gonna try. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna kill you all. I can't. I have a bunch of planeswalkers. No, not gonna happen.
Wait.
But
I
what's-
have a bunch of planeswalkers. How am I going to kill you all?
Yeah,
It's the best
exactly.
quote of the night.
Yeah. How is
Did
that?
you just get your feather caught on something?
Yes.
You go, "Arr."
I guess I'm gonna
Wait,
wait.
did you go, arr?
Yes.
I guess I'm gonna wait to see if this resolves.
Sure.
Probably.
What's that?
Because now the cap's on, so
All
there
right.
we go.
I'm gonna play a Deep Glow Skate.
Yep, double number counters on.
12 on Jace.
Wait, is it anything in play or?
Double the number of each kind of counter on any number of target permanents.
Okay, so it's basically you get to
I
choose.
target.
Increase the.
So we get to each draw a card?
No. Oh no. She's gonna try to
you
kill us
picked
now.
up Jace then.
All of her planeswalkers can ult now.
You ticked up Jace, correct?
No, I did not tick them up or down yet. I doubled the amount of.
Oh, okay.
By playing this card.
By playing this
I
card,
see.
I doubled the amount of
Okay.
counters.
Right.
Okay. So, I can ultimate Nicol Bolas now. I can ultimate Jace now.
And what does Jace do again?
Do you want to decongest him or
yeah.
something?
So,
Do you want an antihistamine or
Jace
something?
is minus
I'll
10.
get you one.
Target player puts the top 20 cards of his or her library into his or her graveyard.
I'll take
Okay.
that. Yeah, I'm like,
Or-
don't.
I would
Yeah.
too. Do it to me. Come on.
Or, I mean, y'all get to choose.
Let's see.
Or Nicol Bolas. So the ultimate of Nicol Bolas is minus 12. Exile all but the bottom card of target player's library.
Ow. What
All
the fuck is...
but the bottom card of target player's library. So which one? Who wants to fight for it?
I'll take Jace.
I know you would. Everyone wants Jace. Everyone would prefer Jace in this scenario.
I know which one you should go with, but
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm gonna go with my gut, and for that, I'm sorry, NPC.
Exile.
My gut says that you're the biggest threat to me right now.
You don't say.
Yeah, I'm looking at that board state. So, you have to exile all but the bottom card of your library.
I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah. DM, you're going to exile the top 20, the 20 cards into your graveyard.
8, 9, 10,
'Cause he has 3 life.
All right, let's see. Pirate's Prize. Mechanized Production. That sucks. Brass's Bounty sucks.
Okay, so what do you do now?
Protean
Next.
Raider.
Put this back on his head.
God. Well, actually, that's actually decent.
A lethal vapors. Whenever a creature comes into play, destroy it.
Cool.
Why not?
All right.
I'm the target.
Let's murder her.
Murder me.
Yep.
She got up. Yeah, I don't need creatures.
But you can also destroy lethal vapors if you pay 0 and skip your next turn.
Yeah,
Any player may
no.
play this ability.
I don't need to cast a creature.
I know.
Because he could throw my commander at you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm dead now. I know it. I know it.
Well, no, because look, if I wanted to win, I would take her commander
Is
and go
it
with her.
his turn?
Yeah. Right.
Why?
Yeah, I
like,
passed turn.
you don't need to go at me.
Well, I'm at 3 life, so I don't think I can win anyway. So let's just say,
Come on, man.
come on, man.
Layfield's talking to you, Blue.
I'm gonna take a Morophon, and I'm gonna take a Deep Blow Skate.
Okay.
I have 8 mana. I'm gonna take both.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Right? Deep Glow Skate does not fly. Oh my god, it doesn't fly?
No.
I thought it was a flying manta thing.
You want to give it back to me?
No.
I'm gonna go watch.
And what did you pick with Morphon?
I picked Mirror.
You picked Mirror.
But the skate is a
However,
3/3.
Morphon is a pirate this turn.
Oh,
That's true.
nice, because it came into the battlefield.
Legit.
No, it didn't come into the battlefield, but it's a
Oh.
changeling. It's a pirate. It's
Oh,
always
okay,
a pirate.
Yeah.
Right? So... Jaber, I'm going to swing at you for 3/3, 6/6, and 2/2 double. It's functionally double
Me,
strike.
personally, or my planeswalkers?
Your
You
planeswalkers
personally,
are
so I don't
down
give a
to
shit.
like.
Yeah. You personally, I don't give a shit about the planeswalkers.
So a 3/3
Yep.
and
A 6/6 and a 2/2, but they're functionally double strike, so when they hit, they deal double damage.
all right.
And they have first strike too, so.
No, they don't.
Well, double strike is first strike.
It doesn't. The Marauders just says it deals double. It doesn't do
Oh,
first
okay,
strike. So.
fine.
Yeah. All right. Do they trample?
Nope.
No.
Okay. I'll
Block the big ones?
The 6. double strike, and the
3. Yeah.
double strike.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a 3/3.
yeah.
It's going to kill your Deep Glow Skate.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So that lives. These trade.
Okay. And I
Put
take-
the elephants back in the elf deck.
Where I don't know
Right
where it
here.
went.
That's okay.
and what's left over?
It's,
And you're going to take 4 damage.
Okay.
I'm going to pass turn.
Okay. Untap.
Ugh.
Let's see what my final card is
I
going to
think
give
NPC's
me.
got it.
My final card.
Wow, right. You got to kill both of us.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to do it in one turn. Because you don't get another turn. You die next turn.
Holy shit, I might win this game at 3 life.
Again?
No, I mean... NPC gets to decide if she wants me to win or you to win. No, really.
I'm
Yeah, maybe.
going to tap.
I mean, she can hit me with 3
Two.
flying copters that I can't do anything about.
I've got Swiftfoot Boots.
I'm at 3 life, so all she's got to do is hit me with 3 thopters.
1.
If she does, I
But
lose. and-
hang on. So
I have no
this
creatures.
is going to be 6/6. These are bumped by this, so that's.
I'm at 25, so can you do 25? to me?
Hang on,
Probably.
I'm counting. I'm hoping. So these are 5, but they're 2/2s currently because of my commander. So that's 10, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
5, 3, 6, 7, 8, 29, 30.
Um,
Wait, and how much life do you have?
25.
You can kill us both. No!
no.
One of us goes to 1. One of us goes to 1, and you decide who wins.
Wait. Dang it.
Captain Harris, the reason NPC can't win is she just drew the last card in her library.
Yeah.
So,
I'm-
if she doesn't win right now, which she can't,
Okay, 6.
Count it again.
I'm counting it
Yeah,
again.
count it again.
Because math. So
Magic
6,
math.
7. Oh, wait. No, that's colorless. It's not an artifact, so
And that's
that
a boar.
doesn't help me. Because I was like, had I gotten another artifact, that would have been more useful, but
what's in your hand?
land. Not useful. And I had boots. If I hadn't drawn my last card, you couldn't immediately take me out because you couldn't take my commander
Right.
and smack me in the head. But it wouldn't matter. I have 40 life.
Right, and one and nothing left in your library.
Yeah. So, and
you
in
get-
fact, I would lose at the end of my upkeep. If I do not kill you, I lose. Because of this.
Oh right.
Because she had me exile.
Oh right,
everything.
right.
So, let me count those because
Count it
it'll
one more
be
time and then we'll pass turn.
Yeah.
Because this is crazy.
6, 7, 8. This is 10 here. 18. Yeah, because those are 5 mirrors. These are 2. Okay, so
So we are counting
10,
because apparently right
11,
now,
12.
Ah.
where do you do it? You can put it back
There we
on us. NPC has enough to do enough damage to leave one of us at 1 life.
Let Jayberry win. She's a female.
No, she like murdered me. You know what?
You can't let the
DM's gonna win
That's
this one
fair.
probably.
That's fair.
All you gotta do is hit me with these.
You know what? No. She is the one who caused me to lose this. So she is probably gonna
There
be
is
the
no
one to
vagina
die.
lions.
Vigilance.
Vigilance. There's no vigilance.
That's fair.
10,
I
18,
accept that my fate.
20.
You know what?
22.
Take it as a badge of honor that that
24.
Bolas deck is so awful that people just want to kill you.
25.
I'm
26.
surprised I got it
27.
far enough where I could actually do that.
Yeah, so like
That's-
I
essentially
mean, you helped me.
That Diplo skate's ridiculous.
what's
Yeah.
gonna happen is I basically throw everything at Jayberry and kill her.
Oh, we've
Because
had
she has no way to block it, and then I send 2 Thopters GM's way, and then at the end of my upkeep, I die because I have to draw a card, which I can't. And then,
I'm at 1.
And I'm dead.
and you're dead.
Yeah.
And I win with
So-
1 life.
Yep.
Yeah.
I somehow feel like that
And
was
that's
just a
game.
Pyrrhic victory. like I win because you didn't have enough enough shit to do 1 more damage to
Yeah.
me.
Like I.
Legit.
And the worst part about it is
Her brawl. That's awesome. It's a
Yeah.
badge of honor.
nice.
Is that gonna be a reward
Yes.
for
Badge of
Patreon?
honor.
Bunny,
I feel like it needs
why
to
are
be.
you flying thousands of miles in the air? We need you to make us a badge of honor now.
See, but she made the right call because had she had me,
I
exiled
had yeah.
or discard 20 cards from the top,
Oh yeah.
I could have
Yeah,
been
you would've
just so
won.
like you lose, you lose.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she knew. She saw it.
I
Rick,
know.
The
you wanna
writing
take
on the
my
wall
spot, or
was
do
you
you
had a
want
lot of flying
Just gonna
things I
hang out.
couldn't do
Okay.
anything with.
Try to.
Yeah.
Come and share and heckle us and whatever.
I will.
Or you could just kind of chill and not deal with this at all.
I'm also gonna continue to watch it here and share it and such.
Awesome. Thank you. I
Alright,
appreciate it.
kinda-
All right.
Yeah.
So we can see you now, Bunny.
Oh, hey.
There she
Hey.
is.
Hey.
Oh, that was you that commented that the Vigilance is broken.
Yeah, sorry. When she like basically makes me lose, like it's
No,
done.
no.
Like
I am not upset.
No, you did.
I'm just happy that I got to the point where I was able to do that.
Yeah. Are you just happy that
Hey,
your deck
my-
instilled that much hatred?
Hey, I feel like my deck did pretty good.
No,
I just,
no,
like,
it
hung
did.
out and
No, I mean you were gonna kill us both on your turn if I hadn't have done that.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
like it was gonna happen.
No, your deck was really good.
Do you guys want to switch seats so I don't have to relabel the color?
No.
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 All right. Well, I'm not going to relabel the color.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. Because
You are.
it's going to take me an extra 5 minutes.
Well
Well,
then.
take you 5 minutes.
Well, some of us are gonna walk out of the room to do a thing first, so
Alright.
just do it.
Yeah,
Just
I got
Chipper's
it.
already there too.
Do it.
Wait, what are people playing though first?
He's playing Slimefoot.
Yep.
What?
I'm going to play black green. Sapperling.
Well, all I brought was this and a new deck, so I guess I'll play the new deck.
What's the new?
Cool.
Well, it's not new. It's the pre-con.
Select color.
It's the pre-con.
And then I got to do the outline and everything, and then I got to switch it back later.
It's the pre-con Anya Falconwrath with 1 card missing because I put it in this deck.
Oh, cool.
So
I would like to see how that plays in a 4-person game.
yeah,
I think that's
so
good. I think it's gonna be
it's
best.
only different by 1 card because I needed it in this deck.
I think that card, that deck is going to be best in a 1-on-1 commander or a 3-person game. Anya Falconwrath, the new Madness one. Graveyard Shenanigans.
So I'm gonna have to spend a lot of time reading fucking cards.
That's okay. It is lovely talk like a pirate knight, but that thing's stupidly hot. Ugh.
Here, I want to wear it. I want to wear it.
You
I
can
wanna
wear the pirate hat.
I want to wear it. You're not playing the pirate deck anymore.
I am no longer playing the pirate deck. And you're not swimming in that?
My hair's.
No, your hair's keeping it.
My
Gotcha.
hair, this little
You got
bud
it.
in the back's keeping it.
Cool. Your hair is popping tonight. Like, it looks very bright on the stream.
I got the jaunty pirate hat. I got the jaunty pirate hat.
Jaunty
I got it.
pirate-
I got it. It's mine, bitch.
Oh my lord, that was hilarious.
So what is she playing again? Oh, the Madness.
Yes. All right, so let's go around the table.
Do other people discard for that?
No, well, I don't know. There might be other things in the deck. So let's start here.
I don't know what I'm doing.
So, I shall be playing our lovely friend Slimefoot. There we go. There.
Wait, whenever it dies, blah 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 blah.
So whenever Sapperling dies, it deals a damage to each opponent and I gain a life. So this deck just makes Sapperlings and sacks Sapperlings. And yes, by all means, go ahead and choose your deck now that I've revealed my commander.
I don't.
All right.
Should
So
I play Sapperlings too?
that would be hilarious. It would be the all plant all the time. What are you gonna play?
Well, should we wait till she decides?
Oh, so basically you want to choose based on what
No,
two
I
other
already
people.
choose.
Well, then tell us.
She hasn't chosen.
What are you
Fine,
playing?
whatever. I'll play mine Sapperling deck.
What is it?
It's actually 2 commanders.
Oh, it's the twins.
No.
The partners.
Yeah.
Ravos.
Again, I don't play normal stuff.
I don't know that my deck is gonna be good.
Captain Harris, the new green-black troll. I've got 3 trolls in here. So there's the... Uthden. Wow, that's an old school. There's 2 of those. The one that's 2, a black and a green, and you discard cards into your graveyard, and then there's the new troll.
Oops, I should not shuffle tokens
From the
in
new
there.
Ravnica. And we'll see if it comes up. Alright, Jay Berry, what are you playing?
On your Falcon Wrath.
Oh. Spell for me? I thought I spelled it right.
A-N-J-E.
Oh, and
Did I choose the absolute wrong deck?
I don't know.
What did you pick?
You didn't even tell us what you picked.
Alora.
I mean, Alora just paints the target on your face no matter what, so...
Yeah.
You say that to everything.
No.
No.
Alora... Look, there are certain decks where the commander's innocuous, but
Yeah,
Alora...
the Eminence deck is
Alora,
really...
Samut, because everything's haste and double strike. Kalia paints the target on your
don't
face
have Kalia.
immediately.
I
No,
don't.
I'm just saying, I'm naming the commanders that are like... No, Kalia the Vast.
Yeah.
When she
Yeah,
attacks,
not
you
the
just
new
drop an
Kalia.
angel, dragon, or demon.
Yeah.
Like, there are just some commanders you're like, oh, fuck.
She's pretty great.
Like, Aloro gives you 2 life for nothing every turn. Try it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm playing a
You
deck I've only
guys
played once
have
before.
like, you guys all have beater decks though, right?
No,
I-
this
I-
is not a beater.
My deck is not going to win by attacking anyone ever.
I mean, my deck will eventually win by attacking people, but I need to, like, build my forest.
I agree.
It is not.
Aloro is nasty.
Aloro is... I'm sorry, Aloro is nasty.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I mean-
Because think about it. The only way to kill you is commander damage.
No,
Yeah.
not really. I mean...
I mean, the only effective way to
Right.
kill you is commander
And
damage.
if you're not playing counter magic, like, all the I win if I have 40 life and shit is rough.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but Alora...
But that's
you play
okay.
Aloro,
It's a strong deck.
Yeah. Put some counter spells in it, because we're going to be coming after
There
you.
are... We know there's counter
Yeah.
spells in it already. All right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not playing a very strong deck.
I'm
could
playing
play-
a deck I don't know at all.
So you literally only changed 1 card in it from standard.
Yeah, literally because I
Because you
had...
took it out for something
Because
else?
I took it out to put in the Bolus deck. I have no idea, other than that, what's really in here.
All right, I'm good.
I've
I'm going to
played
be
this
spending a
deck
lot of time
once.
reading cards.
I've played this deck once.
No, you've played it more than once.
I'm pretty sure I've only played it once.
No,
I've played it
I've-
with you guys at game night, but I think I've
Yeah.
only played it once on the stream.
I know you played on the stream, but yeah, you haven't played it in a very long time.
All right, I can't find the 12-sider, so 10-sider. 2. I am not going first. Am I shuffling this for you?
Yes.
Even though if Val's not here, somebody has to make me shuffle their deck.
9?
The issue is stigma. If your Allura deck isn't like every single other one, it's fine.
I mean, I could play Derevi if people are feeling heartburn.
Yep. So I have a lovely, lovely Atraxa deck that has no Planeswalkers in it, because everybody plays Atraxa Super Friends.
Yeah.
And everybody looks at Atraxa and goes, oh, fuck that.
And mine
But-
is Bola Super Friends, so...
Ooh.
Oh, this is gonna be awful.
Griswold! Oh, yes, I did put Griswold in here. Everybody gets a Saproling.
Nice.
So I gotta bring that up just so people know, because it's hilarious.
So where I need to see my space.
Yeah, I've got to reshuffle this. I have 1 land.
All
and
right,
it doesn't
so
produce a color.
that is the troll we're talking about.
Is that your commander?
No,
No.
it's in the deck.
Ah.
I have 2 lands.
At the beginning of your end step, everybody gets a plant token. Whenever a creature token dies,
Got it.
he gets tokens.
Yep.
Or he gets counters.
And he has trampled.
Squeak! Goblin to Bob.
I cannot play this because I have 1 land in my hand.
Nope.
Me.
I had 2.
Nope.
I'm going to discard the Eldrazi Monument. The Spark Harvest. And I need to get a black and a green.
2 land
Thunder
again.
Hollow will do. And the Command Tower will do. Oh.
So where's my play space?
Oh, take a look. Put your hands left to right,
So is it here at the edge to...
wherever you can't see your hand.
Yeah.
And I recommend if you're playing where you are right now, since you don't want to switch, put your commander on the right-hand side, or put your deck and commander on
Yeah,
the
where
right.
we can't see it.
Well, no, because then you guys can play towards the middle and you have 10 more space. That's how Val and I play, and NPC and I are playing.
Oh, this doesn't... I can't play all the way to the top.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a lap stream.
Well, I think the camera's moved a little bit since we started. And remember, if I do this,
No. See,
yeah, it's a
cut
little
off.
bit. It's a little bit of lap stream. So
Can you
I'll
fix
move the
that?
camera. Yeah, it's good.
Should I move it toward us?
I'll get up and get it. It's actually fucking feather.
I left
Hey,
my hat
I can't help
downstairs.
it.
You need your
Those
hat.
two. I need to get my hat. Need a black.
Put your hand at the top, Blue.
Where?
No, to the top of your playmat.
Oh. I hear this.
That's as good as it's gonna get, because otherwise I'm not gonna get the bottom.
Okay.
There you go.
Go get my hat.
Oh.
Everybody got their deck?
No. I keep not getting land.
I just realized that the only thing I had for dinner was 2 egg rolls.
Yeah.
So I should probably have some of that Chinese food that's been sitting in the bag behind me for 2 hours. Alright.
Music therapy is speaking about your stuff.
Yes. Plan is Muldrothra is Reanimator. That makes sense. I agree. That sounds like a shit ton of fun.
What kind of Chinese food did you get?
What's that?
What food?
Oh my god.
Chicken and basil. Spicy chicken basil. Basil, whatever.
Some say
But you
basil,
only
some
ate
say
the egg
basil.
rolls?
I already ate the egg rolls.
You only ate them.
Right, because
We were in a rush.
they were so late delivering it. I ordered it at like 7:30 and it got here like 8:45.
So
All right, I am good.
eat. Get us cheese.
There isn't any because Val did not bring snack stuff.
There
I brought
was a ton of
nuts.
cheese. In
There
the
was
drawer.
some cheese in the drawer. If you would like to get some, we can. But
I brought nuts.
I'm gonna make my food, and then I will get you something shortly.
Would you
You
like-
know, you were out for an entire game, and you chose not to cut some cheese up and bring it to the table.
Riot, no cheese.
Riot. Who won the roll, by the way?
I did.
Gotcha. I'm gonna actually try to make some dinner now.
I love nuts.
Okay,
You
when
want
are
nuts?
people ready? Should I go?
Arr! Bunny, it drives me nuts.
Do you want me to get the truffle almonds out?
I think we finished them.
I'm down.
I have more.
Oh,
I brought more.
awesome.
Ooh,
Don't die.
Or do you want
Alright.
truffle almonds or do you want cheese?
Cheese.
I'm good either way.
I'm good. I got my hand.
Okay.
Who's going first?
So me.
This is like the 5th time I'm shuffling this deck.
Why don't you just partial Paris?
Just get rid of 2 things and that
Well-
you can't play right away and find the lands you need.
Who knows if she's got anything remotely playable.
I am going to play, Ooh, pardon me.
What an awesome setup.
Well,
Thank
thank you, I appreciate that. Thank
Rogue's Passage.
You haven't
and
seen
Pass-
everything yet.
you. Oh, we're just about to start our next game.
4, 5.
Okay.
Play Commander.
The feather's gotta go.
What
Because I'm
what
tired
kind of magic do you like to play?
actually picking on you with the feather.
I know. Please put it the other side or something. You're killing me. Oh, I should probably have life.
Hide. My life didn't actually, like, I died not by life loss.
No, you didn't.
What are you doing?
Doing what you said.
Okay. You gotta show us.
Yeah.
I put back the land, a black
And what did you
land
put in
that
your
made
hand?
you when you play it that you
Oh, the
That you
bounce.
bounce.
Gotcha.
I put a swap.
Sorry, I forgot to show it.
The garrison, like the Boros garrison or the Golgari thingy or whatever.
You want me to show you what I went and got, or
I'm not fussed.
I can't
Well,
remember.
you
what I-
didn't. You shouldn't have
Discarded.
gone. Went and got. You should have flipped.
Yeah, you flip until you
got,
hit.
Oh, okay.
Like,
All right.
Because, you know, otherwise I would just go get a
Here.
Cabal coffers every game.
yeah.
I mean, I just chose a basic.
Oh, it's fine. If you picked a basic,
I just picked a.
whatever.
I just
And
picked a basic.
what we're doing is,
Here, but I'll
so
do
we
the
could
flip
actually
one.
play real games on the stream and nobody's land hosed
Alright.
and annoyed the whole game.
I got one.
We do a partial Paris, which
good.
is you discard some
I got an
cards
evolving wild.
and you reveal cards from the top until you get the colors you want.
So evolving wilds will get me what I need.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I shouldn't make fun of Blue. She was busy building a Yu-Gi-Oh deck.
No, she wasn't. Your turn, Blue.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't really.
I already
Shoot.
went.
It's been your turn.
Rogue's Passage. Damn. Okay.
I'm happy that she didn't play anything colored with 4 colors in her commander set.
Meandering River of Past Turns.
Okay.
Yay. I dig that. Okay.
You look lovely. Relax.
Evolving Wilds. Crack it. Go.
Jungle Hollow became on life code 41. Pass turn.
Okay.
And now I can actually get that in there.
Untap, upkeep, draw.
Arrgh.
Arr, talk like a pirate. Arr.
Going to play planes.
You have the perfect mug for tonight.
Arr.
Pass turn. Blue, it's you.
I should probably not do this on top of my playmat.
Yeah,
No.
please don't.
Away from the cards and the keyboard, please.
Swamp.
This is why I double sleeve my cards.
Pass turn. Or
Well, it's
Yeah,
hard
you're
to
doing
double
it.
sleeve
Yes,
the
pass turn.
keyboard.
Jayberry, it's you.
Alright. Sorry, drop a card on the floor. It's slippery. New
Yeah.
sleeves.
What?
You wash your filthy mouth out, DM. Blue is a saint. She's a saint. I like Anchorman. In parentheses.
Back to your home on Island.
DM says, go back to your home on Whore Island, Old Man Layfield.
I like how you were like,
You're the voice.
This just in.
yes.
Go back to your home on Island. Who's up?
Me,
Oop.
not you, so shut it.
Not in your space.
No.
Okay.
I played a land.
In the kitchen trying to actually...
I passed
You
my
could
turn.
actually
Alright.
play your commander.
I can't, it costs 3.
Alright. Untap, upkeep, draw.
Why did I think she was 2?
That would be cool, but no.
Command tower. Swiftfoot Boots pass turn.
Yeah, tap that mana.
Cannonball. Whore Island does sound awesome. By the way, Bunny, I have a new requirement that we are all required at MagFest this year to live stream in hoodies. It will be a onesie. It will be a onesie streaming party.
I don't
Okay.
I don't have
onesie,
one.
but I can make it happen,
Yep.
I guess.
You can.
I'm
Hey,
sure.
guess what? Guess what? Halloween's coming soon.
Yep.
And then everything will be
Be
on
cheap
sale.
after Halloween for like $5. Get something
Yeah.
Pass turn. Blue. I
Okay.
played a swamp and pass turn.
Buy a Halloween onesie.
online. Hey, look at that. It actually
I
fits
will-
off stream.
Totally, I feel like I want to be a unicorn,
Swamp.
a bat, or a parrot.
I
think-
mean,
I think you should be a uniparrot bat.
Souls
Yes.
of the Faultless.
what's that?
It's a 0/4 defender. Whenever it's dealt combat damage, I gain that much life, and attacking player loses that much life.
Cool.
Let's bring that up. I
And
don't
blue
really know
is
it.
at 46, by the way.
Yep, that's what happens.
Ah, that thing.
Whenever you gain life, you should tell us you're gaining life so we remember. So we
Gain
are
life
aware.
at the beginning of my upkeep. I'm not gonna say it every time. It's
I
done.
know.
Yes,
just,
you should- it's a
no,
trigger.
you should, so it reminds us what we need to do.
Yes.
You know what? You guys
should-
let you guys let Val gain so much life all the time.
And,
No, her
Yeah.
deck doesn't gain life
it
like
only
yours
gains life
does.
in one shot. It doesn't gain life every turn.
No,
it's
that's
2
not
shots. It gains life with an exsanguinate and
Yeah.
She
an
does so much
exsanguinate and
other ways
exsanguinate.
because she always gets up like really, really high.
No,
It's usually
but
the
that's later in the game.
Because there's 5
though.
tutors in the
Okay,
deck. it's
cry
an
me a
exsanguinate.
river, Jayberry, it's your turn.
Yeah.
Like,
Also, you should tell us just because it's part of the upkeep step, so we should just be saying like what's
Yep.
happening when our
But you
decks
guys
get
know
played.
it.
well,
I
but
know,
the stream
but
can't
it's on the stream.
necessarily
The stream
see
doesn't
that it's
see
We
it.
want the
happening.
stream to hate Oloro like we hate Oloro.
No.
They can't see that you're taking your life total up.
Every turn.
Yeah, we can.
No,
My
they
dice-
can't.
my
Not
Are
dice
right.
there
is on
any
the
extra
stream.
cookies?
Yes, you may have the fortune cookies. Who's up?
Yeah, your dice are. I can barely even make out what your cards are. And I can't. And they're also in the dark.
They only
The
give you
dice are
one.
in the dark. Anja
don't
Falconwrath
I'll
has.
That's okay. You can eat it. I just want to know what the.
Why is
tell me
there
what the
like
fortune
a
is.
shadow here?
Where? This.
Because this and all of that.
That's kind of how light works.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This is not a fortune.
Flip it.
Find release from your cures.
Care.
Have a good time in bed.
Yeah. All right. That sounds good. I'll do that.
Yeah.
But it's not a fortune.
What's on the back? No. It is an admonition.
Boring.
Well, I played my commander.
Aminatu's
but I
annoying
can't
as
really
shit.
do anything.
Commander is played.
Yeah, commander's played. Blue.
The Souls of the
tasty?
Faultless.
Yeah, tasty.
How big is it?
It's a 1/3.
She's gonna gain life
Okay.
if she
I will
pounces
block
it off
it.
the wall.
So she only gains 1 life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
And
you
she's
talking
not gonna
about-
take any damage.
Yeah, I know.
Might as well save it as a blocker unless there's something you want to trigger.
Don't have anything to trigger.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
never
save
mind.
Don't you discard or do something?
If she wants to.
Yeah, so whenever I discard a card, if it has madness, I can untap Anya.
Well, and remember, you don't actually have to cast the madness. If the card you discarded had madness, you untap her.
Yeah, I don't. So you can tell what I don't have in my hand right now.
Oh.
And that's a card with madness.
Bummer.
So go.
Moxie. What's this Moxie you talk of?
The cookie reads kill DM what?
Shut it.
Hashtag
Ooh.
Freakazoid.
Making me rethink
Freako.
my
Now
favorite
play a
color.
Soul
but
Ring.
then-
Freakazoid.
That's a lot
What
of
is your
ramp.
normal favorite color? How do we say this? Fascu?
Fake you? Fake you?
Fake you?
Fake you?
Fake
Or
you.
fake you? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play a Spore Sower Thallid.
Uh-oh.
It's a 4/4 Thallid. Let me bring it up.
Fuck.
Whee! It is not a Souls of the Faultless. It is a Spore Sower.
Is there like a rainbow colored bat?
We could make one.
Rainbow Bat.
I mean, yeah.
Alright, so I played a Fungus. I did not equip it. I
At
did
the
not have the
beginning of
model.
your upkeep, what does it do?
I put a Spore counter on every Fungus, and then I removed 3 Spore counters to put a Thallid in play. But I'm gonna pass turn.
Okay. Untap, which I didn't need to do. Upkeep, draw. Doing that.
This basil chicken is not as spicy as I wanted it to be.
You need to.
I'm not familiar with that cartoon.
There's a Fungus Among Us. Really? Really?
Well, I mean, I know of Freakazoid, but I've never watched it, so.
Old man? I think we are old men.
I am going to
I
top
mean, I know.
four,
I mean, it was
and
on
I'm
when
going
I
to
was around
play,
watching cartoons. I just didn't
Brutal
watch
Horde
it.
Chief.
He's a fun guy. Ah, what's with the dad jokes tonight?
Existentialist question? Okay, go.
Brutal Horde Chief.
Oh, that's a thing. I should bring that up. Fuck.
What is this?
This game's off to a rollicking start.
Hey, it's
I
not
ta-
coming your way.
I,
Brutal Horde.
I just love the fact that I typed in brutal hoe.
It's not coming your way. Someone has more.
She
life
is a
than you
brutal
currently.
hoe, but in a good way.
You said it, not me.
Thanks, Cheever.
Yeah, like,
I said
thanks?
she. There's a bunch of she's in this room. I don't know. Could have been talking about me.
Thanks?
I was talking about Hester.
Yes,
Yeah.
she is brutal.
Hester,
kind of
Hester is kind of brutal.
Brutal. And a hoe, probably.
Probably a
Given the
hoe.
opportunity. No.
Considering
she's
she's
too much
not-
of a loner.
She's not given an
That pussy
opportunity.
is a hoe.
Are you done?
Yes.
We're talking about it with the pet cat. So.
And tap up
Life.
to draw, gains 2 life.
Yep. By the way, blue is currently at 48.
Yep.
Without doing anything, mind you.
I
Just
win.
for being her.
Well, just for being beautiful.
Meh.
The ruling body on the island. Brutal hoe.
Is that like the prime minister?
No, the prime hoe.
Oh, great. We're creating the system of government now. We've proceeded to that point.
A woman lying about in pawns distributing swords is no basis for a system of government.
Speaking of which, NPC shirt.
Should probably fix my life total.
Vile
What you got?
consumption.
What's that?
Oh,
What is that?
That's awesome.
That's life loss for us, right?
it hurts us for having creatures. So all creatures have pay 1 at the beginning of your upkeep or sack this creature.
Yeah, and you
Oh,
say,
yeah,
I'm
okay,
not the target.
Oh.
You just played something that makes lose life too.
Yeah, but guess who it's
Not every turn.
coming at?
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Jibber, you're up.
Alright, so that's at upkeep. Okay, so I untap.
These sound like
upkeep.
magic cards, the Brutal Hoe and the High Priestess of Vengeance. Like the High Priestess of Vengeance sounds like a magic card.
Take
Yes.
like
Wait,
go down
scroll
It
the
might
Well,
actually
did
be
I
one
miss
if we
it?
search for it.
draw.
Oh, the existential question is blue, why blue? It's Blue Wonder is the whole thing. It's been my gamer name for a while because Wonder Woman is my favorite, and I loved how they used to draw her in the comics. So I used to have black and blue hair, but now it's just all blue. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because they can't do like deep jet black in comic books, so they had to add blue.
Yeah,
into
I know.
it, and- yeah.
I know, but I loved it.
Oh, it's awesome.
Oh,
it, so.
and cycling.
Faith
Yep.
of the Devoted. Whenever I cycle
Oh,
and discard a
fuck.
card, I may pay
Everybody's
1.
awful.
If you do, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life.
Seriously. Everybody's awful this game. Are you done?
No.
Did you pay 1 for Anya at the beginning of your
I
turn? by the way?
did.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you play?
Faith of the Devoted.
Oh, you
Bring
have
it
to
up
pay
again.
1 to keep her.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh,
At the
Whenever
beginning,
you cycle
did you
this-
read Vile
Yeah,
Consumption?
did you pay your life?
I did.
Okay.
Yes, I just.
Whenever you
did.
cycle or
She
discard a
got it, she
card,
got
you
it.
have to pay 1. If you do, you should pay 1.
oh, that's what you meant. Pay 1 life.
Yeah, here, watch.
Whatever.
That thing. All creatures have, at the beginning of your upkeep, sack it unless you pay a life.
It's early.
All right.
Like that life, I'm not currently as worried about.
All right.
Yet.
So I'm gonna tap it.
And so this only affects you, basically?
Yeah. So each opponent will lose 2 and I'll gain 2. So I'm gonna tap Anya
Yep.
to discard a card.
And do you have 1 to pay to do that?
Go back to the...
Oh no, I don't. So I guess I'm not doing that. Pass.
Why did you untap all your lands?
No,
Because I'm a moron.
You're
not
Moron, you
a
just
moron.
didn't know
Go.
what you were doing.
Go.
It's okay. It's a new
Okay.
deck. It is literally
Again,
your first time playing
rules
the deck.
lettering, not a moron.
All right, untap, upkeep. I have to pay 1 life to keep my creature. Draw.
By the way, everyone, we have new Patreon levels fairly recently.
Yes.
You should go check it out. There will be for 1 level. There'll be a contest at the end of October for signed Magic card, and then the high level we just give you stuff.
So, at the high level, we
gonna
would be
curate,
interested
yeah.
in your
Yeah.
feedback of
Right.
what you'd like to see.
I'm gonna play a Death
Yeah.
Reap ritual.
Like, would you like a
What does that
guaranteed
do?
signed card? Would you like us to find some cool shit and give it to you?
All right, so
like,
I have played the Death Reap
Yeah.
ritual. At the beginning of each end step, if a creature died this turn, I draw a card.
Okay.
And then I shall play a Priest of the Forgotten Gods. New card.
What mana do you have? Oh, Soul Ring.
Yep, 6.
Fucking Soul Ring.
Fucking Soul Ring. And so the Priest of Forgotten Gods.
That's a newer card.
Yeah, it's from the new Ravnica.
How you doing over there, Rick Rolls?
I'm doing okay.
Don't
Yeah.
don't-
So-
It's like, all right.
So
Oh
with
fuck! Everyone is awful.
2 other creatures, any number. Did you pay your life?
I
Yes.
paid 1 life because I had 1 creature
Yeah.
in play, and I'm going to enter my attack phase. I'm swinging at blue for 4.
How are you at
He only had to pay 1. He had a land
I had
that
1
boosted
creature.
No,
him
but
1.
how are you at 40?
He had a
I was
land
at
that-
41 because I played first
you
turn of the
played a
game. I
land.
played
Yeah.
a Jungle Hollow.
What are you attacking me with?
A 4/4 Spore Sower Thallid.
Yeah, but what is it? Is there anything special about it?
It's just a 4/4 creature.
Yep.
Your thing's a 0/4.
I know.
Yeah, I'm trying to kill it.
I know. Let me see. It's just a 4/4 creature.
Just a 4/4 creature.
And you
It
should have put a spore counter.
at the end of my turn, or at the beginning of my turn. Yeah.
Yep.
It's
So
got a
what does the spore
counter.
counter do?
I can remove
It
3
doesn't
spore counters
add.
to get a Thallid.
It's not like it's plussing it.
No, it does nothing until I have 3 counters on it, and then I take them off to make a 1/1 Thallid.
It's a sapperling.
Sap-
That's
sapling,
important
sorry.
for you.
Yeah. Sorry, my bad.
Like,
I literally use those 2 terms interchangeable, Thallid and sapling.
but it's not.
I know. What blue is looking at is this silly thing.
It's not silly. It's fantastic. She was looking at mine, not yours.
That thing. So, it's just a 4/4 creature right now. Are you blocking?
I was just looking at everything else on the board to see if there's like something else I'd rather block.
Probably the Horde Chief, but she can decide whether you block it or not.
She can't decide.
Yes,
she
she can.
decides if
No,
like
it can't.
if
It
my
doesn't say.
creatures your opponents control block this turn if able.
Right, she can decide if it's not going to block.
No, it doesn't say.
She can decide it is. You decide if it blocks. So she says that does not block.
Yeah, I could spend 5.
Just
Yeah, and just.
Right. That's why the brutal Horde Chief
no.
is
It
brutal.
says it makes you block. It makes you block. It doesn't say that.
She decides
It doesn't
if-
say that my creatures can't block.
It decides
So,
whether
creatures
they. Yeah. Read it out
your
loud.
opponent's control block this turn if able.
Right.
You choose how this creature's block.
Right.
So,
it
she's
doesn't.
not wrong. They have
No.
to block this turn if able, but I tell them
Hold
who
on.
to block.
It doesn't mean that like. It doesn't mean that it's not like her.
So if
It
I
doesn't
have like
mean
a
that I
sapperling
can't
out,
block.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of a different card. I really am.
yeah,
My bad.
Yeah,
I'm completely
she
wrong.
just. If I don't want to block, she can be like, "No, you have to block."
You must block. And,
Yes.
But she decides like, oh, this one's gonna block that. This
Right.
one's gonna block that. Yep.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
So, I'm. I will take 4.
You got it. Pass turn.
okay, untap.
Get that life total down.
Keep draw.
Lose a
okay.
life.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely. Again, it's early. I'm not like sacking my 1 creature.
You're absolutely right. I was wrong. I was thinking of a completely different card. I don't know what card it was. I know, right?
I'm
Captain
going
says
to
it
play
seems fine just subbing.
red, and now I have 5 mana. And what do I want to do?
Yeah, back in the
I have haste, so I don't want to do that yet.
Tarkir days, you would make your opponent's creatures
5.
all block the 1/1 goblin token, and everything else got through.
So I tapped 5 and played Ravos.
Which
Other creatures I control get +1/+1. He has flying, so he's a 2/2. At the beginning of my upkeep, I may return target creature card from my graveyard to my hand.
did you pay a life for?
I already did.
Okay.
I'm down to 39. And blue, I am going to come at you for now what is a 4/4.
And if this does,
It doesn't even have to
Okay.
do damage. I think
Yeah.
it
You
just
lose one
attacks.
just when yeah, right?
Defending player, yes.
so
Yeah.
I will go to. So I have to go to 43,
Yep. And
Oh
I
my
go-
god.
and I
What?
will.
It's, 43 before even.
Yeah.
I know.
And I
We
will
know what the deck does.
block it, and so you lose.
Do we need more cheese than this?
Oh, thank
You
you.
gain that. Thank you. So You lose 4 life, I gain 4 life.
That's fine.
Creature died, I draw a card.
Say thank you, folks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Because
Thank you.
someone needed
Good night,
to...
Banshee.
Good night, Banshee. Again, thank you for Patreoning.
Yes.
Yay!
You done?
Yep.
Okay. On top,
What's your life total at?
49.
Snack stream.
I'm also
Get
gonna
an
some-
awkward side view of my face. Yes, Bravos is fabulous.
Wait, you ready? The view that Val doesn't like.
Oh god.
I like it.
I know, it's good.
You look
I don't.
lovely.
I hate it that
It
she
shows off
hates.
your makeup.
I just like that she hates it because I think she looks great.
Yeah.
You guys all look awesome.
I'll
All
make
good.
a funny face.
Here you go.
Oh yeah.
Fancy almonds.
I'm down.
After
Fancy
it.
almond time.
Woohoo.
Snack stream.
I'm gonna play Sarah Angel.
Yep.
Classic.
Vigilant.
Yep. And I pass turn.
Untap. Upkeep. I lose 2 life, right? For each creature?
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
one for each.
Yep.
You only lose one.
Yeah,
For
one.
each,
Yeah,
just a
2
creature.
total. Yep.
Why? You have one
I have 2.
creature.
Oh, wait, yeah.
The other one's an enchantment.
Reading my card. Why did I do that?
Thank
38.
you for cutting.
By the way, if I'm
You're
too
welcome.
forceful, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's good to have a reminder.
I like reminders too. If
Reminder,
I mess up.
what? What do we play? Magic? What?
Alright.
We have snacks out if you want.
Thank you.
So,
Oh, thank you, Bunny.
question about
You too.
madness.
Yes.
So if I discard a madness card, do I have to cast it right away, or it just goes into exile?
You have to.
Stays in
yeah,
exile.
you have to cast it while you're discarding it.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. So I have to have the mana cost to cast it.
Yep.
Got it.
But
Okay.
remember, she can untap if you discard a card of madness, even if you don't cast the madness.
Okay.
So you could attack with her, then
Okay.
do that.
But you have the thing in play that's going to really kill us. That enchantment is going to be awful.
Okay. So the way that Anya works is that I tap her
Yep.
to discard a card,
Right.
and I draw a card simultaneously.
No. You discard a card.
But you
and
have
then
to pay one, you mentioned?
you discard the card, and then you draw. So you have to basically cast the madness thing before you draw.
Okay, got it. Okay, I was wondering what the order I do things in, like in terms of the drawing the card,
Right.
paying the madness.
Because you do
Got
the
it.
first half, and if you
Okay.
want to trigger something off that, like the madness,
So I'm going to discard a Nightshade Assassin.
oh god.
Yeah.
What is that?
I'm gonna pay 3 plus to trigger the Faith of the Devoted.
Nightshade only cost, I thought, 1 when you madness it.
2.
Ah.
So I'm gonna bring it into play. So
Yep.
everyone lose 2 life,
Yep.
and I gain 2.
Because you
and
cast.
then I
'cause
draw
you
a
discarded
card.
a card.
Yeah, and then I draw a card.
What does it do
Also,
when it
I'm
comes
sorry,
in?
when it comes in, so we won't count the card I just drew. So the trigger is that when it enters the battlefield, I may reveal X black cards in my hand. If I do, target creature gets -X until end of turn. I only have 3 black cards in my hand. I will reveal them.
So.
So I have an
Only
In
thing-
Garrick's
You could
Wake,
kill
Geth, Lord of
this.
the Vault,
Oh,
and
that's a
no, it's a
4/4.
4/4.
Oh,
Who's
that's right.
a Fool's
You probably
Wisdom.
want to kill Davos. You can't kill my Ballad or my Priest. Probably Davos that gives all our creatures +1/+1.
I mean, I can only do 3 to something, so...
Yeah, that's the only.
But you
I-
could kill his priest.
You could kill my Priest.
Let me see them. I just
I mean, the
don't-
problem is, until that vile consumption goes away, I can't really clog the board with tokens.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yes, I'm keeping DM.
Well, actually, no. I just play my commander, and I don't care if I don't care if they die, because you lose life when they die anyway. So yeah, actually, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's gonna have to be Ravos because that's bad.
Yeah, but it's bad for blue right now.
I know.
Okay.
Bad for everyone.
Picture die, draw card.
Alright, so these go back to my hand. So I revealed them. I drew a card.
Nope.
Why was she supposed to take off the pirate?
No, she wasn't. She looks awesome with a pirate hat.
Oh, and then I untap Anya. And then I guess I could go to combat if I wanted to. And I'm not gonna. Yeah.
Well, you can hit her, but
Nah. I've done enough to her.
looming,
Did you
looming.
move?
So look how big he is looming. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't see his face.
You can see his chin.
Which one?
Chamber, are you done?
Yeah, I said pass. I thought I did, anyway.
I will play a
As
forest.
much as you want. And there's truffle nuts.
Which I
Truffle
already
salt
ate a ton.
nuts. Marcona
I
almond.
already drew, so
Two of those?
unfortunately, one,
Thanks.
two, life, because I should have done that
Oh.
first.
I love truffles.
Music
but I hate
therapy
those.
was just confused.
Really?
Yeah. About what?
That gets another counter.
Yeah, but that doesn't beef it. It just means you can remove them.
Correct. Alright, 1, 2, 3 for a morph creature.
Okay.
Alright. 1, 2, 3 for my commander.
What were the black cards you revealed?
And I put
Curse
the
of
Swift
Fool's
Boots.
Wisdom,
I don't know.
Geth, Lord of the Vault, and in Garrick's Wake.
And I'm going to put the Swift Boots on my commander.
Okay, that's gonna suck a bit.
I haven't read any of them yet, so I'm gonna read them after you
Oh my
guys.
god. Fuck. They're all awful.
Well, they also have high mana cost.
They do,
Yeah.
but they're still awful. I'm going to move to combat. Not going to start it yet, even though you're completely open.
Really now?
Yep. I'm going to see if I can kill that fucking Sarah Angel, though. I'm going to swing a blue for 4.
And who is becoming the threat?
Blue,
You.
she's coming
You're still the threat.
She has lots of ways to lose life, plus she's doing other shit.
Alright, so these cards cost 6,
Nine.
6 or 9 to cast.
I know.
Come on.
Well, it's a commander
Or
game.
mana.
You'll be able to play them eventually.
What are you doing?
I'm swinging at you for 4.
And why do you want to kill Sarah's Angel so badly?
It's a 4/4 flyer.
Yeah, I
with
like vigilance.
Yeah. It's a good
What?
card. That's why we want to. It's a good card. That's why we want to kill it. The end.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
You
not
just-
blocking.
yeah, okay, that's fine. I will pass turn.
Okay.
Untap. And upkeep, draw.
Yeah, Rihanna made her sub-theme, so it really doesn't matter your cost.
And it's not even a sub theme. It's like kind of a half theme of the deck. Like it's not really.
What is mine?
There's a reanimator theme in that deck.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it doesn't really matter
Yeah.
the cost.
Yeah.
So, threat her.
What?
Threat her. You were the one saying that this enchantment, and plus she revealed something in her hand that does the same
36, 34, 43.
thing. 43 does. The life doesn't exactly always matter. It does to a point, but not when you have a bunch of other stuff. You know, like creatures that can overwhelm you, other with life and stuff like that. Like, it's not the be-all, end-all.
I agree. It'd be different if you weren't oppressing the board with the vile consumption.
Fine.
That's a huge fucking problem for me. I know.
Privileged
that's awful.
position.
Oh, God.
What
There's
is
a
it?
lot of problems. There's a lot of
Hey,
problems.
And
I
they're all
have one
enchantments.
creature,
And they're all enchantments.
and I'm done. Pass it.
And you lost your life?
Yep. I'm at 33. Whoa.
Other permanents you control can't be the target of spells or abilities.
Until this thing dies, we
You
can't
have to-
target
yeah,
anything.
you
with
have
hers.
to kill the privileged position first.
Yep.
It's a great card. It's a great card.
I like Doom Necromancer, and I like the
Right.
reprint art. The reprint art's pretty. I only bring that up just to show folks. And how does she keep pushing her playmat forward? Like, look at the stream.
No idea.
Let me bring that up. Because I really like the new art too. I mean, it's a Vulcan Baga. How could you not like it?
Yeah. Pretty. Who played that? You did?
Oh wait.
NPC.
A Doomed Necromancer? I don't see that in play.
No. We were just talking about it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's all. I just like the art. It's gorgeous.
Oh, you mean for my deck or something?
No, we were just talking. It's in your deck.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell's in this thing.
Oh, really? He got the new art in 10th? That's awesome. I didn't realize Vulcan Art Baga had been doing that art for so long.
You guys killed me earlier. Just go home.
Not going after him quite yet. Alright. I'm gonna put all this down and have it stop being Snatch Stream and start being Manhattan Stream.
There you go.
So what is that face down card? Is that your hand?
No, it's a morph.
It's a
It's
morph
a
card.
2/2 morph.
What's the?
It's a 1/2.
Does it do anything special?
Yeah. You can tap it, sack 2 creatures, lose 2 life. No. He sacks 2 creatures, any number of target players, each lose 2 life, sacrifice a creature. He adds 2 black mana and then draws a card.
Anyone else, Rick, like a bourbon drink?
No, thank you.
I'm good. Still have a little bit of my rum left. So don't breathe in while you drink this.
Don't.
I had to run into the other room because I needed water immediately.
It was too spicy, or?
No, it almost went down my
Wrong way.
air hole.
Not the wrong hole, that's what she said?
No, air hole.
That's what she said.
Rum going down your air hole is bad.
So what you doing?
It burns.
What you doing?
I'm gonna leave my
Deciding
mana
to attack
open.
me.
I'm gonna leave my mana open and pass turn.
Okay.
How much mana do you have?
6.
Alright, so it's not Cyclonic Rift yet. Swing away!
Well, sadly, I don't have anything in my graveyard, but I need the land. So, Mortuary Mire. Oh wait, upkeep. Sorry, I lose a life, 2 life.
Alright.
All right.
It is
Blue
now.
has a graveyard.
It is now official. Official Coven stream.
Jayberry,
Now that I have
Blue
my
has a
bourbon drink.
graveyard.
Perfect.
Is
Yes.
it a graveyard or my graveyard?
Oh,
It has to be my graveyard. I don't have any in my graveyard, but I need the land.
never mind.
So, oh well.
Oh my
It
god,
does.
Bunny, what kind of terrible food did you get? Where are you staying? Up by BWI?
Oh wait, she's here?
For literally tonight, she has a client meeting tomorrow and then has to fly back. Should
I
I
think-
breathe bourbon on you?
By the way, I think it's very awesome that Bunny watches us so much and doesn't really play Magic.
She does now, but yeah.
But yeah,
no,
but
I get it.
even now she doesn't play it that much.
Solemn
It's just
Samachram.
like
You know, because there's this whole thing like
What does that do?
I know.
It's the
I'm
sad
saying
robot.
I think it's awesome.
It
Land.
is. It is
Sad robot.
awesome.
I get a land.
Upward spiraling vortex
Right.
of love for Bunny.
That's it.
Okay.
I'll choose the swamp. Comes in tapped.
And you lost life.
I did lose my 2 life. Yes.
Yep.
I
Oh
did
god,
get my
18
upkeep.
hours.
I declared it. I declare it every time. I get a land. That's it.
I'm so
Well done.
cold.
You do anything else?
I'm gonna get started. I have to plan some shit. I don't want people to have to wait for it. Let me just see what that is.
Wait, why are you looking?
I've got to because it's it happens. Doesn't matter. It happens before my draw step. Never mind.
Nope. Go.
All right,
Good.
untap.
Upkeep.
I'm not entering my upkeep step yet. I'm looking at something in my hand first
Why?
because it's an instant.
How much much mana did you have?
I'm ordering
Oh, I
my
see.
triggers. This goes to 3.
You lost your life.
No, I'm not. I'm beginning my upkeep.
Okay.
Okay? This goes to 3. I take it off. I sacrifice the
Can you
Spore
do that
Thrower.
at the beginning of your upkeep?
I get the counter at the beginning, so I
Okay,
can take it off
got
immediately.
Got it.
So I take it off, and I sacrifice that. Everybody lose a life because Slimefoot's in play,
Okay.
and the Spore
Sacrifice
Sower.
what?
The ballad I just made.
Sapperling.
The Sapperling I just made, and the Spore Sower to hit the Priest of Forgotten Gods. Okay. Any number of players each lose 2 life and sack a creature. I would like all of you to lose 2 life and sack a creature.
Okay.
Sorry.
You.
And then I add 2 black mana and draw a card.
Goodbye, sad robot.
Right?
So how many creatures do you have?
3, and I'm going to pay the 3 life right now.
And we
Your
so we
Sarah
sacked,
Angel
sacked and lost 2.
is gone.
Oh,
Okay.
We sacked and lost 2, right?
And that's
Yes.
Okay.
sack a creature, lose 2 life. And I have 2 black mana in my pool. I've already paid my 2 life. I'm going to use the 2 black mana and this and one of those to scatter the seeds and put 3 Sapperlings in play. Whee! They're on the back. Yes, no, maybe?
Have you passed upkeep? No?
No, I'm still. I'm. Yes, I'm in my first main phase.
Okay.
that leaves
So
that leaves your pool as soon as you draw your card.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm going to have to pay 2 more, so there it is. Poof. Actually, let's not do that. I'll do it. I already did it, so fuck it.
And when did you lose
So-
life for the vile consumption?
Before
that
these
happen
3
yet?
came in.
Okay.
Because it's an instant, the scatter
Okay.
the seeds.
Okay.
Right? I got 1 mana left. Wait, no. 1, 2, 3.
You
No.
spent-
I don't need that. No, I didn't. What did I spend it on? This was
Uh,
5 mana. And I didn't have to do that. So
Do you have
actually,
enough
this
mana?
was, and that's 2 black, right? So 2 black
but
plus
it
that
says you lose
and
it.
2 green.
But you lose it.
But this is an instant. I'm casting it as an instant. Okay, so I still have 3 mana.
So
But that happened in your upkeep, you're saying.
That's correct.
So,
you do have to lose 3 more life.
yeah.
No,
because-
I can order the triggers in my upkeep. Right? So after I pay the life to that, I cast the instant spell.
At the beginning of your upkeep.
Does that say at the beginning?
Yes.
Yes.
No, I got 2 at the beginning. I'm doing this. Fuck! It's not a duringer?
No.
No, at the
God
beginning.
damn it. Alright, let me back up.
Can it-
I gotta rejigger this whole thing. Sorry,
Alright.
folks. Fucking one of those old goddamn cards. Doesn't say during. So this has 3. This got. I have to pay 1, 2, 3, 4 life. So I still lose another. Instead, 3 creatures. I have 4 in play. I'm not taking the counter off that yet. I drew my card already. No, that was the card for that. So that's the card I drew.
That means you
No.
had to sack.
No, because this is the card I would have drawn this turn.
Okay, so you're saying you're drawing card per turn. You're
Right.
no
You drew,
longer
you
in
drew
your
a card
upkeep.
per turn, yeah.
Yep.
You're no longer in your upkeep.
Okay.
Go into your first main.
Exactly. I'm in my first main phase. I paid my 4 life. Alright, Blue, let's suck the first counterspell out. Grave Pact.
What is this?
Whenever I sack a creature, everybody sacks a creature.
Yep.
This is gonna be bad.
Okay.
Because he's gonna do this.
Well, nobody else has creatures right now.
Let me.
I
No,
do.
we do, because this didn't
Oh,
happen.
yeah, take your creatures back. That's correct.
So,
I mean, I can still trigger it
Can
whenever.
I see that?
I'll bring it up. Whee. It's there's like, the whole suite's in there.
I don't know. Should that go away?
Yes.
it's
Whenever a
If you
creature I
want a
control
creature,
dies,
yeah.
everybody else sacks a
If you
creature.
want a creature. Yeah.
Yeah.
It has to go.
Cool.
It's render silent, so you can't cast spells this turn.
I can't do anything as an instant. Okay, it's countered. And I will take this off.
Right. Okay.
I will sack this, and
You're sacking the morph? Or...
no, I'm not sacking the morph. Sack that. And Scatter the Seeds is still in my hand, by the way.
Yep.
Sack that. Ready to lose their 2 life. You don't have to get whatever. You already lost it, right? You never
We
get it
already
back.
did. Yeah, we already.
Now everybody
Yeah,
sacks
I
a
already did
creature.
Now everyone sacks
Yep.
a creature.
You can't cast spells.
I'm not. I'm using an effect.
Oh.
Yep.
And I cannot cast spells, so
You have 5 mana,
I do.
and you get to draw a card.
I will at the end of my turn. Let's just swing at blue for 4.
No, you draw it at the time you do that.
What? No, that's
So-
1, 2, 3, 4.
No, but I'm saying when you sack, you get the 2 mana and you
Oh, and I
draw a
didn't draw
card.
it. Right. Thank you. How many land do you have in play?
I
6.
have 6.
Alright, so I didn't play one for turn. Pass turn. Did you ramp?
No.
Okay, pass turn.
Okay. Untap.
Sorry, that was the longest fucking turn I've ever had.
Because you did it wrong.
I did. I fucked it up in the beginning. I didn't realize that it was at the
Untap.
beginning. I thought it was during your...
Yeah.
So he says...
Hopper game.
Pauper is... You know what it is? You can
All
only play with
commons.
common cards.
Yes. That's right.
We did get there, folks, eventually. The render silent fucked me. I had like 3 other spells I wanted to play, so... You did good. You did what you're supposed to do.
Yep.
Can I see this?
The ballad?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
No, sorry. And at the end of my turn, the Death Reap Ritual draws me a card.
Not so interesting.
I mean, the Angel's probably decent.
You have the angel, and what else? The
What are you looking for,
wall,
creature?
life gaining life.
The angel's gone.
Yeah, that's
I would
fine.
agree.
What's
I mean,
it-
until I draw in...
Solemn Simulacrum and Involving Wilds.
Oh, Solemn Simulacrum in the graveyard?
Yeah.
That's a land?
Yeah, crack land for land.
Sad DM! Sad DM is sad. I literally could have cast 3 more spells this turn. And I was going to.
You know what a Solemn Simulacrum is?
It's the new art, though. It's beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Like, check out the new art.
Sad robot?
Yeah, sad robot.
It's no longer sad.
It looks kind of angry.
It looks kind of angry.
Yeah.
Is it it's Donato, isn't it? Yeah. Dude, they gave this... I mean, who else are you going to give this card to, right?
Anybody?
It's gorgeous. I mean, it's an oil painting.
This is
I wonder how much it sold for.
Because
I think
Does
he
he
actually...
only paint in oils?
Yeah, he doesn't do digital. I think he actually kept that. He has a Weatherlight card. He literally has one of the original Weatherlight cards. He's like, nah, I'm not going to sell it. Like, if you ever do, just let me know.
Really?
I like
Would you
when
pay
they.
$40,000 for that?
I don't know about 40. I'd pay like
so,
10.
I'm
If I had
asking
it.
you, like, I have this, and I'm kind of like, hey, I could get an extra land, and that might
Get
be
the extra
cool,
land.
and then a
You
card.
Get the extra land.
Or I could get my creature back, or...
The Horde Chief is a good thing to have back.
It is, but I'm also like,
The Solemn Simulacrum will give you a land too.
and a card.
Yeah.
So...
That's probably your best bet.
Oh, I forgot to
I'm
draw a
gonna-
card when it died.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fine. You know what?
What is this?
The privileged position, it's... Yeah.
So, I'm
means-
paying
You
6.
should have counted
Oh,
that
right.
if you could have. Yeah.
And I'm going to do a
Finally
grave
understand.
upheaval for your sad robot.
Sad robot.
Does it get +2 until end of turn?
No.
No, I'm thinking of
Let's
the
get
black-red one.
haste.
The other black-red one.
I'll search for the land in a moment.
Let's see if I can even us out a little bit too. How do you
And
keep
then-
pushing this forward?
Magic.
Chaos girl.
And then it has haste, so I could attack with it, but I might want the blocker.
Yeah, unless it has a... Well, I mean... She's under 40. I'm not that annoyed right now. We're not in, like, Felidar Sovereign death range.
I might want the blocker, maybe. Because either way, if it dies, like 2 damage right now is not really gonna
Right.
do anything cool. So pass turn, and I'm gonna look for my land. So I definitely don't need a plains. How about another forest? Another forest might be cool.
Plain.
I am a fucking idiot.
Not a forest.
What did you do wrong?
That's not a morph card.
Nice. What are you?
I'm gonna replace it with the morph card, or do you want me to put it back in my hand?
I don't know.
Well,
Well-
it depends on what it is.
What were you supposed to do?
I'll show you. I'll show you the difference. Man, meds just aren't kicking it tonight.
What were you supposed to do?
I'll sh-
So it depends on what you're replacing that morph card with.
Yep,
because
I'll show you in a second.
So you were allowed to choose, right? When you originally put that in, right?
No, yeah, but I thought it was a different card. And that different card might not even... There it is. No, I thought it was that.
But it wasn't in your hand, so you can't just go searching your library.
No, I'm saying I thought it was that. So you guys decide if you want me to pop this back in my hand, or you want me to play that, put that one morph down.
look at it. I'm inclined to be like.
I have a question,
no.
and I need an answer
Sure.
before I can answer that.
We look at them both.
What brought the morph in?
I had to pay 3 mana.
And you would search your library
No,
for it?
I thought it was a different card because I was running around
Then
making it drink
absolutely
whatever.
not. You absolutely not.
Then I'll take
To
the other one
getting
back to
your
my hand.
morph card because
Yeah, then give me the
like,
the other ones should come back to my hand.
it wasn't in your hand.
Absolutely. So it should come. I'll pop that one back to my hand because I couldn't have played it.
Yeah. That's the right
That is the right call.
land.
It was this. I'm playing Drope.
Shovel
Drope
Knight,
Skull
brace the
Reaver.
sun. Nice bunny.
So we have a 3/5 flying double strike.
Drogo Skull
lifelink.
Reaver, yeah.
Gain life, draw a card.
It's not hasty though, right?
No.
No.
How do you spell it? D-R-O.
Drogskoi.
I put an O after the end. That one. I
Yes.
love the hands on that.
Yeah.
Who did it? Vincent.
Prosh. Prosh.
My turn?
Yeah.
Okay, untap.
How many creatures? 2?
2. Upkeep. I lose 2.
Oh, so she's
And-
at the beginning of her turn. She's gonna
Draw.
get 2 cards.
Why?
Read the second sentence.
Oh yeah.
Whenever you get
Oh yeah.
life, draw
No,
a
it's
card.
it's a great card for that deck.
Although I don't see a reliquary tower out there. Or
Well,
a
she's only
thought
got 2 cards in her
vessel.
hand, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does. It really does.
Oh, that is kind of cool. It does look like an old. Let's look at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like a 50s, like, the thing that Atomics made.
Alright, so I'm going to tap Anya.
What is it, like
Ew.
Zombie Space Aliens, Part 4?
Discard that. I'm going to pay 1, 2, 3, 4 to cast it.
What you doing?
It's a curse.
Ah. Oh, which it's the
So,
curse, the new
yep,
special
I'm-
one.
Ooh,
Yeah.
drawing card.
Yep.
So which one is it?
Curse blue.
What's the curse?
Curse of Fool's Wisdom. Whenever enchanted player draws a card, they lose 2 life, and I gain 2 life.
Ouch!
It is ouchy. Very ouchy.
Every enchantment played in this game so far
Has been
awful.
awful.
Like, it's been like the worst
True.
enchantment ever played.
Except
untap
me
Anya,
with no
It's,
creature.
but it's
Draw
still
a
the worst
card.
enchantment. Like, we can't target any of your shit until that goes away.
Yeah, but you guys haven't been playing targeted removal.
I know.
And then...
So-
I'm astounded
Not
that you let my
relevant.
priest live.
Oh wait, I forgot to pay 1 for
I
that.
said go for the
so
priest.
Oh,
Everyone,
that's gorgeous art,
everyone
too.
lose 2.
Yep.
I gain 2.
How much should you
29.
You paid the
I paid the 1
This is just
to do that.
awful. Like, everything's just ticking down.
Yeah.
PS you paid for your creature, right?
She madnessed it.
No,
Oh,
but you still
yeah,
had
at the
2
beginning of the turn.
creatures.
Yes,
Yeah, at the
I
beginning
did.
of the turn,
I
I said pay
did.
it to life.
I
Yep.
declare it every time. I declare it every time.
She did.
Okay.
You're better
So-
at that than we are.
Yes. Because that's how I gotta keep track of it. It's really useful for me.
What is it? If you have a trigger at the beginning of your turn, put something on top of your deck, so you know that thing on top of your deck.
All right.
Hello, Team Money.
And I am not gonna attack anyone. Go.
All right.
Hello, T-Money. Welcome.
Untap, upkeep. I'm not going to trigger anything with my
Timony.
upkeep. I'm going to lose 2 and go to 27. Draw.
What's up?
Uh,
Thank you. I'm trying. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that it's helping you learn. I think it's good for us to say, so we do everything right with our decks, because our decks are complicated sometimes.
Yep.
I've eaten most of the nuts.
I'm going to
Do
play
you want more nuts?
Illusionist
No, I
Bracers.
should not have more nuts.
I got a big giant thing of like
Don't
Rick
have
left at my
enough.
house. So I've been like eating way
Yeah,
too many
I
every
might
day.
be able to pull it off. Let's see
It's like
if I can do
sitting
it.
Rick on my chair.
Yeah, that's.
I'm going to tap
Never have the
Slimefoot.
food right by where
Two,
you're
three.
always
Wait,
hanging out.
you had to
But I
do
have to,
3 to.
because
I'm not
equip
equipping
You
it
don't
yet.
want to get
Okay.
that.
Then
Need it. Well, you do have that
I'm
little.
going to scatter the seeds for 3 saplings.
Yeah,
Or
but
something.
it's
What did you tap slime
It
foot
has
for?
alcohol in it. So
Scatter the
it's
seeds,
turned
it's a
down
5
very
casting
low.
cost
There's
with
wine in it,
Convoke.
So it's turned down very low.
So I needed the green mana.
So I can put a few
Right?
food in it depending on what it is,
Gotcha.
but not like a lot.
Okay, Priest of Forgotten Gods has Illusionist Bracers. I'm going to sack
Dragon.
2 creatures.
Okay.
Everybody sack 2 creatures.
Yeah, you get to draw a card.
And lose 4
Wait,
life.
what are you playing?
I played Illusionist Bracers on the Priest of Forgotten Gods.
What does it do?
It
It makes us.
it doubles the trigger.
How many creatures did you sack?
I only have to sack 2 because I sack 2, right?
Oh, okay.
And then any number of players.
You lost your life first,
What's that? Yeah, I did. I paid the life. I was at 29. I had 2 creatures.
so you're making us sack two
Wait.
creatures.
Yep. That's how it goes.
And I still have 1 left.
Convoke. How did you get the green?
What do you mean? I had
Thank
4.
you, T-Money. I appreciate
So
it.
this 2
2 for those.
for those. 2 to equip.
Was I here
Sorry.
last?
3.
3 to equip.
I was here last.
And
week,
then
You were here last week.
yeah.
uh,
Where? Yeah, that's 3.
I'll tap the sapling. No, I can't because it wasn't in play. Hold on. Fuck! I thought it was 2 to equip.
Nope. 3.
So he can't.
No, I do it. It only happens once.
Do we get our creatures back?
It only happens
No,
once.
you lose 1.
Yeah.
Just
Creature.
lose 1 life.
Yeah.
One
just
creature.
One creature, 2 life.
All right.
Sorry, friend.
That's what I was doing. I get the 2 black from this. But it's after the effect already
yeah.
happened.
So. Here you go.
Oh. You
But I
remember
get to
about
draw a
that?
card.
And that's in the graveyard.
No, NPC was not here. We had Val instead of
And
NPC.
me.
Last week? No. Yeah. I
Yeah.
wasn't
And
here.
oh, by the way, I sacked 2 saplings. Everybody lose 2 life.
And Rick was not here.
Pass
You were
turn,
not. And
I
then the
draw a
week
card.
before, you're
So
right.
we
I
lost
was-
1 life and then 2 life?
Correct.
Okay.
So we lost a total of 3 life?
3
Correct.
life total.
And sack the creature, and I'm done.
Okay. Untap.
Wait, you're at 30, right?
I'm not.
I'm not.
I'm at
Where
27.
were you at before that?
I was just at 33. After I lost 2 life, then he told us we needed to lose another one.
Yeah.
Okay, and I did math wrong.
I mean, did we all lose 5 life that turn?
No.
We
You said
should
3.
have-
I heard 3.
You said 3.
Sorry. So when okay, just keep the 3. I'll explain it next turn
Okay.
because I was dumb. And this is the second time I've ever played the deck, so
Well, what were we supposed to lose?
No, they should have lost.
5.
You don't. No.
each
4.
lose 2 life. I sack 2 things. So
Yeah.
it should have been 2,
4.
3, 4, 5, 6. Whenever a sapling dies, each opponent loses a life.
Yes, that's fine, but you don't lose for like each creature that is sacked, so it's a total of 4.
It's 2 for this.
Yes.
Right.
And 2 for that.
God, Matt. Just sit there and keep me.
Sorry.
So we lost 4 life.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which we did. Because
No.
we
Lost.
lost
Who
3.
cares? Yeah, 3 is fine. We'll figure it out next turn.
Yeah, because I had 1 more than you before you ticked it down, and now we're even, and I don't know who did turn their dice wrong.
I
so-
know I did mine right.
Well, I know I did mine right, so we're both in the same place.
Yeah, Bunny, I can't. I'm so sorry you had to fly here for this meeting and then you have to fly back tomorrow night. Like, that really sucks. Seriously, I can't fathom. I wouldn't have done it. I'd have been pissy about it. Well, okay, I'd have been pissy about it, but I'd have done it.
So how are we all doing tonight?
That's somebody just asked that.
I know, which is why I'm repeating it out loud.
I'm apparently not playing this deck in any semblance of rationality. So.
No.
Yeah, you
really
need someone to like.
Yeah.
Socks, we
I'm
need you
literally-
down here to sit over her
I'm
shoulder.
literally gonna need to like
bed.
put little like one counter dice on everything and be like, okay, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3.
No, because then we'll think it's like plus plus. You need to use the stones.
I need to use this. Never mind.
We need to like Socks. We need you down here to sit over her shoulder and make sure
Unfortunately,
he's doing
she's
things
asleep.
right. Yeah, I know.
I'm doing fine. How are you, Team
Doing
Money?
good.
How do I want to do this?
Although you did arrive at a good time, Bunny. It's gorgeous weather. I mean, it's beautiful. It's been like the first pleasant day to be outside all fucking summer. Well, for me, because, you know, I hate warmth.
I relish in it, and I'm sad it's going
Aw.
away.
I'm sorry.
I
Well,
hate winter.
really?
Yeah.
You don't like skiing? You don't like
No.
crisp, cold winter air?
We'll have
Smells
to be
gorgeous.
freezing
Even though I'm
and
showing
bundled
this to
up?
you-
No.
So, if you were to make me sack a creature, if I left this mana open, could I No.
Sacrifice is not
Because
destroy.
I sacrifice and then...
Sack is not destroy.
Well, that's not going to be fun.
So this Priest of the Forgotten Gods it's a workhorse.
Let me see your board.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me bring up the Priest first, and then I'll show you the board state. So it's a new card from Ravnica. Sacrifice 2 creatures. Any number of players each lose 2 life and sack a creature, and I get 2 black and draw a card.
That
Fine.
needs to go.
What's that?
That needs to go.
Yeah, it does.
I told you to kill that card, and you were like,
couldn't-
"No, I want to." You could have killed the priest. You decide, yes.
Yeah, the other-
you dealt 3 damage. It's a
Oh, that
1-2.
wasn't me.
No, it was Jay
That
Berry.
wasn't me.
That was Jay Berry.
Yes, I said kill the priest, but no, war chief.
That wasn't me. Don't
I-
yell
Okay.
at me.
I think Jay
Fine.
Berry's doing what she needs
Since
to do
most
because
people
we're all
are
not
tough-
paying attention to what's going on over there.
I'm going to do the Thalid Soothsayer, and then
I love the fact that you just played a fungus.
yeah. Well, sapperlings and fungi.
Is this your thing? Oh.
Not that I control.
Nice. Hook it up. Actually, did I want?
Yep, see, there you go, Bunny. You got the right idea. You too, Captain Harris. Alright.
Yeah, sure. Actually, you know what?
Oh, you
No.
played the other partner commander? What's the name of that guy?
Tana.
Tana. I don't even know what it
And it's
does.
a her. It matters.
She identifies as a her. Got it. So, god damn it! A bunch of my shit makes sapperlings.
Do I actually want to go that route?
And you already have a Rogue's Passage in play, right? Mm-hmm. Alrighty then.
Yeah, but like already then you say that, and then
Are you playing your game again?
What game?
The one you were playing at Dragon Con?
Yeah.
Fine. I'm just gonna do it and see what happens. Go team, go.
Untap, upkeep. So I lose 2.
I
I mean,
agree with you,
gain
buddy.
2 life, but I lose 2 life.
Net
Yeah.
loss.
Yep.
And Jayberry gains 2.
Oh,
Well, hold on. Jayberry, do you gain 2 when she loses, or do you
Yeah.
gain when
Yeah.
she draws cards?
When I draw a card. Whenever enchanted player draws a card, they lose 2 life and you gain.
What are you playing, Rick?
It's,
Bunny wants to know.
it is Strike Force, Marvel Strike Force.
Marvel Strike Force. So it's a
Oh, man.
Marvel Strike Force phone game, phone app game. So by the way, how's the stream looking tonight? I'm experimenting, and we're on Wi-Fi. This entire thing, all the cameras, all the audio
Why'd you do that?
is on Wi-Fi. Well, to see if I could.
Yeah. Also, so we don't trip over the cord.
So you don't trip over that cord that's always going down the stairs. Plus,
Don't really ever do though.
I bought a new
multiple
repeater
times.
right up there that's up there, and when we move 10 feet that way, I want to make sure that if the Ethernet is not working properly because it's too long a run, then we can always Wi-Fi in.
We froze.
When did we freeze? It's only frozen. When did it freeze? And that might have been your phone or whatever, because it's. I'm looking at my counter here, and my frames per second has been perfect all night. Who's up, by the way?
Blue.
Just looking.
Oh, yeah, right. You're still in your. Did you have your draw?
Yep.
It's in your first main. Got it.
Is that something new that you played?
What?
That.
Yeah, the Illusionist Bracers. You want to look at that. That's gonna let me double effects. Let me bring that up so people can see.
So I assume you're gonna put it on this fucker.
It's cool art too.
So, oh, you make a sack creatures, right?
Yep. I mean, if you can wipe the board or kill this one creature, you should probably do that.
I mean, you should kill DM's creature. It's making us sack
Well,
creatures.
you can't target any of NPCs.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's what's making us sack creatures.
I don't know.
That's a
I think I'm going to need more protein in my life.
cheese.
Oh.
Cheese stream.
It's like I don't want to cast a creature because it's just gonna die. But then there's no blockers. It sucks. I don't know what to do.
If it's any consolation, your Vile Requiem have saved your life this entire game. Because I mean, I've got the cards in my hand to flood the board with like 20 Thalids. And I can't do it because...
Sapperlings.
Well, I mean, they're going to die to this, but they're going to hurt me. Because it's at the beginning of my own upkeep.
Yep. Tell your sad story to board.
What is it, the little duck from Nightmare Before Christmas?
I don't know what it's called.
I don't think it has a name.
Probably does. We just don't know it.
God damn it. Why do you have a Thalid? Why do you have a fungus in your deck? I have like 3 things in my hand that are going to make this, give this like 3 counters.
I'm playing Orzhov Basilica, bouncing a swamp to my hand.
You got it.
You know, you could play that after
I
and
know.
use the swamp for
But I don't think
the-
she wants to do anything.
I don't know that I want to play anything because it's just gonna die.
Gotcha. Alright.
I'm done.
Okay. Alright.
It's a game where you're a goose
Untap.
walking around town annoying people. Why do I have to get really have to get a goose game so I can walk around town annoying people without being a goose bunny? I'm pretty sure I can make that happen.
Okay.
I'm really sure I can make that happen.
Upkeep, I lose 2.
Yep. Where you at?
32.
God.
Alright. Draw.
Only one. That's an enchantment.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I was just used to doing 2 every time.
We're
Yeah,
all-
that's what.
Because that's what I did the last few
That's
turns.
what I. That's why I always put like my artifacts and my enchantments higher up so that I can distinguish them
I
from
know,
creatures.
I know.
I usually put them off to the side. I put artifacts
Yeah.
off to the left, enchantments off to
Yeah.
the right.
Yeah.
Memorial to Folly comes in tapped.
God, I want sugar.
Why?
Because I always want sugar.
Lucky for you, there's not much in the house.
Yep.
Alright, I'm gonna tap
This is why I can't keep
Anya.
more than fruit in the house.
to discard a card.
Because fruit's not
The madness
bad
cost
I agree.
is 2. So I will pay 2
So what are you doing?
for an alchemist's greeting.
Which does?
4 damage to target creature.
Yep.
That dies.
sugar. Priest.
Poof.
Yay.
What are you
You're
doing?
welcome.
What'd you destroy?
Thank you.
The
The
priest-
thing that was making you
Yep.
sack creatures.
Yay.
Now you can untap
What did you play?
Anya.
Now I untap Anya.
Did you pay extra to make us lose 2 life?
Yeah, sorry, I keep forgetting to
You
do
should do
that.
that.
Yeah, so everyone lose 2.
What exactly did you play?
An instant that did 4 damage to a creature.
A sorcery.
Sorcery, sorry.
This.
And it does it have flashback or
that's
it has madness, not flashback.
Madness.
Yeah.
Which
Draw
is
a
why
card.
she could untap Anya
Great.
and play it for that matter.
Sure, it's hilarious.
And
And you'll note
next-
none of us have poked the
Oh,
choice.
my brother was like, "Great, now you're gonna break someone's wrist."
So yeah, just if the stream hasn't seen, it's NPC and it has like dialogue choices for a game.
But if you poke me,
As
I
you
will cut you.
I'll play.
Except for maybe you.
I'm gonna lose 2 life and get started on a
I'm gonna
Vampiric
play
Tutor.
Hedron Archive.
Well, hang on, because people make people discard shit. in
Ah.
this
It
game.
goes to the top of the deck. I'm doing it assuming nobody's gonna make me sacrifice my or shuffle my library.
Well,
Pass turn.
okay.
What did you just do?
I played a Vampiric Tutor as an instant, and I'm putting a card on top of my library.
Did you have mana left?
I have 1 black. My command's tower.
Pass turn.
Okay.
I know how much a Vampiric Tutor costs. God damn it!
Yes, but you've been bad at math all night.
I really have.
So,
Oh, once he's
don't
done with
mind me
that.
if I question your
You're
reality
absolutely
for
Once
a
he is
moment.
done with that, it is his turn.
I know. I know.
That comedian.
Yep.
I can't remember his name, but I know. I know.
I don't have a. Oh, and I draw whatever that is. I still have to look for the card I'm looking for.
Diam After Hours News is running my current trade right now.
Oh my god, do I really not have any enchantment removal?
Your current trade, so like your job?
Alright, that's going on top.
Oh, ruining, not running.
Ooh, there are new people on the stream. We should show them the artwork I have.
You should do that.
Hello, new
While
people.
you take forever to do your turn.
Who's the
All
new
right.
people?
Untap.
Do you
Well,
actually have a
Bunny.
morph now?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Bunny,
Untap.
you need to see this.
Upkeep draw.
Oh, I still gotta do it. Yeah. Upkeep, so I'm still gonna lose 2 life.
We need to
Alright.
zoom to you.
Yeah. All right,
Only
Bunny.
2.
So there's a card in here. It's called Pattern Matcher. It is by Jesper
Yes.
Edging.
Ising? I think it's Ising.
So it's
That's cute.
a little robot,
Holding
and
a
he's
bunny.
holding a bunny.
Yup.
Look how adorable that is.
It's cute. It's like a golem.
Yeah, it's a golem.
Golem.
It's a golem. And he's holding a bunny.
Let's see.
Eee, I know,
damn it.
right?
Alright, so first thing we do.
So, yeah,
Right
like
there. 3? 3.
Yes. 3.
I know it's so dope.
What are you playing?
I love it
I'm
lots.
equipping Slimefoot with the Illusionist Bracers.
So what happened?
I love it too.
Nothing yet.
It's super dope.
What? I mean, what?
So it basically doubles the activated ability
Right.
because it's not a mana based one.
meaning then he get more.
No, he'd do more damage each time a Saberling dies.
Blood Artist.
Lovely.
How big is the
Shouldn't
thing you put a bunch of
technically put that
enchantments
on
on?
the Blood Artist?
I don't care if
Because
the blood-
then...
I don't care if the Blood Artist
How
dies.
how
no,
big?
I'm saying like this because then no matter what dies, you'd be doubling.
Yeah, but I'd rather double damage to you than gain double life.
So just so I'm
No,
following.
you would still.
double damage to every player.
Oh, okay, you're
Yeah.
right. So never mind.
Sorry, just to follow what happened. So that creature has
Okay, so I
hexproof
put-
and haste.
Right, it had hexproof and haste.
Yeah.
I put on the illusionist bracers.
Which makes it double
It
triggers.
allows me to copy an activated ability.
Okay.
So when sapperlings die,
Okay.
Right.
we each lose a life, so we'd lose 2 life.
Right.
Okay.
And
then
I am going
the blood
to-
artist is how big is it?
It's a 0/1,
Okay.
and I'm going to play a and the sapperling's already in play,
Yeah.
Okay.
and I'm going to sit for this turn.
Okay.
Okay. My turn. Yay.
Oh, actually, Blue, do you have any creatures?
Go
I
ahead.
can deal with that. You're killing me with
She
the Vile
has more
Requiem.
life.
Fuck you. You're killing me with the
You
Vile Requiem.
already
Take
said
2.
last turn.
Take 2.
You
2
already
commander,
said
by
Oh
the
my
way.
god. Just take your 2 damage.
A friend gave you a print of Banksy art and realized you need more art in your home. Of course
Good,
you need more
that's
art
awesome.
in your home. It's true that.
Okay, so
Um,
untap,
So
upkeep.
while
Draw.
Embassy takes her turn. So I got that art because
He wasn't going to sell it, right?
Jesper, no, I mean,
He
he
said he
posted
would.
that he was going to auction off the rough sketches after the painting sold, which I couldn't afford. Or
Right.
I probably could have, but I didn't pull the trigger on that. So I don't remember what it went for, but it was a lot.
Gotcha.
Maybe I could have. Maybe I didn't want to. Whatever. Doesn't matter. So, but a month later, like nothing got, he didn't post anything, and I kept looking, like I kept checking. And so I went to his Facebook page and I sent him
She
a
doesn't have any
message.
He was like,
creatures.
hey, you doing
Hey,
this?
are you gonna auction this off? If you
Oh, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm good.
Or,
I heard a bunch of cards fall.
Yeah.
Oh, it was my keys.
Oh.
Okay.
or if you're not, can I
Or
make you an
something.
offer? And then a month later, he wrote me back.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and
Really
so
fucking cool.
Val, Orchard.
yeah. And so yeah, sometimes it helps to reach out to artists and be like, "Hey, I like your stuff."
It helps to
Would
be an
you
actual
sell?
human being.
It also helps, I think, that we have one mutual friend in common. This
Imagine
guy.
that.
Imagine that. So, but so yeah, and he was like, "Yeah, I'll sell it to you." I was like, "Well, what do you want for it? Because I don't want
You
to
should take your
give
damage.
you, a low offer."
No,
For
but I
it.
will.
So he told me what he wanted for it, and he was like, "Yeah, I want to buy more magic cards with it." And I'm like, "Cool, I can give you money to buy more magic cards. I'm so into that." Also, you should live or visit the States more if you can, because I think he lives
I'm
in
going to
Denmark
play
or something.
Loxodon,
Copenhagen.
Yeah. Hierarch.
Hierarch.
Which is what?
She sacks it, and all of her creatures are indestructible
I
this turn.
gain 4 life. Well, it's not indestructible. They get regenerated, which is different.
Oh, I spelled it wrong.
Yeah, HIE.
Trust me, there are worse things to
I spelled
counter.
it HEI.
But if you want to spend that, go ahead.
It's a Kev Walker.
Why not?
Nice.
So you know, in the Ravnica D&D game, you can play a Loxodon character. You can play
Yep.
an elephant.
Oh,
guy.
cool.
So are you doing anything? Does it resolve?
Thank you, Captain Harris.
Yay!
I'm good.
Okay. And then I'm going into my combat phase. And
Is that T that I hear? It's
Yes,
about to go off.
it's fine.
It's okay.
I can turn it
Yeah.
off.
I am
I'm
coming
close.
at you, Blue, for 2.
That hat is not making your head sweaty.
Not
Nope.
the threat.
And then
Yeah, but you're a target of opportunity at this point.
Yeah.
I get 2 sapperlings. Wait, hang on. That many, yeah. So
I'm right there.
wait, where are those? Ooh, I should probably shuffle those into my.
What were they just sitting up front for no reason?
Yeah. Oops.
This has been just a shit, like just a shit show.
Didn't mean to do that. Go
Anything
ahead.
else?
Nope. Done.
You're gonna have to pay a lot of life next turn.
Yeah, but I.
Worth it.
What?
There's 2.
Yeah.
You what?
Like.
But what?
Depending on
can sack
how
them to draw
things
cards.
go. Like,
What'd you play?
well, that's been out.
Oh, that's
that
been
was
out.
out
Okay.
since last turn, but I
Okay.
played the Loxodon Hierarch, and
Oh, that's
then
cool
I
art.
attacked.
It's
with-
Jason Engel.
Jason Aaron Angle.
Do we have to say it that
I
way
don't
every
know,
time?
I
Why do you say it that way?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to clip this and send it to him. And be like, Jason Aaroning.
But why though?
I don't know.
Why does he have to do it that way?
Oh. I am. Wait. So the Donato Cave Girl token is on its way.
Ooh.
The one where she's holding
Where
her
she's
head.
holding
Where
my
she's holding her dead head.
dismembered head.
Yeah.
Did I show you that? Rick, did I show you that? Yeah.
Yep.
Todd Lockwood owes me one too. He's gonna
Oh,
send.
that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Todd Cave Girl Demon token's gonna be awesome.
Yep, that's mine.
Started your own business and then throw ferrets at them. Awesome.
A group of ferrets is called a business. We actually. Do you know what a group of goths is called? A group of goths is called
A coven?
a sulk.
I'm playing Pristine Skywise.
Nice.
What's that do?
I'll bring it up.
Whenever you cast a... Oh, did you?
Yeah.
When you did that?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright.
That card is amazing in the new Savine deck.
So you didn't change your life total at all, basically.
Oh,
I-
we're getting
I
spammed by a
did,
bunch of people.
But I forgot about
So
that. So I
I
just
just went up. Yeah.
Yeah, stop drinking Mountain Dew Solid. Oh, I'm gonna have to shut that off.
What is it?
Okay.
What were you shutting off?
Wow.
Oh.
Wait, they happened right after we raided.
Oh, who rated us?
Solid Plasma.
Oh, well, why are they just screaming at us, never stop drinking Mountain Dew Solid?
That might be their raid screen.
Hold your fire, it's me.
Dude, like, what the hell? Why am I getting like 50 stop drinking Mountain Dew Solids?
Yeah.
That's kind of nutty. You're good, man.
Oh, dears. Raid.
What you doing? Maybe talk it out loud to the stream because
Yeah. Tell us what you're thinking.
they're not telepaths.
Yeah.
All right, well, whoever I blocked, let me figure it out. I can put you back on. One of you got blocked. I forget which one.
Purple Link. Or no, I guess you didn't block anyone.
Maybe I didn't.
I don't think you picked to block
Good.
anyone, so just next time though.
Yeah, just next time. We're not Jace.
Couponbug.com for all of Maggie.
Okay, that's ridiculous. It's all good, man.
No, raids are amazing.
No, raids are
Yeah.
amazing, but when like 5 people just showed up screaming
This
the same
is our
thing.
raid. No, they said this is our raid message.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm an old man.
All
I'm bad
right.
at this
Tell
shit.
us what you're thinking. Tell the stream what you're thinking.
Yeah. So you just played your Pristine Skywise. You doing anything else?
What does that one do?
And did you lose your life? And did
Yeah,
you?
I don't know. I'm wondering
Yeah, it
if
happened.
Whenever you cast a non-creature spell,
Look at the
untap
camera
it,
on top
it
of the
gains
stream.
protection for a
Yeah,
minute.
so-
Okay.
Blue, right below me.
Not relevant right now.
Yeah,
Played Pristine
okay.
Skywise, and it's a 6/4 flying dragon, which is a problem.
I'm
Very cool.
wondering if.
Thank you, Purple Link 33.
Thank you. If I really I think I was at 28, so I shouldn't be at 26.
You lose 2, gain 2.
I mean, did you tick it down at the start of your
I don't
turn?
remember.
Just go to 28.
I
It's
I
fine.
don't
like-
care.
Yeah, go to 28. You're all good. Seriously.
Yeah, this is why you gotta get in the habit of declaring what's happening.
Yeah, and we all
Yeah.
to explain to people too.
Yeah.
Can we talk about why Rogue Elephant isn't played enough? You ready for this one?
Anything else?
So I think
So
think
Rick,
I'm-
sitting behind me on the couch, brought a bunch of really old
I
cards,
think I'm
So-
done.
Okay.
and I decided I was gonna make like some really bad cards
Oh.
based on the early days of Magic.
I
Oh no, did I take the
untap.
Rogue Elephant out? No, wait. Bull Elephant.
Upkeep
When it comes into play,
right?
you return 2 forests to your hand.
So you're gonna make a deck with.
Right.
Oh, I
Bad
made
creatures.
terrible decks, and we should just hand them out randomly and play them.
Yeah.
They're playable, but
Sure.
they're terrible. Look, it's a scaled worm from Ice Age.
So what you doing?
I am going to play a mountain.
Oh, a mountain.
Yeah, look at my shiny little mountain. It's not really shiny, but it's a mountain. Alright, and then I am going to tap Anya. Going to... And then I'll pay the
Yeah,
extra
nothing.
1.
Actually, it's gonna be a meta 1 because it doubles.
For
You have such cheesy jokes sometimes.
a
Oh,
big
man.
game hunter. So
Alright.
everyone lose 2 life.
So whenever
I
cyber
gain
neutral
2
dies,
life.
Everyone lose 2. Yep, I'm at 20.
I play a big game hunter for 1.
Yep.
When it enters the battlefield, destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. It can't be regenerated. So what is...
Either the lockdown hierarchy.
Can't.
Oh, it can't target it, right?
Yeah, it's a privileged position because that's in play. Nothing that
For
happens.
toughness.
Yeah, power. It's power, so I can't target that.
You can't target,
can't target that.
Slimefoot.
What do you mean? 4 or more?
Oh, power 4.
Yeah,
greater.
no,
Oh.
it's meant to kill big things. It's a
I'm-
big game hunter.
Alright, so I can't target any of your stuff,
You
right?
can target some of his.
His stuff's not
Nope.
big enough.
None of mine's large enough.
So
So the only
unfortunately,
target it has is
the
the-
only
is the
target, the only valid target I can hit on the battlefield, unfortunately, is yours, Blue. So, I'm sorry, but that dies.
If I make a blue voodoo doll, would that be a blue doo doll?
And then, alright.
Did
so
you
that
did you
was
take your
that.
damage for the vial?
I did.
She did.
I
I heard her
did.
declare
Yep, I
it.
declared it.
All right. Well, after you take your damage to the vial, I'm gonna destroy it.
Okay.
The vial
Vial consumption.
consumption.
Hey, we can actually play creatures again and not have to die to them.
And everyone lost 2, right? Okay. And
Yep,
I was supposed
I
to
did.
gain 2.
Because we're at 20 and she's at 26, even though we've been hitting her all game.
Yeah. It's a lot.
There's a reason Oloro is universally reviled.
Alright, so next.
I have not been the
am-
threat this entire game. She definitely
She is
has,
now the threat.
apart from
She's
me. Not
absolutely now
now.
the threat.
She has been for a very long
Okay.
time.
You have to kill your friends in Magic.
Yep.
The good news is
We'll get
the
her.
game's relatively even,
And we'll get her.
and people will die.
I can now
Like-
play things to get her without dying myself.
Yep. Alright.
Like, I won't have to sack my sacrifice.
Yep.
Although, when is it any set? Whenever you control.
Oh, I didn't
okay.
draw a card when that pristine died. Well, it's not the end of the turn yet.
3, 4.
The pristine Skywise died on Jayberry's turn.
Yeah,
And it does. I don't draw a card till the end of the turn.
yeah. So you wouldn't have it in your hand.
So
And you had enough mana open for it?
well, I mean that's what I tutored for. I tutored for the Croson.
Okay, but you had enough
I had
mana.
and I saved 3 mana for my Croson.
Okay.
Thank you for being on top of this. I appreciate it. You're doing.
It's just making
I-
sure. Like,
I straight up asked you to count my mana for me. Thanks, Mom.
Geth,
I feel
Lord
like the
of
vibes are at the bank going like,
Clink, clink, clink. Okay, you have enough.
So I have Geth, Lord of the Vaults.
oh god, what?
Oh, you played Geth.
I played Geth.
All right, so my graveyard.
So,
You can play artifacts and creatures, right?
So I have to pay for it.
Yeah, but you can play
I
artifacts
can
and
do
creatures.
it now.
Or any
Yeah,
permanent.
artifact or creature cards. Whatever mana costs X.
Yeah, I've
My
got.
opponent's graveyard on the battlefield. Am I going to I control tapped? And then you put the top X cards of your library into your graveyard.
I've got 2 creatures. You
That's.
probably don't give a shit.
You're saying that like I'm choosing to
Oh
activate
no, I'm just.
now.
Yeah, I'm just. I'll put them right here when you want to look at them
Yeah.
She can ask me
because
for mine.
Geth is awful.
Yeah.
Can I see it?
Yeah. Yeah. Bring it up on the stream.
Yeah, I'll
so
bring
Yeah,
everyone
bring
can
it up
see
so other people
Yeah,
can see.
yeah.
And they've reprinted Geth in the new Commander decks.
Yeah,
that
that's
was a
why-
weird one.
How much mana do you have?
I've ramped a couple times.
So that's
Yeah, I got a simulacrum and something else.
because you made us.
Do you remember
lose to
earlier? Do
life.
you remember earlier when we were like, "Oh, she'll never be able to cast those." I'm like, "It's Commander. Of course she'll be able to
No,
cast
Yeah,
them."
I mean,
knew she'd be
eventually.
able to cast them.
Yeah.
There were just bigger things to worry about, like
Yeah.
at the moment.
All right. One.
Like the
And I'm not gonna
deal.
make anybody lose a life. I forgot to do the Blood Artist when the the Pristine still her turn, but
The pristine was not a creature.
yeah, it was. Pristine Skywise was a creature.
Oh yeah, that's right. Never mind.
I'm gonna sack the Myriad Landscape
Okay.
to go find some things, and I am going to pass my turn.
All right. I will draw the card for the Pristine Skywise Death. Then I will untap, upkeep, and not pay any life to a Vile Requiem.
Let's see. So I get
I have decisions to
basic
make.
land cards that
Yes, you
share
do.
land type.
Probably make them quickly.
Okay.
Fuck it. God damn it. Gods damn it all.
You damn it.
Okay.
I'm gonna play Fists of the Ironwood.
What does that do? Sounds awkward.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on here. Alright, let me bring up. I get 2 Saprolings and target creature has trample.
Alright.
Okay.
Of the Fist of Iron. Oh god, did I not spell it right?
Yes, you have 2 S in fists.
There's
Or 3 S, actually.
there's 3 S's in fisting.
Oh.
No. No, there's not. Nice try, though.
And what is
no.
DM putting his Ironwood on? I'm putting my Ironwood in the fisting. Oh god. Alright, we should all just shut up now.
No.
Especially you.
Saproling. Alright. What else can I do?
Is that enough?
Yes, I have. Almost.
That's intriguing.
I'm gonna play Corpsejack Menace.
What does that do?
I'll pull that up. It's a 4/4 fungus. It's a fungus.
You're a fungus.
I think I've got that in here. I should know what it does. Don't right now.
Did you actually play your Saproling deck with my Saproling deck?
I did. I'm like, why
Awful.
not?
It's a bad idea.
Alright. Gods damn it.
Oh, that's 4.
Yep.
You tap 4. Pay 2 for that. To enchant that. Okay, you're fine.
Viscera Seer.
I let it go.
Is there any reaction to that?
Oh, what does that do again?
Oh god.
Yeah,
It's a
bring
sack
it up.
outlet for free.
Yeah.
It's a sack outlet that lets him scry, but the sack outlet part is that's gonna kill us. Because essentially,
I'm just gonna start throwing Saprolings under the bus for 2, 4, 6 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, and life.
Yep.
Yup.
Yeah.
Pass turn.
Okay. Let's see. Ugh. Although it will gain you life, I think I want cards. Hang on.
I will happily let creatures die.
You just got water on one of your cards.
I know. That's why they're double sleeved. Oh,
Fine.
tokens are-
Decide
Thank you.
where the Blood Artist damage is going.
Blue. Can you hold that toaster? Thank you. Molto grazie.
Decide where the Blood Artist damage is going because I sacked the 2 Saprolings to draw 2 cards.
Life totals.
32.
You take 2.
Me?
You are the leader in life right now, yes.
Okay.
And then
Fair.
And then at the end of your turn, let me know.
Will do.
I will draw a card for the ritual. That Death Reap ritual has been super helpful all game.
It was actually at the end of your turn, so I guess you technically get to draw that card.
Sure.
Because I drew great.
I forgot that I put 2 entire suites in. When I lose a creature, you sack a creature suite, and the aristocrat suite.
Great.
Do you have them in right now in play?
No, but I mean they're all in the deck. So like
Yeah.
Erebos, Butcher Malakir, Grave Pact,
I'm going
and
to
then
play
Falconwrath Noble,
a forest
Blood
for
Artist.
turn.
You know what I'm talking about.
And
Dance, pathetic marionettes, dance.
I am going to. What am I doing? Oh wow. Sorry, Blue. Coming at you for 2.
Oh, because you want more Saprolings?
Yes.
Jesus.
Hey, it's not like. Look at your board state, friend.
Just out of curiosity.
Getting a little out of hand.
Okay. It would have been awesome if Slimefoot actually said, whenever a Saproling dies.
Yes, I checked that first. And then
That would have been great.
I'm tapping 2 for. Ugh, hang on, I've got to get my mana sorted for Shoshana.
Oh, what does Shoshana do? Power and toughness equal to the number of creatures?
Yes.
Gotcha.
On the board.
No, that you
Mine,
control.
yeah.
S-O-S, spell it? S-O-S-H?
Shanna.
Shauna.
Shauna.
Shana. Sorry.
Nice.
Nope.
That is gorgeous art.
Friend.
Magal Villeneuve.
Okay.
Yeah.
And pass turn. Okay.
So how big is it?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wait, Bunny, you ready? Shana.
My wife stays
Six.
at 24.
It's a 6/6. Right now.
Fear my one untapped forest. My counterspell mana.
You mean fog mana? Although you don't play.
I gained
I-
2 life
that
from
much.
blue.
There's a fog in
Curse.
here. There's
Really?
a fog and a broken fall in here.
Okay.
2 fog effects.
But should
Hey,
get
I
bottom.
love Fog Frog.
You've been getting
I got
stuff from your graveyard, no?
nope. There is recursion.
The Madness Graveyard.
Yeah.
That's me.
Oh my God! You should bog the Madness Graveyard.
Yeah.
Did you
get
go
rid
bottom?
of your graveyard.
Okay.
Because there's Madness cards that or not even Madness
It's
cards.
more we know that there's a flashback effect. Actually, what you should have done is probably Bazooka Bog your own, so she doesn't get your
No.
so she doesn't get your Draga Skull.
Let me see this whole thing.
Okay, you can't target it though.
Why?
It's hex.
Because
It's got the boots. You'd have to kill the boots first, and then you could.
Or you can kill the thing that doubles, whatever. I mean, honestly, if you're going to kill an artifact or enchantment, it should be that first.
You playing your commander?
Or that. The cycling
Faith
2
or
damage to all of
devoted?
us, yeah. Oloro's in!
Cool.
What does he do when he comes in?
Well, it's...
Nothing.
Let's bring him up.
Yeah.
I have.
he
we
does
didn't actually
things
even do it at
sometimes.
the beginning.
Not when it comes
You could
in.
draw a card, yeah. Whenever you gain life. So that would trigger on the upkeep because technically you're gaining 2 life and then you're losing 2 life at the same time.
Good night, Bunny. I know you got a
Trigger
long day
does go
tomorrow,
off
so
when
get
you
some
draw a card.
sleep. And have fun.
And then each opponent would lose 1.
Have fun with Dana at your meetings.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it's good that you brought him in.
Go.
Okay.
Beginning game 2, when regain life. Oh, right. That's the
Yeah,
annoying part.
yeah. The second part's great.
more cards.
Yup. Oh, poor Bunny. We'll see.
Good night, Bunny.
Good luck tomorrow. Call if you need anything. I'll be around all day.
Untap. Upkeep.
The question
I
is,
lose
will he be useful?
Nothing that- I killed
wait,
it.
Is that gone?
I killed it.
Oh, okay.
I needed to kill it. It was.
Shiny.
I mean, Jesus, it was destroying me.
So I draw. All right.
3, 4,
Six.
5. It's a 6/6. Yeah.
Yep. Because it counts itself.
2,
It's funny. It can be a target of spells, but not abilities.
4,
It's funny. Like I've never seen that. Have you seen that text on the bottom of the card?
6.
I mean, I have.
Really?
Well,
It usually says spells or
I've
abilities.
seen, for example, things that will counter specific
So, like, you can put
abilities,
stuff
but
on
not
it.
You can.
spells.
Well, you can. I can cast a murder on it. Or no, wait. It can't be the target of abilities, right? So planeswalker abilities can't affect it.
So the one
But you
Yeah.
can cast like stuff.
But
to
I could,
destroy
but you can murder it.
Yeah.
yeah.
In Garrick's Wake, destroy all creatures
Yep.
I don't control and all planeswalkers.
All right, I have a response.
I
Yeah.
do too.
All right.
like,
Respond.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3,
although, how does regenerate
4.
work?
Everybody lose 8 life
All right.
because that's going to double. I'm going to gain 8 and draw 8 cards. No, I don't draw cards off that. So everybody lose 8 and I gain 8.
Okay.
Hold
lose
on.
8,
There's
hang
going to be
on.
more.
So, 15. So if I sack creatures and then do regenerate, would I get my
No,
sackerlings
sack,
back
you
as
cannot
well?
regenerate from a sack.
Okay.
The Blood Artist is going to hit
Cards.
for 4.
No, I'm not gonna
5.
sack them
So Butters does 5 damage to us.
Life totals around the table.
then.
19.
You have to pick someone.
much?
I'm at 15.
19.
50.
5. It's
I'm not
still-
going to kill you.
Wait.
Uh,
So the blood artist does
She's at 16.
5 damage
it's going to be
No, hang
minus.
on.
It's
He's
going to be a
got
minus
target
5.
someone.
to one person.
Yeah.
It's technically
Well, I
going
can
to be
split it up.
minus 6 because I'm going to sack this.
Oh, okay.
And
You lose the 6
regenerate.
because you got a great board state.
So wait, did you do 5
Wait.
to me or no?
Yeah, no.
What?
No.
I have a great board state
Yeah, you do. You have the entire board. Oh no, never mind. Yeah, I got to do it to Jayberry.
because she's not sacking all her.
You're right.
creatures.
None of her. It's not a board wipe. It's a kill all our shit, but your shit lives.
Yeah, destroy all
Yeah,
creatures I
take your
don't
6.
control and all planeswalkers I don't control.
Take your 6. I'll
Alright,
gain
I'm
another
at
6.
18.
Mine are regenerated because
Yeah, I know. I figured you wouldn't be losing a... Well, you can't lose anything because of privileged position, right?
No, it
No,
doesn't
it
make it
can,
indestructible.
because-
Oh.
Even though it's hexproof, you
Hexproof.
weren't specifically targeting.
Ah, got it.
Okay, now when Slimefoot dies, everybody loses another 5
Okay.
because all the Saprolings died first.
Wait,
4 Saprolings, sorry.
So we get one
Actually,
no.
when 3
you were
Saprolings can be 6.
back. So we take
The bracers.
2.
But
Oh, it's not. It's a triggered
when you
ability,
were
not an activated.
sacking,
It's inactivated, not a triggered. So right. So it's only 3 more.
but when you were
So instead of 6, it was 3.
That's correct.
how did we lose the original 8?
I sacked to the Viscera Seer.
Viscera Seer wasn't. Hang on.
So I'm going to scry a bunch, and Slimefoot's going to trigger.
Yes, but then we only lose it that one time. How do we lose the additional 3?
It's not. The additional 3 is just for one person because of the blood. Let's walk through back. Let's
Okay,
let's back it
because I
up.
don't
Let's do the
think
math
that
because this is a
was-
silly thing.
Right, because you said we lost 8 and then 3,
Right.
which that math doesn't shake
It's
out.
probably
for
not
me.
right. Okay. So
Okay.
you're killing everything, right?
All right, so I get my 11
Yeah.
plus
Just put your
6 back.
go back to where
I
you were.
don't remember where.
You were 15.
I was at 23.
No.
I was higher than that. That was after
Put
you
your
made me
8
lose.
back.
And I was
so
at 19.
you were
So
at
she took 11.
22.
So she took 11. So she gets 11 back. Right? 8 and 3. Right?
Sure.
Yes.
So she gets 11 back.
All right.
So,
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 you're
you're
at
25.
You're at
25.
25.
There you go.
So I get 11 back, and you did an extra 5 to me or 6.
6.
Yeah.
Okay, so I get 17 back.
You go.
Got it.
So let's count this up
Sorry,
again.
guys. Magic math
Yep.
time.
It is not a triggered ability. It's not an activated ability. It's a triggered ability. So it doesn't double. The Illusionist Bracers is not going to double that.
Yes.
Okay? So, first thing that happens is these 3 get sacked to the Viscera Seer.
Uh-huh.
Okay? I gain 3 life from the Blood Artist.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody loses 3 life because of Slimefoot.
Okay.
So
That
that's
makes
done.
sense.
Okay?
Sorry, I'm adding my
All right.
total back up.
I'm going to
Sorry.
sacrifice a Corpse Jack Menace to the Viscera Seer. Okay? And I will do 1 point of damage to Jayberry and gain a life.
Okay, we got it. You have to start from the beginning because I was still adding my life
It's okay.
back.
It's all right.
Start from the
I thought we
beginning.
were there again.
No, we were not there yet.
All right.
I tried to tell you that, but no one was listening.
My fault. So here we go at the beginning. You've just cast your spell.
Okay.
All right. I sack 3 Saprolings.
Okay.
Everybody loses 3 life.
Okay.
All right? And I've already gained my 3.
Okay.
Okay? And I do 3 damage because of the Blood Artist.
Yep.
So
Okay?
3 on top of that.
Yeah, so you take another 3. So that was 6
Just
total
me.
right now. Yeah.
Just
Just
you.
me.
Just you.
Okay.
Because you're killing everything.
Okay.
Now, there are 3 other creatures that need to get sacked. 4, actually. So, Corpse Jack Menace goes first. Okay? There's no damage because it's not a... Is it a fungus?
No, Saproling.
Saproling. So, nothing happens there except I gain a life.
And you can deal a point of
1
damage.
point of damage. Jayberry.
To me.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are life totals right now?
26.
20.
22.
Okay. All right. Slimefoot.
Do that next, yeah.
Slimefoot goes. I gain a life.
And point of damage.
Point of damage to Jayberry
Okay.
because she's wiping the board.
25.
Viscera Seer. To its Blood Artist. Gain a life. Lose another.
24.
Viscera Seer to itself. And
Which that doesn't do
Yeah, it
any
does.
damage.
1, 2, 3, 4,
You do
5,
scrying,
6.
but it
I'm gonna
doesn't do
right.
damage.
No, yeah. But I'm gonna scry 6. I might
So-
I might like the first thing I get. Nope.
You were not
2.
correct in that everyone lose 8 life.
Yeah.
Was the point.
3,
Sorry, folks. This is.
4.
I guess
5.
I'm like
You gotta hold them accountable.
Yeah, that
the
can stay.
magic house mom or something.
Yeah.
No, that's perfect. Go.
It's
It's still your main phase.
Yeah, alright. Okay. So I cast a spell. Yay.
It's still your main phase.
Jesus Christ.
Math is hard.
Math is hard. Alright. So I'm going to tap Anya. And 1, 2, 3 to I'm gonna cycle this and cast it, and I paid the extra, so everyone lose 2.
What are you playing?
I gain 2. Something that'll help kill me faster. At the beginning of each player's upkeep,
What's the name of it?
it's Asylum Visitor. So at the beginning of each player's upkeep, if that player has no cards in hand,
I love
Why
that.
do we lose 2?
because of this, because I paid the cost to cycle.
Right, so we lose
whenever
2.
I cycled a card.
I mean, that's the next target. That has to die next because
Yeah.
yours was killing us quick, and that's going to kill us
I untap
slower.
Anya, I draw a card.
I love that. Look at that. That's beautiful.
Did I play a land this turn? I can't remember. Oh, well.
Play one. Merry Christmas.
No, I probably, I feel like I may have. No, hold on. 1, 2, 3.
There's only so much.
No, I did not play land.
Okay.
So, I have an
Had
exotic
she not done
orchard.
that, that would have been game next turn.
And,
It'll hurt.
Well, I
alright.
mean, everything would have had the +5 because I had 7 creatures.
Okay. So you have 1 creature, DM?
I have nothing.
Oh,
You killed everything.
Rapalero's dead.
No one has any creatures except for
Except-
NPC
yeah,
and you.
NPC. Okay.
I mean, you basically wiped out my board too.
Yeah. No, I can't play that.
And you're still fucking
You
5
only
life
have-
ahead of me.
You only have 15 life.
Nope. Yeah.
Wow.
I've been that Vile Requiem was just crushing me. Like if I
DM.
wanted to keep any creatures,
I'll hit you for 5.
I'm at 10.
I pass.
I draw a card at the end of your turn.
Yeah, because shit died.
Okay. All right. I want the biggest casting cost creature in everybody's graveyard, please. Anybody have anything over 5?
Mine got exiled.
That's okay. Anybody have anything over 5?
Nope. 4.
5 or higher?
Yeah, the Drogo Skull's in there, isn't it?
The dragon.
How big's the Drogo Skull?
7 casting costs.
Cool.
Pristine Skyways is in there too. From Fair Angel.
The
1, 2. I'm gonna exile it from your graveyard and get 7 Saprolings.
Nice.
Right? That's what it does. Morbid Bloom. Remove target creature card in a graveyard from the game, then put X Saprolings, where X is its casting cost. Oh no! Creature's toughness. What's its toughness?
5.
What's the biggest toughness in a graveyard, please?
That's
Mine-
my biggest
yeah.
weakness.
5.
mine's 4.
I have nothing.
4. I get 5 Saprolings. Whee! Whee! Saprolings!
How much did that
6.
cost? Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. One more. 1, 2. Yeah. All right.
This is fun.
It
Interesting.
is.
Interesting.
I mean,
interaction.
we're all relatively, at least life-wise, not like running away with things.
Yeah, we're all kind of like hovering around 20.
Felon of Havenwood.
Well, except for DM.
All
He's at
fungi
10.
get +1/+1,
Nice.
and I'll equip it.
Isn't it?
Godzilla. Fungi or saprolings?
Fungi.
Okay. That
It
makes
gets
sense.
+1/+1 for each spore counter on it, so it doesn't matter. There's nothing.
Yeah.
Remove a fungus card in a graveyard from the game and put a spore counter on each fungus in play.
Oh my god. It's getting out of hand.
You know what? Fuck it. It's useless to anybody.
Yeah.
Instead of playing that and equipping it, I'm just gonna ramp. Kadama's Reach. Off you go.
Cool.
Okay. What do I want to do at the end of your turn?
Hey Jeremy, how's it going, man?
Oh hey, long time no see.
Yes, you need a new Hor Island visa. The cost is a small donation of personal fluid.
Ew, no!
At the end of your turn,
Jeremy,
I'm
we have a
going to-
Patreon.
I'm
Or
going
you
to
can just Patreon.
and sack these so I can
we've updated the rewards on the Patreon. So
Yes, you should do that.
You should check
Everyone
it out if
following
you are
us
so
Or
inclined.
watching.
The lowest tier will get you a shout out.
By meeting your first deal.
Yeah. The
Naughty.
second tier, which is $5, gets you entered into a raffle where we will raffle off a signed
Remind me at the end of your
Magic
turn that was our
card.
card.
or artist proof
Actually, that was the end of your turn, so draw a card.
every month. We'll do a raffle, and then the highest level tier is we pick something out just for you because you're special, and we love you.
Special.
It also helps us update, equipment and pay for
Huh.
things.
Oh, well, this would make the game go.
Do it. Do it.
Let's do it.
Do it.
Because everyone, I feel like, is feeling interested.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, I'm happy with the way this game's playing out for me. I got 10 life, but I know
Yeah.
what I can do.
Also,
Okay.
Jeremy, we're going to be going to IlixCon in October.
Yep.
So
We're
if
gonna
there,
play-
if you look at the artist list, if there's any artists that you want to have sign some magic cards, I will happy to bring you some when I visit you in November.
How do you want to do this? Jayberry has lots of life.
I've been trying to whittle it down.
26.
Not
a lot.
Well, this
Not a
is going
lot.
to make it
Much lower.
interesting. How do I want to?
Do you know how everybody halves their life total?
No. More interesting.
I put that in my red deck.
Okay. I'm tapping 3 to play Everlasting Torment.
Ooh, what does that do?
Players
This can't
can't
gain
gain life. Damage can't be prevented.
Oh, you go, Chaos
All
Muppet.
damage is dealt as though its source had wither.
Oh, boy.
So you're actually gonna probably fuck us over the quickest.
No, she's not.
Her source. Like, she taps 1 to pay.
Sure, I mean
All
that's fine,
damage
but
is dealt as though it's
that means everybody just attacks her.
So,
So all
a source
damage.
with
So if you
wither-
block with a 5/5 creature, if you block my 4/4, it gets 4 -1/-1 counters that stay
and then it just stays there
forever.
as a 4/4.
All
Yeah.
damage is wither damage,
So it's just a 0/0 creature,
and it dies.
and then it dies.
Right.
Okay, I was like, it dies.
Like if
right?
I lightning bolt your creature, it gets 3 -1/-1
What
counters.
Got it.
blockers do you have?
I'm sorry, what?
What blockers do you have?
Oh, I have a 1/1, a 1/3, and a 3/1. So 1/1, 3/1, 1/3. My commander.
You know what? What else do I have in my hand?
Wither is bad, in fact.
So do I still technically gain the 2 life? I just
No, you may not gain it.
right, but like
But does
That-
she get the trigger?
That
Do I get
that
the
starts
trigger?
to trigger, and it stops. It's
so
negated.
I can't
Right, you
draw
can't.
a card.
So with
You
Allura,
gotta kill this enchantment.
Jeremy, you're a good judge.
This and Erebos shut down life gain decks. It shuts down like all those white.
So I am tapping 5.
So if
So my Rogue's Passage.
yeah. If Blue had Allura in play, does the trigger happen where she would draw a card, not gain life, but draw a card?
She doesn't gain the life because players
So
may not gain the
I
life.
tap my Rogue's Passage
Okay.
and 4 mana
Okay.
to send my commander through
I'm gonna put
for
some more
2.
nuts in here.
Okay. So I take 2. Like I can't because I can't
Yeah,
block
you
it because of
can't
rogues.
block
And you get 2 more saprolings.
Yes.
Okay. I take
So
2.
Fucking hate that card.
blockers. And then for giggles, I'm going to. Do I actually want to do that?
Yeah, I guess not.
Then I still lose 2 life off a curse. You just can't gain the 2 life.
Yep.
Yeah, we're all kind of fucked.
Yeah, we're all kind of well, except for NPC. who's
Me the
probably gonna-
most.
NPC's probably gonna win.
Life ticking downward. Nobody's got
I am
What?
going to play my
couldn't
Explorer.
hear you.
I'll take that back. I got a bunch of vampire life.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Jayberry is the one that's been gaining life, not me, for the longest time.
Stop that. As soon as we
Well,
can.
it stopped. It stopped now. That's what happened.
And I'm done.
Yeah, but
I
I
think
still
I've done
lose
enough
life.
now.
Yeah.
Don't worry, no one can gain life.
Yep.
Anybody else?
I'm tutoring.
What is it now?
Ooh, ow. Ow, my knees.
Oh, poor old man.
Shut it.
I'm
Yeah.
tutoring.
Did you lose any creatures?
Okay.
Yeah, I could draw one during your turn.
No,
Didn't you sack two?
you should have drawn one at the end of your turn, which I bet you did because I
No, I
told you
did.
to do that.
But I thought you did something else.
No,
Okay.
I didn't lose. Like, I lost the Saprolings at the end of your turn.
Got it.
So, and you drew that card.
Yep.
And I made this unblockable so I could do...
Get more Saprolings.
Well, and also do damage to her. I could have hit Blue. But I was like, look, Blue is
She
currently...
can't gain life.
Yeah, she can't gain life.
What are you doing?
and,
Oh, she's cruel tutoring.
Jaybury has...
Are you going to do anything else? Because it goes to the top of your deck, right? Not your hand.
Well, it depends on the tutor.
Well, it doesn't go to her hand, the cruel tutor, right? It goes to the top of the deck.
Yeah.
Jesus. I jumped. I looked to my left, and I thought there was something walking by outside, and it's the napkin that I dropped on the floor.
Jeez.
Scared yourself.
So yeah, IlixCon. If I have the card, I can bring. You know, you don't have to give me your own cards. If I have cards by those artists, I can. See
Yep.
if you have any requests, I can see if I have them and get them signed for you. My gift to you, friend.
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 P.S. If you're looking to kill an enchantment, you have to kill this one first, because you can't kill this one until you kill this one.
There's stuff that does everything all at the same time.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
Like,
Yep.
yeah, that's probably a really good idea. That is a super good idea. That is the
Ooh, what
best
is
card
it?
you could possibly
What
put on
is
top of your deck.
it?
We all know.
Oh, wait, I won't find out.
we'll
let's
tell you
see.
next turn.
Damnation?
Yep, I'll find out.
No. What is the one? It's definitely one you have to pick,
Yeah.
and that's fine.
There would be no mercy involved.
No mercy.
Oh, merciless action. Nice.
Nice.
That's fine. I still get a turn for fuckery. Like,
For fuckery. Alright.
Hold on.
Well, at least Jayberry didn't gain life off that stupid fucking
Nope.
enchant or curse this turn.
ha ha ha. None for you.
Nunya? Are you looking at your birds?
Yes. Because everyone's busy.
Have you been attacking?
They should be
I
like
attacked
talking
Dan.
about.
Old man, that is hilarious.
It's only been in a,
I'm just
a
picturing like a
turn.
gnome walking around in a t-shirt that says "No Mercy." GMMERCY.
Nice. We need that.
Bless you. Bless you.
Let's see.
Did that Zyrtec help marginally? Do you want a second one?
No, I think I'm gonna. I have some other.
I
I think
mean,
destined.
there's-
Gotcha. And if you want to crash, you're welcome to crash here. Like, don't sleep in the car. Or,
Yeah, I appreciate it.
yeah.
And 5 1/1 Saprolings, and then this, which gives them card draw when things die.
Yep. If you can kill all enchantments, you should.
Oh, this goes on the top
Yeah.
of my library. Did I play a land?
Hey, play one. Go ahead.
I don't care. At this point, it's like, do it!
At this point, we already have a lot of land.
Yeah, I'm not fussed. I can play anything in my hand and anything I draw. Like 2 of anything I draw, so we're good.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
This is the funny part is I think this is turn 9.
I feel like it's more than
No,
that.
it's way more than that.
Then I should have another land in play.
Maybe you didn't always have
I've had 3 lands in my hand like most of the game,
2, 3, 4,
but I wasn't
5,
paying attention.
6, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Well, there's what?
Seven,
Gormans?
eight.
There really there's no mercy shirts, no mercy shirts on Red Bull already.
That's terrible. That's the worst.
That's
Okay.
awesome.
Jayberry!
Yep, I'm untapping. I'm
It's
untapping.
you!
It's me. I'm untapping.
What?
I'm watching your ass.
I know.
I'm laughing at you.
Watch me. You're hard-headed.
You're hard-headed. Ow.
So am I. Take that. Brained your own self.
Shut it.
And it didn't even actually hurt me.
It was more like, ooh, I didn't know I was going to do that.
Oh, jeez.
I
Alright.
wasn't sure I was going to do that. Alrighty then.
There.
Wait, I have to bring it up now.
There.
Going to discard from under the floorboards?
Oh god. Have some zombies.
Oh, what does that do?
I'll bring it up.
Bring it up rather
Yep.
than
So,
the gnome
2,
t-shirt.
3,
Nice.
4. Okay.
Steve Belladin?
5,
Yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Except
11,
you don't gain life.
12, 13. Yeah, I know. It's fine. 13. So I get 11 to... Wait.
11 to 2
11
zombies.
to 2 zombies.
And no life.
And no life.
And they're all coming tapped, just to remind you.
Yep.
Well, you might want to exile all creatures instead. Are you done?
I untap Anya. I
Yep.
draw a card.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm tapped out, so whatever. And what do you have over there?
5 1/1 saprolings.
5 1/1 sapperlings.
Yep.
And that's it?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. And you're at